Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dungeon Mauling, a LitRPG GameLit novel by Eric Ugland, narrated by Neil Helligers. Chapter 1. Godfrey stood up, rage and embarrassment fighting for control of his face. His hands trembled, and I could tell it took all his control to not kill me where I stood, or at least try. "Wow," I said. "Now you're a level 17 noble with no titles, and so, I guess, nothing." He stared at me, then at Nikolai, then at Cleve. "I have nothing at the moment," he said. "But that merely means I have so much to gain." He lashed out with a dagger I hadn't even seen on him. Faster than I could react, he drove it deep into Cleve's eye, all the way through my adopted father's head, and out the back of his skull. Nikolai screamed in rage, and while I was still getting the axe into motion, Nikolai sliced Godfrey in two. "Congratulations. You are now Duke of Cogshall." Fuck. "You have unlocked the coronet of the Cogshall family heraldic achievement. Warning, you are the last surviving member of the Cogshall dynasty. Should you die without heir, the line will end with you." There was an intense silence all around. No one really seemed to know what to do. I mean, I had no idea. Benedict Cogshall lay on the ground, dead. Godfrey lay on the ground, in pieces, also dead. Nikolai grabbed my shoulders and pulled me close. "They will come for me in a heartbeat," he said. "It might be some time before I can get out. But murder is murder, Montana. Be wary of that. Since the Emperor is dead, I am no longer a thingman. I have no strings to pull here. Get to the holding, build something safe. There are those already heading there, those who have been promised safety. You must be ready for winter." "You have been offered a quest by Nikolai. Home again." Nikolai and Benedict planned to make a safe home for those who needed it, and many of those people are already on the way to the planned site. They will be there prior to winter, a season notoriously difficult in this part of Voldrani. You must make a place for them to live and survive. Reward for success? Loyal subjects in your new ducal holding? Unknown. Penalty for failure or refusal? The deaths of many innocents, loss of the respect of Nikolai, a tarnish on your title and name? Unknown. Yes or no? "I have no idea what the hell This is no time for excuses, Montana. You are an Imperial Duke now. You have power. You have all the money Cogshall put together. Get back to his room before others do, and gather what he left. There are letters for you and for Lee. Instructions in case something like this should happen. Leave me here. I will rejoin you if and when I can. Until then, your focus is building the holding." Some men pulled Nikolai apart from me then, legionnaires who were putting the man under arrest. I accepted the quest. Nikolai nodded at me, and I got the notice he'd left my party. Murderous stares came from all around me. Some from the Legion, I guess because they thought I'd gotten Cogshall killed, and more from Godfrey's cadre of soldiers. I knew Godfrey's men would jump me as soon as they could. I needed to get out of Osterstadt, fast. The Legion had Nikolai, and were frog-marching him into the city. I knelt next to Cleve Cogshall's body, and did the only thing I could think. I hoisted him into my arms. The Legion Lieutenant, Darby, stepped in my path. "Begging your pardon," he said, "but Captain Cogshall deserves a Legion burial." "Is there where does he go from here?" I asked. "We will take him to the Legion House. We prepare the body for burial. On tomorrow's sunrise, we bury him in the Legion cemetery. At no point will his body be without legionnaires, for we leave none behind." I thought about making a point of Cogshull being my father, about wanting to bury him on our family grounds, but that was all recent stuff. The Legion had been his family for Cogshull's entire life, and though I felt a strong pull to take him with me, I had to imagine he'd rather go with them. Nodding, I held out Cogshull's body. Darby bowed his head to me. "Thank you." Legion soldiers had a shield flat and laid Cogshull out on it. They hoisted him up. Darby took a moment standing over Cogshull and going over the body. He turned back to me, his arms full of Cogshull's personal effects. Not many, just 2 heavy pouches, his sword and his dagger. "When he is laid to rest," Darby said, "I will get in contact with you so you may pay your respects." "Thank you," I said. All alone now, I watched the body of my adopted father disappear into the city. "What do we do now?" Ragnar asked. Poignant moment ruined, I looked down to see that I was, in fact, flanked by my hearth. "According to Nikolai," I said, "we go build a city. And that means we go get Lee." Chapter 2. Townsfolk were still heading towards the bulwark. Apparently there was plenty of cleanup left to do from the dead monsters who'd come out of the Emerald Sea. Beasts to butcher and meat to gather. The sun was close to setting, and a brisk wind blew off the trees that made up the sea. A million smells swirled around me, but pine won out over all of them. It was a blissful but terrible moment. I felt a sadness I wasn't prepared for, and despite Ragnar and Skeld walking on either side of me, I felt lost and alone. I followed my herdsmen, trusting them to get me where I needed to go. For the moment, I was too deep in my head. There were so many thoughts bouncing in and out, and I was having trouble processing. Well, more like I didn't want to accept what had happened. How quickly everything went tits up. I couldn't stop replaying everything, wondering if I'd taken the best possible path. Had my choices led to Cleve's death? Was it my fault? Again? It felt like those I cared about were destined to die around me while I continued to flounder and fail upward. I passed a stall selling fried dough, which triggered a memory of the good times I'd had with the girl, which made me think of what had happened to her. My time with Cleve had put her in my past in a good way, and yet, now I had to deal with everything on my own. No Cleve, no Nikolai. As soon as the girl started popping up in my thoughts, I knew darkness was coming, and I had to make the choice. Succumb to depression and dwell in darkness, or fight through via any means necessary. Depression had not worked well for me in the past, so I had to push all those bad thoughts out. I had to squash them all down deep inside and focus on victory for the present moment. Plenty of time to mourn and throw myself a pity party later. Shaking my hair out of my face, I leaned back and screamed at the heavens. It made me feel better. Everyone else in the street thought I was a fucking loon, but then that seemed to be my thing in Boldrani. The inn itself was virtually devoid of people. The front desk clerk barely looked up from his book when we walked in, and the bar restaurant to the side was empty. I darted up the stairs and down the hall, noticing that the detritus I'd left behind after the fight had been cleaned up. I wondered if we were going to be charged for that somehow. Lee must have been watching out the window because he opened the door before I had my hand up to knock. "What happened?" he asked. "Cleve's dead. Nikolai's arrested," I started. "Nikolai killed Cleve?" I shook my head. "No. Nikolai killed the man who killed Cleve. But it was, Murder all the same somehow. But not to interrupt, Ragnar said, totally interrupting. But there were several people following us, and I think it might behoove us if we, skedaddled, Skeld finished. I frowned. Did I miss that much? You mean while you were brooding or when you were screaming? Let's not talk about that, I said, and kicked in the door to Cleve's room. I saw a bag under the desk and 2 letters on the desk. I pulled the bag out, opened it, and dumped the contents into my unfillable knapsack. Both letters got shoved into my belt, and then I ran back into the hall, where I promptly ran, literally, into Lee. He dropped to the floor, and I picked him up immediately. Skeld stood at the top of the stairs, keeping an eye on things. Ragnar was in my room. "We're going to die," Lee said. "No," I replied. "We'll be fine." "Actually," Ragnar called out, "might want to see this before you make any bold promises." "We'll be fine," I told Lee with a confident smile on my face. I walked by him and went into my room to look out the window. Glancing out the front, I saw a group of men and women wearing blue tabards of Valamir, the Emperor's brother, standing outside. I raised an eyebrow. It seemed suspicious for anyone to be wearing Valamir's colors so early following the Emperor's demise, especially since the Emperor's death wasn't actually known yet. But then again, Valamir had some people in the city already. I'd noticed them before. Most of the larger nobles had representatives of some form in Osterstadt. I guess the city was just too important an economic center to be left completely alone, hence why it warranted a full viceroy. So, not that weird that there were people in the tabards, but definitely weird that they were all standing right outside my hotel. On the plus side, not a single person was left wearing the Duhamel crest. Despite recognizing a few of the black eyes and busted faces from our previous altercation. Maybe they were never Godfrey's men, or maybe they'd seen the Duhamel house burning down with Godfrey's ignoble death and switched to more profitable pastures on the quick. Regardless of who they'd supported in the past, they were clearly in Valamir Glatton's camp now. And they all watched me through the windows of the inn. It was creepy. I gave a half wave, but got nothing in return. I backed away from the window. "They might be friendly," I said to my compatriots. Nobody seemed to believe me. I had the distinct impression we might not make it back to the hotel, so I made sure we had everything we had brought to the place, as well as a few other items which were, sitting around, like blankets and water pitchers. Ready to go, we headed downstairs into the lobby and out through the doors. I looked around at the crowd. A man stepped forward. He wore heavy plate armor, gleaming in the lamplight. The blue tabard looked tremendous on him. Hell, he looked tremendous. Strong jawline, perfect hair, aquiline nose, beyond clean-shaven. He positively reeked of nobility. "Duke Cogshall," he started with a slight bow of his head. "I presume?" "That's me," I replied. "May I present myself?" he asked. There was a hefty, awkward moment as I waited for him to continue before I finally realized he was waiting for me to give him permission to continue. The nobility thing was definitely something I needed to get used to. "Sure," I replied. "I am Count Wulstan Dabernaun." "Good to meet you," I said. He faltered slightly, the smile on his face slipping ever so slightly as he suffered dealing with me. "Yes, it is good to make your acquaintance. I was hoping I might have a word with you." "Brought a few of your friends with you, I see," I asked. "I wanted you to see the support here." "Support for what?" "The new emperor." "I wasn't aware there was a problem with the old emperor," I lied. He shook his head and gave me a knowing smile. "I cannot imagine for a moment that your late father did not share the details of his arrangement with you, his only son and heir." "We didn't talk much. Just wasn't that kind of relationship." Now, Lord Cogshall. Well, damn," I said, looking at my wrist where there had once been a watch. We look at the time. I'm afraid I've got a thing, so I do have to cut our little chat short. This will take but a mere minute of your time. Fine, you have a minute. I would appreciate it if you would consider pledging your support to Valimir Glatton. Support in what? Assuming the throne. There it was, the beginning of the push for power. Let the courtly games, the games I had no desire to take part in, commence. But I was mired in them now. All because of my willingness to take on the problems of a dude I'd known for like 2 months or so. Fuck me, I said quietly, unconsciously externalizing my internal monologue. Pardon me, my lord? Count Wallstan said, confused. Just thinking out loud, I replied with a wave of my hand. Don't give it another thought. But I mean, speaking of thinking, I'm going to need to think about this. It's just so new to me, you know? I expected my father to hold power, so I really didn't do my due process, diligence, in regards to this, the court, or where my support should go. I am glad you'll consider supporting Emperor Valimir. I think you mean to say consider supporting Valimir for Emperor, I interrupted. He's not on the throne yet. Wouldn't want to jinx it for the man. I gave Wallstan an awkward jab on the shoulder and tried to push through his men. You forgot this, Wallstan said, pushing a blue tabard into my hands. Oh, how silly of me, I said as I accepted the tabard. I made a show of putting it carefully into my belt, tucking it in, making sure it was snug while ensuring I wasn't actually wearing it. And then I looked to Lee and nodded. He walked through the crowd, followed by Skeld and Ragnar. I gave Wallstan a smile, which he did not return, and strode on. Not quickly, but with purpose. I could feel everyone's beady eyes watching me as I walked away. Chapter 3. Large fires roared in oversized braziers outside the Legion House, providing a spot for the guards to warm themselves while also keeping darkness at bay. These legionnaires wore heavy cloaks over their armor, and didn't look quite as alert as the day guards. I wondered if these men had been in the fighting earlier in the day. They looked pretty clean, so I doubted their involvement. Plus, the Imperial House was a good distance from the Emerald Sea Wall. Seemed like a bad idea to send the house guards to fight. Unless it was an emergency. No one bothered me as I walked into the building. I gave a cursory glance around the interior, noticing that there were a few more people sporting blue crests than I'd seen before. Most lacked armor, so there weren't tabards about, but there were smaller accents. Blue armbands, blue ribbons in hair, blue jewelry. Small statements of allegiance. There were other splashes of color, but exceedingly few and far between. It made me wonder if there was anyone else actually vying for the throne. I walked up to the young woman at the desk and gave her a smile. I'd like to speak to the Viceroy, if I might, I said. Just a moment, she said, then hopped up from her chair and disappeared. I looked at Lee and the otters. Mind, just waiting here? I asked. Saw a tavern across the street, Ragnar said. Might prefer grabbing dinner to waiting in this lobby. Good plan, I said. The two Lutra headed out immediately. Lee waited a half-beat longer to give me a look, then followed my herdsman. I'd have preferred if he'd said what was bothering him or what he was thinking, because I got precisely zero meaning from his look. True to her word, a moment later the desk attendant came tromping down the stairs with the Viceroy right behind. Leon held his arms wide and gave me a firm embrace. Come, friend, he said, and guided me back through the building to his office. As soon as we were out of the public area, he quieted down, and seemed subdued compared to the previous day. He had to know about Cleve. I sat in the chair directly in front of his desk, exactly where I'd been earlier that day. I looked over at the empty chair, and I couldn't help thinking about Cleve. He looked over at me with a wan smile, then dropped in his chair with a sigh. He pulled open a drawer and retrieved a crystal decanter from within, setting it on his desk and slipping 2 crystal glasses next to it. Neither of us spoke while he poured 2 glasses of the murky maroon liquid out for us. "To good friends," he said. "May they live in our hearts forever." I nodded, not exactly knowing what to say. But apparently it was enough for Leon, because he smiled again and drank it down. The liquor burned going down my throat. Like real burning. I felt like my throat was legit on fire, and I couldn't help but cough heartily, something I noticed Leon was doing as well. And then he let out a small belch of actual smoke. "What is this?" I asked through clenched teeth. "Chod." "Which is?" "Distilled fermented worm's blood," he replied. My stomach roiled. I swallowed once, firmly, reminding my stomach that it wasn't the time to throw up. "You know, then," I said. "I knew the time was coming," Leon replied. Benedict Cogshall was a man of purpose in war, but not a man of travel. I knew his visit here with such urgency meant something larger was afoot. "Did you know what was going on with him and the Emperor?" "I only know Benedict must have aided the Emperor in some phenomenal manner to be granted such a title." "So you don't know the full story?" "Know what?" "If Benedict Cogshall is dead, which he is, then the Emperor is also dead." Total silence. "I have had no word of that," Leon finally said. "I don't know how fast you can communicate with the capital, but trust me. The Emperor has passed on. Cleve? Sorry. Benedict traveled under an assumed name, Cleve. And while I was supposed to keep this secret, I suppose that Benedict, now that he's dead, it's not exactly important to keep things secret any longer. The whole reason why Benedict got made Duke was because of an assassination attempt. Benedict was in the tent with the Emperor when the assassin struck, and I guess there was some magic required to keep the Emperor alive. Obviously it worked because you know that the Emperor lived, but it tied the two together. So if one died, the other would as well." Leon pushed back from the desk and stalked over to a panel in the wall. He fiddled with things over there, and after a moment he pulled forth the sword I'd sworn on, the one that had, theoretically, transformed me into royalty. But as Leon held the sword up, it was immediately clear that whatever magic had powered the sword in the morning was gone. It was just a normal blade in his hands. "Gods," Leon said softly. He dropped the sword. It clanged on the ground, bouncing over once, the metal's ring hanging in the air. I looked up to see his eyes meeting mine. "I assume this is going to complicate things," I said. "That is the best-case scenario," he replied with a shake of his head. "With the Emperor dying now, the throne sits empty with no clear line of succession. The princess is currently missing, so we lack even her worthless hide to toss up there for a stopgap. Likely my uncle will finally get his lifelong dream to seize the throne." I pulled out the tabard from my belt and tossed it over to the Viceroy. He caught it in midair and shook it out. "Quick to choose a side, eh?" he asked. "I've made no such choice, Leon," I said. "That thing was given to me by Count Dabbernown today. But look around. You'll notice blue is the new hotness in the Imperial House right now." Valamir knew. As far as Benedict believed, Valamir was aiming to have him killed. I think Valamir planned for a different timeline is all. Leon nodded. "I am sure he would have preferred his brother's permission to take the throne." "What's the whole process with taking power in the Empire? Can't he just seize the throne? If the princess is missing, who's to stop him?" First, power in the Empire and being emperor are not the same thing. Often not the same thing, in fact. It just so happens that our last emperor, the one we lost today, was a strong and smart ruler. Assuming the throne is ultimately a two-step process. A candidate must first present him or herself before the Senate. There they speak on behalf of themselves, presenting their lineage and accomplishments. Then the Senate votes. So this is an electoral system? Yes, though with some caveats. The Senate as a whole has 401 votes. The higher your title, the more votes you may cast. The Emperor holds 200 votes. Every other member of the Senate must agree to overrule the Emperor, and as far as our history is written, there have been 2 overrules, both of which had enough historical consequence that they are still remembered today. Whomever the Emperor chooses as his heir has always been viewed as the imperial vote upon the Emperor's death. But when there is a sudden death and the Emperor has no set heir, those 200 votes are not cast. Then it becomes a political battle, likely to tear the Empire apart before it comes back together, if it comes back together. At least, that is what has happened in the past. This is certainly the first time I will experience the shit show. So what's the second step? I know the least about that. Most everyone knows the least about it, as the secret is shared only among the Emperor and the Keepers of the Blood. The candidate is put to the test. What that test is, no one knows. Those who fail the test do not emerge from the testing chambers. So when someone does pass the test, whatever that might be, that someone is given the throne. After that, coronation, celebration, and, usually, fertilization, to make sure there's not another political war for succession. And thus the Empire continues on. And you think there's going to be some problems with the voting? Too many could not imagine it will be anything but horrific for the Empire. The princess is the next in line, technically, and was the Emperor's choice until she abdicated said choice. But it is unclear if the Emperor accepted her abdication. Either way, it matters little, as she still maintains her title, Crown Princess, which gives her quite a few votes in the Senate. Valimir has as many as she. But then there are a host of others, all the way down to the elected citizen, who has but 1 vote. And you, Lord Cogshall, as an imperial duke, you will hold votes in the Senate. But wait, I'm a new noble. How do I get votes? Won't that unbalance everything? As new titles are given out, new votes are added to the Emperor's total. He receives an additional vote for every vote you receive. I believe the official word is that the Emperor is gaining the land as you do, so that is why he deserves more votes. Okay, I said, thinking. With all this happening, what happens to you? Ah, he smiled wistfully. The bureaucracy of the Empire keeps me in place until such time as a new emperor comes along, and then, likely, they will decide upon a new viceroy, which, to be honest, will likely be me, provided, of course, I keep my head down. Hence why what I imagine you are here to ask will provide us no end of problems. I came for 2 reasons, really. Biggest was to get someone out of jail. The someone who slew Lord Duhamel? Slew, maybe. Lord, no, I took his lordship. I'm count of whatever it was he was now. So I mean, whatever. Semantics. Are you now? Collecting titles at quite the clip, I do say. I'd prefer to get rid of them if I could. Now, no need to make foolish statements like that. Dude, I am not cut out for this shit. I'd be more than happy to pawn it off on someone else. Precisely why you are so perfect for such a job. Fucking Benedict said the same damn thing. He was a very smart man. For an elf. Leon added with a smile. He looked around the room, poured another snifter full of chod, and then held up the bottle to me as an offer. I shook my head. "Preferably never again," I said. He shrugged, then said, "To each their own." Leon drained the glass in one go, shook his head, and let the smoke out of his mouth. Then he closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. I let him sit there for a moment, figuring he needed the time to be on his own. "Do you have a moment?" he asked. "I guess, yeah." "You have no other evening plans?" "I mean—" He stood up quickly, wavering just a little before righting himself by putting one hand firmly on the desk, and started walking. "Follow," he said. He led me to the wall, where he pushed a hidden button. A hidden door popped open. He walked on through, bringing us to a drawing room of sorts. His private office. Much like everywhere in the Imperial House, it was larger than it needed to be and remarkably posh. But unlike anywhere else I'd seen in the house, there were windows. Windows looking out onto a beautiful garden lit with delicate glass lanterns. It was a tranquil oasis in the midst of this big city. Verdant, beautiful, huge leaves and big flowers. It was almost tropical, and different from any vegetation I'd seen in Osterstadt, or, for that matter, in my trek across the Glatinese Empire. Leon opened the glass door, gesturing for me to go first. It was hot inside, and I noticed a glass roof above us. A greenhouse. Leon shut the door behind him. "Do you mind if I just—" he started to say, moving past me to get to the center, where there was a tall green metal column covered in vegetation. A small knob hid amongst the vines, and with a little twist, water fell from the ceiling, filling several pots and bird baths. All of a sudden, white noise filled the room, and I felt the stress start to melt off my shoulders. It was a beautiful and welcome tranquility, immediately broken by Leon speaking. "We have, at the outside, 2 minutes here before a guard will come and check on us," Leon said. "So listen to me carefully. You are here asking for my help, and I'm going to respond by asking for yours. I cannot intercede directly, not anymore, but I think I may be able to help you help your friend." "What do you need from me?" I asked. "I will need you to shield me." "I'm sorry?" "You are a duke now, an imperial duke. Right now you answer to no one. You are beholden only to yourself. I, on the other hand, exist on a tenuous thread, one that reaches back into a time when there was someone to give authority onto me. I fear war is destined for the Empire, from within and without. With no one to wear the crown, the continued existence of the very Empire must be in doubt." "Wait, allow me to finish. Even now, there are those who will be trying to get closer so they might listen to what we are saying. So this will likely be the last time you are so easily overlooked by those playing court games. From now on, assume you are being spied upon." "Lovely. In fact, I will be sending someone I trust with you, and I will tell you now, they will spy upon you." "Not exactly spying if I know they are reporting back to you." "I prefer honesty, at least with you." "Okay, so a person is coming with me. Are they going to work for me?" "She had better. She will follow your orders, fight for you, and do whatever you ask of her." "Hey man, works for me." He nodded at me. "You agree to help me?" "I do." A smile came over his face. "Then we best be quick about all of this. Your man is inside the prison, on the lowest of the levels. Midday tomorrow, he will either be thrown into the oubliette, or he shall be executed, depending on the whims of a man hundreds of miles to the south. A man who has no love for the thingmen of his brother. You have found a quest. Saving a friend won. Nikolai, the man who agreed to be your mentor, has been imprisoned, and will likely be executed upon the morrow. You must free him from prison. Reward for success. Increased standing with Nikolai, and a guide through the courtly games and empire of Glatin. Penalty for failure or refusal, unknown. Yes or no? Obviously, I had to accept it. I needed to get Nikolai out, and not just because he was a friend. He was also the only person who knew the Empire and could provide advice I could trust. Okay, well, what are the messaging systems here? Maybe there's a way to block Valamir's message for the, execution or whatever. It is most common for governmental agencies and nobles to engage magic, paying guild members for that privilege. So it will likely be a direct line from Valamir to the head of the jail. And there is no way I know of to block that form of magic. Your man's fate rests upon Valamir's whim. I don't suppose Valamir is known for being merciful and kind. More like power-mad and petty. And anything concerning his brother will likely be of particular interest to Valamir. I would guess his thingmen are either scattering to the winds or being slaughtered by Valamir's forces. Wait a minute. I urge you to focus. You have only hours to break in and out of the prison before it is too late, if it is not already. Nikolai should be able to hold his own. The prisons of Osterstadt are notorious. Long have horror stories of the Osterstadt prison leaked out. You must remember this city has long been by itself against the world, and houses some of the wealthiest families in the Empire. There is no shortage of skilled men and women at the city's disposal, and no shortage of coin to spend. Okay, noted. No time to prepare going up against high-leveled badasses. Sounds like failure is likely. I am afraid that is the case. Would you consider leaving your friend to the fates? No. But you agreed to shield me, to be my ally and assist me. I do. My agent will meet you outside the Imperial House, at the back. She will lead you and your companions to a hotel where I am an investor. The hotel will give you my suite, and you will be safe there. Or rather, your men will be safe there while you throw your life away with your foolish errand. That is, if you are still planning on going. I have to, Leon. Just as I would go to bat for you now that we're friends and all. He gave me a bit of a smile. Then I will tell you what I know. Hit me with it. I must be quick, Leon said, giving a furtive look around before leaning in close. The prison is very secure. There is but a single entrance, heavily guarded. It may seem like there are cells above the ground, as the building is quite tall. It is, however, a ruse. The building is primarily a barracks for the city guard. No allies there. Absolutely not. There is quite the animosity between the Legion and the city guard. I would advise you to refrain from mentioning any connection you have to the Legion. It will only complicate things. Light spilled through the window as someone walked into Leon's dressing room. Bah, Leon said, looking over his shoulder at the guard coming towards the greenhouse. We are out of time. Go to the Murdered Bishop. It is a tavern in the worst parts of town. There is a man there who owes me a favor. Leon pressed something hard and metallic into my hand, round like a coin. Ask for Philemon, he continued. He is your only chance to get into the prison. I looked down. It was a coin. What's this? I asked. A favor. You give this to Philemon, he will be forced to provide you assistance, and I believe he can get you into the prison. What about getting out? That will be on you. The door opened and a guard stepped into the greenhouse. Ah, Leon said to the guard. Jasper, is it? Yes, Viceroy, Jasper replied. Do me a courtesy, Jasper, and please escort Duke Cogshall through the back way out of the house. Yes, Viceroy, Jasper said, saluting. Thank you for bringing me the news about your father, Leon said. Of course, Viceroy, I replied. Leon gave me a clap on the shoulder and then ushered me towards the guard. Jasper led me through lots of hallways and past bedrooms and barracks until he pointed to a nondescript door in a nondescript wall. The exit, my lord, Jasper said. Thank you, I replied, and stepped out into the streets of Osterstadt. Chapter 4. A figure in full plate armor stood across the narrow alleyway, looming without being overly big. The armor was intense. The knight wore a heavy cloak with a hood hanging back, but it was artfully arranged so the arms and armor were fully on view. The head turned, and the figure lifted up the mask on the full helm. I was a little taken aback to see a very cute female face looking back at me. A wisp of blonde hair peeked out. "You waiting for me?" I asked. "Are you Montana Coggshall?" she replied. "I am." "Then I wait for you." "You're the, envoy from—" "I know not what he told you, but Leon is my brother. He has tasked me with serving you, my lord." She bowed her head to me. I smiled and shot my identification spell her way. Human, level 14 knight. "Knight," I said. "Impressive." She stood up straight and narrowed her eyes. "You use magic?" "I do." She sneered, and I thought she was about to spit. Her gauntleted hand wrapped tightly around the hilt of her sword, but she'd yet to draw it. "I hate magic." "Noted. I'll refrain from using it around you if I can. You got a name?" "Natalie Glatton." "Montana Coggshall." "I know." "Right. I was told to take you to an inn." "We're actually stopping at a tavern first?" She frowned, shook her head, but finally nodded. "Which one?" There's one across the street from the Legion House." "The Rabid Dragon? Really?" "Not my choice." She started walking. I followed. This was going really well. I noticed she put her hood up as we walked. Made me wish I had one too. Anything to decrease my visibility in the city, or the world at large. I knew it wasn't necessarily the case, but I just had the feeling there was a target on my back. The Rabid Dragon looked empty from the front, but as soon as I opened the door, I was presented with a beatific scene. Unlike most of the taverns I'd visited in Glatton, this place was open and bright, delightful and comfy, homey even. A large fireplace took up almost a whole wall. The crackling fire was a soothing background to the gentle chatter. A bar lined the opposite wall where people were drinking almost all in twos. Couples. This was a date bar. I looked over at Natalie. She grimaced back at me. I scanned along the bar until I saw the odd group out. Lee and the two Lutra. They were tucked at the far edge, and given the way the bartender kept shooting them the stink eye, it didn't exactly seem like they were having a grand time. Walking over, I got the attention of the bartender. He smiled at me until he realized where I was going. "You should know beasts are not welcome here," he said to me with a sneer. I stopped and slowly turned to face the man. Several scenarios ran through my head. I took a breath and counted to 3 before I even let them come to the fore, because most of them involved beating the shit out of the racist fuck. Problem was, though that'd get me to my destination, jail, I needed a way out before getting in. Instead, I just smiled at him. "Noted," I said. "If your wife shows up, I'll make sure to escort her outside immediately." Someone snorted. The bartender did not. He clenched his jaw and his knuckles went white. I gestured to my comrades. They got up and left while I stood in front of the bartender. When they were gone, I pulled the coin from my pouch and set it on the bar. Then I winked and walked out. Natalie was already introducing herself to Lee and the hearth. "Now we can go to that hotel," I said. She nodded, still all business, and took the lead. It wasn't a long walk to the inn, the Davenwood. We weren't in the nicest part of the city, but I'd argue this was close. Swanky, plush, not quite as fancy as the area around the Explorers Club, but it also lacked some of the stuck-upness of that area. The trees were just as manicured as the lawns. The streets were clean and wide, and I saw zero evidence of people dumping their chamber pots on the street, neither sight nor smell. That was something that had been conspicuously left out of all the fantasies I'd read. The smells I experienced on Valdrani were often intense and rarely pleasant. "Why is it called the Davenwood?" I asked. The inn? Natalie replied, as if I was a bit of an idiot. You have not heard of Davenwood? Nope. It is named after a great forest outside of the capital, planted there by my great-great-grandfather to replace the trees he took to build the first great fleet. Cool. She just frowned at me before pushing through the door. Inside, there was a desk with an attendant perched in front of a whole bunch of keys and mailboxes, or message boxes, I supposed. A small bell sat next to a guest book. The attendant smiled at Natalie, his eyes creepy, exuding lechery. These men are guests of my brother, Natalie said. But of course, he said with a bow. He snatched a key off a hook behind him without even looking, spun it around his finger, and then held it out. Natalie took it and tromped up the stairs, her armor clanking. It probably had out on the streets as well, but now that we were indoors, it was easier to hear it. The pervy dude watched as she walked up the stairs, and then indicated we should follow. Which, weird enough, but then when I looked up to try and see what he might have been watching, or hoped to watch, all I saw was a bunch of metal. It's not like plate armor does any favors for the butt. The suite was on the top floor. Hell, it practically was the top floor. And it was great. As soon as the door opened, I saw a sitting area, a separate lounging couch in front of a crackling fireplace, and lots of wide-open space. Balconies overlooked the city below. There were doors on either side of the room, open to bedrooms. Natalie was mucking about in one, and Lee hot-footed it to the other, ostensibly thinking he needed to claim the bed. But I knew I wasn't done for the night, so I dropped the bulk of my gear on the floor behind the couch. I kept the bag of holding with me, though. "What are you doing?" Ragnar asked, already stretched out across the couch, luxuriating in the warmth of the fire. "Nothing," I said. "You still have the bag on?" "Yeah." "So you are going back out?" "I am, yeah." "Okay," Ragnar said, closing his eyes. "Well, you let me know when you are leaving, and I will be ready." "Wait," Lee said, stepping out of the bedroom. "We're going somewhere tonight?" "I am," I said. "You guys don't need to come with me." "I must," Natalie said, and I jumped slightly. I'd totally forgotten she was even there. She'd already taken off a few pieces of her armor. Her gauntlets were on the bed, and she had her arm guards in her hands. I don't know how good of an idea that would be. I'm going to get Nikolai. "You mean the Nikolai who's in prison?" Lee asked. "That's the one." "Osterstadt prison?" Natalie asked. "Yup," I said. "As a prisoner?" "Well, they took him for murder, so I'm guessing he's a prisoner." "He is gone, then. You had best forget he existed, for there is no way to get him out." "Well, I am either getting him out or dying trying. Hence why you guys aren't going with me, none of you." "We are honor-bound to accompany you," Skeld said, standing at attention in front of me. "Pretty sure he just ordered us not to," Ragnar said, basically a bump on the couch at that point. "He cannot order us to abandon him, especially not to the start of a dangerous quest." Ragnar jumped up and stood on the couch. "Trying to keep us from adventure and excitement?" Ragnar accused, leveling a finger at me. "That is the entire reason we came with you." "And honor," Skeld added. "Yes, well, and that, but mostly the other things." "Guys," I started. "I must go with you as well," Natalie said. "Are you kidding?" I asked. "One, and I mean no offense, but I don't know you at all. Two, you're a knight, which means very little to me, but I have to assume you're very much into law and order and being heavily armored. So, not sneaky, right?" "I admit, I have not invested my time or points into stealth, but nothing. You stay here and keep Lee safe." "Lee?" Lee raised his hand. "Me. Am I doing something?" "Gathering supplies," I said. "What supplies do we need?" "Everything you think we might need to build this city." "That's a tall order. Are you up to it?" I think I can handle buying things, provided you've got some gold to spread around. I nodded. Oh, I got that covered. I reached into the bag of holding and thought of the trunk of gold we got from the Explorers Club, and soon felt it in my hand. I hauled it out, let it settle on the floor in front of the couch with an extremely loud thump. I opened the chest with a flourish. There were some oohs and ahs, mainly from Rangar. Where did that come from? Lee asked. The job Cleve and I did. Lee just shook his head. Then let's put a shopping list together. Chapter 5. I left Lee and Natalie with the gold and the start of a city-building shopping list. The Lutra and I headed across town, following Natalie's vague directions to the murdered bishop, or at least to where she thought the murdered bishop might be. After dark, the city streets were pretty empty. No one was sleeping, though, because there was still plenty of light coming from the buildings. As we worked our way north through the city, the economic levels of the neighborhoods clearly plummeted. The exquisite carvings on the wooden buildings slowly wore down until all that was left was purely functional. Streets became narrower and narrower, smells grew increasingly foul, and Osterstadt lost whatever sheen it had left. Having walked for what seemed like ever, we finally turned a corner and came to a small city square. It housed a meager park where most of the trees were dead, but some of the grass struggled on, unkempt and overgrown. The benches were filled with sleeping figures. Some human, some definitely not. On the far side of the square was the tavern, the murdered bishop in all its lack of glory. The sign hung tenuously by a single point, making it challenging to read as it was basically diagonal. Right below, a man vomited with surprising force all about the entrance. Enticing, Ragnar said. Kind of like the sort of place where you'd get help breaking into prison? I asked. Yes, definitely. Just... Ragnar trailed off. What? As far as I have heard, getting into prison is the easy part. Should we not find someone who can get us out? I just shrugged. Yeah, well, half of getting out safely is how you get in, I think. Whatever, this is the best I've got at the moment. Should we wait outside? Skeld asked. No, I said. Never again. Skeld shrugged, but I noticed a smile flit across Ragnar's face. Then the little dude led the way across the square, stepping over the vomit-strewn entryway and throwing open the door to the tavern with flair. No one cared. Partially because there was no one really inside, and partially because any patrons the murdered bishop did have were beyond drunk. It was definitely the sort of place where you drank to forget. Drank to get obliterated and have no actual concept of life, really. I smiled. It was the kind of place I frequented on Earth. I felt at home. The tables and chairs, made of rough-hewn wood, looked like they'd been repaired more than once. Sawdust and grime lay thick across the floor. Something odd. The floor was wood, but it wasn't made of thick planks, or wide planks. Rather, it was a singular plank. One piece of wood covered the entire floor. I stared down at it, my mouth just agape, looking around at the floor, trying to find joinery of any kind, but it was a single piece of wood, the size of a tavern floor. It was just a small difference from what I was used to, really, but somehow it was more disturbing than the worm or the agagnern, or magic, or any of the other things I'd seen. It was something theoretically possible to have seen on Earth, and yet something practically impossible at the same time. That, more than almost anything, really forced me to come to terms with being in an entirely different world. The barkeep leaned on the bar like it was absolutely essential for support. She was a haggard-looking woman, seeming like the type to rarely bother being sober, and there was the hint that she might vomit at any time. She squinted at us through one eye and held the bar with both hands. "What are you doing here?" She slurred at us, or in our general direction. I shook my head to hide the bit of a laugh and strode over to the bar, sliding to stop on a stool. "I'm looking for 2 things," I started. "Better get your hopes down," she snapped, "unless what you're looking for is disappointment." "Already found that. It's in abundance here," I replied. "I'm interested in an ale." "No ale." "Lager?" "No lager." "IPA?" "What in the fuck is that you're yammering on about?" "Okay, so maybe you just give me a mug of something." A twinkle formed in her eyes. She reared back and hawked the biggest, meanest, juiciest loogie into a dirty mug that had definitely been used at least once that evening. Then she slammed it on the counter between us. "1 gold," she snapped, her wry smile showing just how proud she was of her joke. The old me, the biker me, would have slurped down the snot and then broken the mug on her mug, and I was tempted to here. But at the same time, I thought about being a duke and whatnot now. Ducal behavior probably didn't include drinking snot and starting bar brawls. I smiled and flipped a gold coin on the counter. "Let's just pretend I drank her cocktail and it was delightful," I said. Part 2. She snatched the coin off the counter and sneered at me. Her teeth, tooth, was black and a little furry. "Part 2?" she asked. "You want to take me behind the counter?" Ragnar audibly retched. "No, not in the slightest," I quickly said. "Pity," the barkeep said. "I'm looking for a man named Philemon." "Why?" she asked. I debated how to handle this, but it occurred to me that the longer I took, the worse off Nickel I was. So I just pulled out the favor coin and showed it to the barkeep. She peered closely at the coin, and her entire demeanor changed. "Ah," she said, all of a sudden clear as a bell. "Just a moment, if you please." The barkeep disappeared below the bar. I looked around the tavern again and saw that all the drunks were now watching me, seemingly sober and alert. It took a few moments before she reappeared, coming up behind the bar as if climbing up a staircase. "This way," she said, gesturing for us to walk around the bar, where there was a staircase leading down to a basement. I gave one more look at the tavern and just shrugged. No way out now. Chapter 6. We went down the stairs into what seemed like the exact opposite bar. It was comfortably lit, with plenty of wall sconces and overhead lanterns. There were plenty of tables in the under tavern, all looking well kept and of quality. Nearly all of them had at least 2 patrons, and most of them had 3. A bald bartender gave a little wave to the haggard woman leading us down. Off to one side, I sported 7 players engaged in a card game of sorts, happening around a felt-covered table. There were also billiard tables back there, all in use. One man sat alone, a gent with a large hat topped with a ludicrous feather. Well, alone except for the massive hunk of muscle and rage that stood behind him. His bodyguard, I guessed. The muscle glared at me as I walked down the stairs, while the gent gave a lazy raise of his hand. Our escort pointed to the gent. "Philemon," she said. Without waiting for a response, she pushed past us and walked back up to where we'd found her. "Please," the gent said, his voice sultry yet unpleasant. "Have a seat. I'm very curious to hear about you." I gave the man my best smile, hoping all my points in charisma were about to pay off. I sat across from him and saw that my 2 comrades had pulled up chairs of their own and sat down. The gent raised an eyebrow at the Lutra. "You have a problem with them?" I began. "Not at all," he replied. "Rare to find a human willing to be seen as equals with others here." "Maybe I'm not human." He gave a wry smile and shook his head. "You are an amusing sort. Not human," he chuckled. You are a large and hirsute human, but most definitely a human. I don't do mysterious well, I said, sliding the favor coin across the table. Ah, but you being here at all is a mystery to me. You see, knowing my name is rare amongst those who reside in Osterstadt, of whom you are not. But possessing my favor, that is of utmost interest to me, for I have given out but 3. I know to whom I have gifted all 3 of my favors, and you are not one of them, so who are you? Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall. Oh, nobility. Philemon looked back at his bodyguard, but the bodyguard did not smile. Ignore Giles. He lost his sense of humor when I stopped him killing on the daily. Who are your furry companions? Skeld Woodingson and Ragnar Helfdane, I said. My hearthmen. A noble with his very own hearth. My, what a delicious turn this evening has taken. I'm glad we could entertain you. It is almost all I could hope for. Now, on to the main event. The favor you have come to collect. What is it you seek? I need to get someone out of prison. Osterstadt prison? That's the one. Philemon shook his head. That is more than a challenge. Perhaps even more than a favor. But can it be done? I have confidence it will be done at some point, but as far as I know, not yet. So your favor is not good? He gritted his teeth. The favor is good, but you are asking for something I cannot give you. You cannot dangle my favor above me and ask for the heart of a dragon if I cannot get you a heart of a dragon. That is not how favors work. That is how wishes and disappointment work. I leaned back in the chair, listening to it creak, and wrapped my fingers across the table. Let's talk turkey here, I said. I need to get a dude out of the prison. You have a very strange way of talking. Apologies. Where are you from? North of Salmiers, I lied. He raised an eyebrow. Continue. I need to get this dude out of Osterstadt prison. One way or another, I'm getting him. So what can this, I tapped the favor on the table, get me? Philemon sighed. You are determined. I am. Then let us have a quick conversation so you perhaps understand the pointlessness of your resolve. There is but a single entrance to the jail. It is used by the city guards who live in the barracks there, as well as those bringing anything into the prisoners. All waste is disposed of on site. As far as I know, nothing comes out of there. Not even their shit. The city sewers do not connect. How about I dress up as a guard to get in? Boy, getting in is the easy part. Out is the impossible. Oubliette, came a gruff yet somehow squeaky voice. Philemon's head swiveled around to glare at Giles. Then the dungeon, Giles continued. Silence, you mammoth, Philemon snapped. Giles looked down at his feet, somehow looking chagrined and dangerous at the same time. Do not listen to him, Philemon started, but my curiosity had been piqued. What's an oubliette? I asked. Is that just a fancy name for the prison? Philemon shook his head. The oubliette is the lowest part of the prison. It is where you are sent where they want you dead but want to pretend your blood is not on their hands. It is nothing more than a hole in which you are thrown to be forgotten. Forever. And this dungeon, what about it? It is a foolish legend. It is not just a legend, Philemon. Giles said. "It is real." "A foolish legend that claims the treasures of the ancients rest in a grand dungeon underneath the city," Philemon snapped. "And the fools who keep yammering about said legend also like to say the only remaining entrance is through the oubliette and the Osterstadt prison." "Is there an exit to the dungeon?" I asked. "Presumably. It is wherever the grand treasures of the ancients are. But as there are no grand treasures, no dungeon, and certainly not were there ancients." "Yes, of course. Who do you think cut the pass from the plains of Glatten to the Emerald Sea? But they were wiped out by some cataclysm, or destroyed by their own hubris. Whatever the case and cause of their demise, they left nothing but smooth stone, and this passed through the mountains behind." "Okay, but theoretically, if these dungeons existed, which they don't—" "Right, but if they did, could they be a way out of the prison?" "It would only be a way out of the prison should you consider beheading a method out of the prison. Should you view death a viable option, I guarantee there are easier methods than dying in the dungeon. If it exists, which it does not." "Does too," Giles offered. "Neontes has been there." "Neontes is little more than a lunatic at the best of times," Philemon said. "Yes," Giles continued, something like a smile in his horrible face. "But he has been in the dungeon." "He says he has been in the dungeon, but he also says he has satisfied a nymph and beheaded a dragon." "Just because he lies, it does not preclude him from telling the truth." Philemon's jaw dropped open. He stared back at his beastly bodyguard. "Giles, where have you learned to speak that way? It does not become you. Stop sounding intelligent at once." "Sorry, boss." Philemon turned back to face us. "Neontes," I said. "Maybe who did you get this favor from?" "Leon Glatten." "Nobles helping their own, eh? Tell me, are the whispers true?" "Which whispers might those be?" "I think you know." "The Emperor?" Philemon touched his finger to his nose. I gave the slightest of nods. Philemon nodded in return, a shared sort of sadness. "As far as rulers go, I cannot complain overly much. I fear we shall miss him more each passing day." For a moment, I felt the impulse to ask the man about his history, about life before the Empire came to Osterstadt. But curiosity lost to urgency. I needed to move the languid conversation along. "I'm on a bit of a time crunch here today," I said. "Or, tonight. I need to get this guy out of prison before the Emperor's brother—" "Valamir? That's the one. I need to get my friend out before Valamir issues the execution order." "How much time do we have?" "Apparently that all depends on the whims of Valamir." "Ah," Philemon said with a wave of his hand. "So no time at all. Seems that way means it kinda needs to happen tonight." Philemon sighed, long and languid. "You ask nothing but impossibilities of me. And here I was led to believe you're a man who can accomplish the impossible." He waggled a finger and tut-tutted me. "You presume much," he said. "But I do appreciate a challenge. Before I let you speak to Neontes, before anything else occurs this evening, I need to ask you something." "Shoot." "You are going into the prison, whether I assist you or not, correct?" "Yes." "And nothing will dissuade you from this?" "Nope." "Then I find myself in a strange position. You should see where I'm at." Mild smoke from my shoddy joke. "Sadly, I cannot get you out of the prison. I cannot even tell you of a means to extricate yourself from the prison. I can, if you insist, get you into the prison. No offense, but I'm pretty sure I can figure out how to get into prison. Can you do it with your equipment and your comrades? Okay, now that is certainly a tempting proposal. I regret to say that I cannot give you this just for the favor you have for me. I thought if you are going into the prison to get someone out, then it will be just as easy for you to get to someone's out. I pushed back from the table, feeling like I was about to get taken for a ride. So you need a favor from me, but you aren't willing to take the favor I already have from you to help me? I am offering you an additional favor from me. For a favor from me, which, if I understand you correctly, is getting someone out of a prison you claim is inescapable. He seemed to go over what I'd said in his mind, then nodded. Exactly. What if I don't want to do that? Then I am afraid I cannot assist you. You won't fulfill your favor? There was a long and pregnant silence as he looked at me, a look that grew increasingly cold as the seconds ticked along. I'm not saying I won't do it, I said finally, knowing full well I had just lost the battle of wills. I'm just trying to figure out how this favor system works, is all. Oh, he said, smiling again as if we were the best of buddies. It is an arcane and bizarre system that no one really understands. But suffice to say there are rules involved, and denying a favor is a very bad idea. I gritted my teeth, choosing not to say anything to the man. He had definitely played me. If I'd held out long enough for him to admit he wasn't fulfilling the favor, then maybe I would have something. Instead, I ended up doing a favor for the dude instead of receiving one. Are you willing to do my quest, for which I will offer you a favor in return? He asked. You have been offered a quest by Philemon. Rescue the maiden. Rescue the girl, Emmeline Rogers, from the Osterstadt prison and bring her to the dukedom of Cogshall, preferably alive. Reward for success: a favor from Philemon and his assistance getting into the prison. Penalty for failure or refusal: Philemon's intense dislike and all that entails. Yes or no? Fine. Splendid. Now that we have that out of the way, let me tell you what I need. There is a young woman in the prison. She's there for... well, is it important what she did? Someone did not like what it was she did, and I would prefer she not remain in that prison. In fact, I would like you to take her with you once you depart the prison, as I assume you are removing your friend from Osterstadt once he is out, yes? Right? Then you will take the young girl with you wherever it is that you go. Forever? Yes. That is a pretty damn big favor, dude. What I am able to offer you in return is pretty damn big itself. Which is... do you have no idea who I am? Besides a dude who hangs out in the basement of a nasty bar? No. I dare say you should do your research, my lord, and you will come to know what a valuable coin you have. That is but one of 4 favors I have ever given out. Yeah, and now I have 2 of them. That you do. Consider how lucky you are. Super lucky. Who's the girl? Who she is to me is irrelevant to you. Suffice it to say, I find her important. Therefore, you will... I meant, does she have a name? Clearly I'd struck a nerve, which made me curious. Emmeline Rogers. Do you know where she is in the prison? Dear boy, I do not even know if she is alive. Okay, if I can't get her out, if she is deceased, which I doubt but do not know, I will not hold you accountable for anything on your end. I will only request that you pay me for my time getting you in. Okay, so if she's dead and I make it out, I give you the favor coin. If she's alive and I make it out with her, you give me another of your favors. That sounds agreeable, he said. Deal, I said, formally accepting the quest by clicking the yes button in my head. I will rescue Emmeline Rogers from Osterstadt prison. Frankly, I do not believe you will. But you taking the quest means I will have done my best to get her out, and my conscience is now... He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Clear. I feel better. How about you? A drink? Kind of on the clock. So be it. Philemon snapped his hand up, finger held high. Giles, fetch Leontes and bring him to me. Giles nodded and walked off. Tell me, Philemon said, sipping a drink that had magically appeared. What is it you need to take into the prison with you? This bag, I said, pointing to my knapsack. Is that everything? That and these two, I said, with a thumb pointing to either otter. Philemon nodded, took another sip of his drink, and looked at the ceiling, making a show of thinking about things. And that's when things got weird. Giles came back, pushing a large cabinet on squeaking wheels. I noticed that the underground area had become remarkably quiet, making the screeches echo in the silent basement. Everyone watched us now. Giles rotated the cabinet around, presenting it in a manner that made it seem like he'd done this a million times before, a little bit theatrical and a lot of bit rehearsed. Then, with an awkward flourish, Giles opened the cabinet. Chapter 7. The thick door swung out to reveal a square glass container filled with an intensely dark purple liquid of some sort, but a brilliant pink swirled through every once in a while. It wasn't something that I had seen before in this bizarre new world, nor the old, and I couldn't begin to guess what would happen next. A hand smacked against the glass, gnarled, gross, and incomplete. It looked like it had been submerged for a decade, which, to be fair, it might have been. Certainly seemed likely. The hand's skin looked like as if it had been badly burned or dipped in black ink, or maybe it was just heavily decayed. It clenched, as if it was trying to pull against the glass. That's when something I could only surmise had once been a human face smushed up against the glass. A milky eye darted about, and the remains of a mouth made some sort of attempt at talking. At least that's the only thing I could imagine it was doing. It took everything I had to not throw up. By the sound of liquid hitting the floor next to me, it seemed Skeld hadn't managed holding it together. What do you need? A warbling voice issued forth from the glass cabinet, sounding almost like it came from a hidden speaker nearby. I said, speaking to Philemon, but unable to take my eyes from the monstrosity before me. What in the actual fuck am I looking at? Leontes, Philemon replied matter-of-factly. Leontes, say hello. The milky eye focused in on me, and a hello came through. The mouth did not move. Hi, Leontes, I managed to get out. Is he okay? Leontes, for his part, ducked back into the dark purple liquid, the pink swirling around for a moment before disappearing as well. Then he returned, slamming his nasty torso against the glass case, causing the whole cabinet to rock on the wheels a little. His torso showed the ruined remains of what I could only guess was a monster attack of some kind, because it straight up looked like something massive had taken a chunk out of the man's body. Another slammed against the glass, and the cabinet started to tilt. "Giles," snapped Philemon. "Pay attention." Giles jumped into gear, grabbing the cabinet and stabilizing it. "Neontes," Philemon said, his voice soft and slithery, making my skin crawl. "Should you break that cabinet, I will only bill you for the repair. So be a dear and just do your job." The face reappeared, the single eye glaring at Philemon. But Philemon just winked and lifted his drink and a toast. The remains of Neontes' mouth seemed to open in a scream, and he disappeared back into the purple. "Ask your questions of the remains," Philemon said to me. "His ability to be coherent is sadly limited these days." I had no idea what to make of that, but I was intensely curious about this whole situation, and my mind was running 1,000 miles an hour. "The dungeon under the prison. Does it exist?" I asked. "Yes," Neontes replied in his warbling, watery noise-like voice. "And you can get to this dungeon from the Osterstadt prison?" "Yes." "Are you lying to me?" Silence. So that could be a yes, could be a no. "Where does the dungeon exit?" I asked. "Emerald Sea." "You have been to the dungeon?" "I have." "And you got out alive?" Silence. "Really?" Philemon asked, incredulous. "He is obviously dead." "I mean, he's talking, right?" "Necromancy," Ragnar breathed. "Yeah," I replied. "I guess that's a bit obvious now that you've pointed it out." "Neontes, where is the entrance to the dungeon?" "In the jail," Neontes warbled. It was difficult to make out exactly what he was saying. "Where in the jail?" I pressed. A bunch of words came out. Well, things like words. Noises that could be words, but nothing triggered my languages skill, so he was quite literally just making noises. Finally, he uttered the phrase, "The undermined." And then there was silence. "And that is the show," Philemon said to the room at large. "Free entertainment, how generous I am. I hope you all choose to at least buy an extra drink tonight." I looked around to see that everyone had gathered closer to watch Neontes and I talk. There was a bit of chattering and some money changing hands, but just as quickly as they had come over, the patrons returned to their tables and their drinks. Giles closed up the cabinet and began rolling it away. I stammered, sounding about as intelligent as Neontes. "The undermine? Is there a mine in the prison, like a workforce thing?" "You would have to ask Neontes that, but I'm afraid he's a bit done for now. Should you wish to come back and chat with him again, that can be arranged, for a price." "Does he have anything else worth telling me?" "That is also something you would need to ask Neontes." "What's his story, anyway?" "Neontes? The man borrowed an immense sum from me, knowing he was going to prison. He did not think to pay me back. His corpse was found in the sea. I bought it and brought him back so that he might pay me back the money he stole." "Do you charge for shows or something?" "I do. Some pay for the curiosity. Some pay to ask questions. You I have allowed access for free this time, so you might know a little more about what you are up against." "So there's a mine in the jail?" "Not that I know of." But I make a point of not knowing anything about that horrid place. Okay, I said. How do we get into the prison? That has been arranged. Your bag, please. I took the unfillable knapsack, my most valuable possession, technically all my possessions, and I set it on the table. You must actually let go of it, you know, Philemon said. This was a stupid idea, but I did it. His hand dangled above it, and I saw bright runes float down out of his ring, settling onto the bag. Oh, very nice indeed, Philemon said with just enough of a wink to make me feel terrible about everything that had so far transpired. If you will kindly go upstairs and wait outside, someone will be along shortly. And the bag? It will be with you again. I felt someone grab my shoulder. Giles pulled me to my feet and then gave a pretty solid attempt at making me move. Thing was, I wasn't interested in being handled, so I stood my ground. Giles frowned, making the sort of face I'd seen plenty of times when the dude who built his life being the strongest and the biggest met someone who was stronger. It was a confusion mixed with anger. Giles tried harder, and I just smiled at him, not moving. Hey, he started, and I could see him moving quickly towards violence. I put my hand in my pocket and pulled out the favor coin. I flipped it onto the table. Let's just put this back into play, I said. As a favor, make sure all my stuff gets back to me. And tell your mook to keep his paws to himself. Philemon's smile slowly crept up. Dear boy, I am hurt. We have entered into an agreement, a quest. We are connected. Do you really think I might do something as base as to steal from you the thing you require to complete the quest? He flipped the coin back up at me, and I caught it from the air. Though some of us may traffic in the darkness, there is yet honor amongst us. I will give you a piece of advice, Philemon said, pulling a small book from his pocket and setting it on the table. When you have an object of this value, this rarity, you must learn to hide it better, especially amongst unscrupulous types. I picked up the book. Goodness, you have found the spellbook, Conceal Truth. Without hesitation, I slipped the book open and gave it a look. The pages whipped back and forth. A light seemed to shoot into my eyes, and then that delicious and horrible pain took over, as my brain was rewired to make room for a spell. Look at that. You've learned the spell, Conceal Truth, Level 1. Conceal Truth allows you to alter what others are able to read about you and your objects. At higher levels, you can conceal more. At Level 1, you are able to conceal certain details of your possessions. You are a daring man, Philemon said. Taking in magic like that while in public. I dare say I look forward to seeing what you do in the future. Now be gone. Chapter 8. My hearth and I left with little fanfare, walking up the stairs, through the fake bar, and out into the streets. A cold wind blew off the emerald sea, west to east. The intoxicating scent of pine and wilderness was overwhelming. The sounds of the city were muted, and I had an intense feeling of being isolated, despite the urban setting. The otters perked up and immediately scanned the area. They'd heard something. I picked it up a second later. The jingle-jangle of armor, of armors, boots tromping on the stone roads. Across the square, a group of guards came marching in quickstep. They were fully armed and armored, all bearing the sigils of the city guard. That was quick, I said. Too quick, came Skeld's reply. I could see him tighten his grip on his spear. "No," I snapped. "Arms down. We're not here to fight." "We are here to be arrested," Ragnar said, dropping his spear and leaning up against the wall. The three of us watched the guards come across the square until they were about 15 or so feet away, at which point they stopped and leveled their pikes at our faces. "Montana Cogshall?" the leader asked, loud and proud. "Yeah," I replied. "But wouldn't it be embarrassing if I wasn't?" She was a little confused by my response. "You are Montana Cogshall?" "He is Lord Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall," Ragnar shot back, coming to standing and baring his teeth at the guards. "Apologies for foregoing your whole title, my lord," she said with more than a hint of sarcasm. "But I have the warrant for your arrest, and you will come with me." I lifted my hands and showed my palms. "No need for weapons. We will come peacefully." The city soldiers looked to their leader, who looked at me. I think she saw I had nothing on my person, no blade at my side, no bag on my back, just a few small pouches tied to my belt. Finally, she nodded, and the pikes slowly went up. Again, I offered up my wrists, ready to receive some manacles. The leader nodded to one of her underlings, and there were soon chains on me. The guy who snapped the manacles around my arms stepped back quickly, as if he was afraid I might attack him. I didn't. I mean, obviously. The Lutra were allowed to remain free and walked beside me. We were marched through the city, north until we hit the main road, then going east a goodly distance before turning back south, back towards the poor side of town. No one was awake, at least that's what it seemed like to me. Outside of a few main streets, there weren't even many streetlights going, just a whole lot of dark corners. Every once in a while, we'd pass a tavern, and if anyone was outside, they'd make a quick jump back inside and away from the guards. The mountains loomed ahead, tall, imposing, a slash of absolute darkness in the otherwise star-filled sky. The road dead-ended directly into a large wooden door plonked in a massive, unpleasant building. There were no windows I could see, just sheer stone, somewhere north of 100 feet tall. It was the ultimate example of brutalist architecture. As soon as that thought popped into my head, I stopped walking. Where the fuck had I learned about brutalist architecture? The guards came to a stop directly in front of the door, and the leader slammed her fist against it. 3 pounds. A small door within the larger door opened up, light spilling out and silhouetting a figure, someone who wasn't big. "Dropping off or picking up?" the figure asked the guards. "Dropping off," the leader replied. "Just a minute," the gate figure said, then shut the door. We stood in silence together. It started to feel awkward. "Do this thing a lot?" I asked the man next to me. He seemed shocked I had spoken to him. He just turned away, pretending he hadn't heard me. "You could at least be civil," I said. "They have orders not to speak to you," the leader said. "The Empire wants to know what you know. If you were to tell one of these men or women anything, then they would garner Empire interest. Perhaps enough even to make the Empire come and collect them in the middle of the night to disappear into this hellhole for the rest of their lives. So please do not speak to them." I was super tempted to start blabbing about all sorts of things that sounded like important secrets. But then I realized that these cats were just doing their job. And for the most part, they'd been total professionals about it. So, back to awkward silence. A moment later, the door opened again, and a tall, thin man in long gray robes came out. His hair reached nearly down to his elbows. As he moved forward, all the city guards backed off. He walked right up to me. His breath fetid, his teeth a horror show, and his nails so long and black they'd easily pass as talons. He grabbed my arm, and I felt an intense fire spread over me. My indicium stretched out before me, and the man's eyes seemed to light up, even though my skin was covered. "Nobility," the man said, almost breathless with excitement. "Oh, how I look forward to having you in my possession. What I can do to you, I am so very excited. It is like a holiday for me. You can go now, officers. Thank you." The lead guard nodded, and the city guard marched away into the night. "Are these your pets?" the man said, looking from Ragnar to Skeld. "How cute. Perhaps I will let you keep them for the night. Skin them tomorrow at your first indiscretion. I find many are more willing to chat honestly when their pets are threatened, even over their own lives." I gritted my teeth, really wanting to see if I had the strength to tear through the manacles. Then maybe see if I could rip this asshole's teeth out of his head and beat him to death with his jawbones. "Ooh," the man said, pulling on the chain and leading me in. "You are tempted to hurt me, I think. Keep that anger inside. There is much yet to come." Despite the other ideas bouncing around in my skull, I knew the best course of action was compliance while waiting for my opportunity to make a run for it. So, instead of violently tearing out the man's eyeballs from his sockets and making a bolo tie out of them, I merely kept alert and watched everything, looking for any weakness I might exploit. The other side of the door was a well-lit courtyard, larger than I expected. A few wagons, a horse stable, a smithy set up in the corner with men and women still working the forge despite the late hour, sparks flying into the night sky like tiny meteors. There was a single door at ground level on the far side from where I'd entered, and windows farther up. Some lights were on, but most of the rooms were dark. A small walkway rimmed the courtyard, about 20 feet above ground level, where archers stood watching me. Arrows knocked. The robed man led me away from the door, which confused me until I realized the dark spot we were headed to wasn't just a shadow. It was a door. A flat door like that for a tornado shelter or a root cellar. As we got closer, it started to lift up. Light flared out, and I saw a set of stairs. We went underground. I had no way of knowing how long it would be before I saw the sky again. Chapter 9. At the base of the stairs, an armored man sat behind a desk. He looked up, saw the gray robe, and made a quick note in a large book. "Cell 212S, the guard said. "No," Gray Robe countered. "I want something more unpleasant." The guard sighed and flipped through his book. "Cell 642? Gray Robe thought for a moment, then nodded. The guard made another mark in his book. "Proceed," the guard said. Another armed and armored man looked me and the Lutra over, then opened the door and stood to the side. Gray Robe pulled me in. "They will not speak to you," Gray Robe said. "No one will. They all know of the new Duke, the one who wears a beard, the one who has taken land not meant for him. I am the only one who will speak to you. Unless your pets talk. Do they talk?" "Mutes," I said. "How unfortunate." Gray Robe grabbed the chain connecting my manacles and pulled me along. I quickly lost my sense of direction in the maze of hallways. All the walls, floors, and ceilings were made of dark stone. All the doors looked identical. Large uniform candles were placed at regular intervals. Suddenly, Gray Robe reached out and opened a random door, revealing a staircase. We marched down. More hallways, more dark stone. Everything perfectly designed to make it impossible to remember where you were, to incite confusion and consternation. It was working. For the most part. There was, however, one thing they didn't seem to really count on, and that was the ability to read. I had little to do as we walked, considering that someone was leading me along, basically determining my every step for me. So I spent that time scrutinizing everything I could. And right above the doors, I started to notice small numbers carved right where the ceiling joined the wall. Super easy to miss, but once you see it, like Tom Cruise's smile being out of place by a single tooth, you couldn't ever overlook it again. Finally, Grey Robe opened another door, this one to a cell. It wasn't small. I've certainly spent nights in worse ones. But it was impressively oppressive. 20 feet tall, thick, chunky stone, a small hole in one corner, some old straw in the opposite. There were several spots on the walls where someone could be chained, as well as extra chains hanging down from the ceiling. He shoved me in, leaving the manacles in place, and ushered the 2 Lutra in after me. "I will come for you when I decide morning is," Grey Robe said. "Sleep well one last time, and know that if you choose to give me what it is I need, then I will be merciful." "You want to just ask now? Maybe it's something I don't even want." "Oh, I doubt that very much." The door slammed shut. I heard the unmistakable clinks of a very heavy lock snapping into place. A small hatch slid open, and some eyeballs peered in at me. Grey Robe again. "Hey, man," I said. "Why don't you just ask?" "A man," Grey Robe said, "even one as you, will not likely divest himself of his inheritance if he has just asked." "My inheritance? Who wants the land, huh?" He smiled, then slammed the hatch closed as well. The room was dark, very dark. Just a thin strip of light squeaked under the door. "You guys got dark vision, right?" I asked. "We do," Skeld said. I flipped that mental switch, and the room came to light. "All right," I said. "We need to take inventory here." I patted my pockets and checked my pouches. "I've got a bit of gold and a bit of silver." "I got a dagger," Ragnar said. "As do I," Skeld added. "And some coins." "I have some hardtack," Ragnar said. "2 biscuits," Skeld said. "Well, I have fishing line and hook." "I have bait." The 2 Lutra were getting closer, face to face, staring each other down as they pulled various bits and bobs from their persons. "Not a competition here, gents," I said. "We gotta work together. And pretty sure we've got basically nothing useful here. Look around the room, see what past occupants have left us." "Are you expecting to find the bag?" Ragnar asked. I shook my head. "I'm optimistic we'll get the bag back." Philemon didn't exactly seem trustworthy, but he did believe in honor and paying debts. Biggest problem? I don't think this was his plan. I think Valimir found out about us quickly. "Or you?" "Sure, or me, and he wanted to question me." "I don't think," Ragnar said. "Valimir is the one behind this." I blinked. Ragnar had just used a contraction. I wondered if my style of speech would spread further, and if that would be a good or bad thing. "And why is that?" Skeld said. "Because the grey-robed man said something about you taking land that was not yours. Makes me think, and this is just postulating." Ragnar started to pace back and forth. "Makes sense someone wanted the Cogswhole dukedom for themselves, but you got it first." "Northwoods," I said. Ragnar just shrugged in reply. "I would not say he is without suspicion." I felt anger course through me. The cold kind of rage that was always behind my stupidest mistakes. I wanted to find Northwoods and rip his fucking head off. My hands were clenched so tight I could feel my nails digging into my palms. I wanted to break something. I looked at the door, and I even managed to take a step towards it before realizing I had to play this smart. There were more people who were depending on me here. Pointedly, Nikolai. If I just broke the door down, I'd be forced to fight my way through the prison. That would definitely mean killing a lot of people. People who were just cogs in the machine doing their jobs. And that was no way for me to build a relationship with my closest neighbor city. I had to be sneaky and smart. My two worst skills. Realizing that only made the desire to break things even stronger. The manacles seemed like a reasonable place to start. I wrapped the joining chain around my wrists over the actual manacles and started pulling. Harder. And harder. The weak link in the chain started to unbend, and it failed rather spectacularly, shooting out and ricocheting off the wall. With my arms free, I stretched out and got the blood flowing again. Despite breaking the manacles, I wasn't satisfied. I wanted to break more. I jumped up, grabbed the chains, and started climbing. "Is this a thing we should be asking about?" Skeld asked. "No," I snapped back. The climbing itself felt amazing. There's something almost magical about climbing with just your arms. I'd always been too heavy to do more than one pull-up, and I'd never climbed the rope in gym class. But here, in my new body, climbing was easy, effortless, almost fun. I got to the ceiling and did a little peeking around. The dark stone bricks were flat and regular. Whomever had done the construction on this place was remarkably skilled. Still gripping the chain, I flipped upside down. Boss?" Ragnar asked, looking up at me. "Move," I shot back. I got my feet planted and pushed, getting my arms out straight so I could pull the chains out of the ceiling. At first, nothing happened. I just strained. But just as I was about to give up, there was a very slight pop, and that was that. Those damn chains were coming out of the ceiling. I reset, getting a little more bend in the knees. Then I gave it everything I had. Groaning, straining, feeling that glorious burn in my legs, my arms, and across my whole body, blood rushing into my head. A sharp crack rang out as the stone block split in two, releasing the heavy metal eye bolt. Then the chain, the ceiling, and I went crashing to the ground. I hit hard enough to cause some damage to myself. It hurt. A lot. I lay there on the ground, feeling the pain, but also feeling that rage subside. Maybe it wasn't the healthiest means of dealing with the issue, but at least I hadn't done something truly stupid. Ragnar and Skeld were both looking up, totally ignoring me on the ground. "What are you two looking at?" I asked. "Light," Ragnar said. It took a moment to roll over so I could look up at the ceiling. Sure enough, there was a bit of light leaking through. I'd pulled down a fair amount of ceiling rock, plus the long length of chain, and had exposed the floor of the room above. And that floor was wood. The wood was cut into boards, long and thin, the diametric opposite of what had been in the murdered bishop. I had to wonder if that was a result of the giant trees being so close. Here in Osterstadt, having massive wood available, the thin strips would be a sign of luxury, that more work had been done to the wood. A singular chunk, on the other hand, that'd be something you might get as a leftover from an actual project. I made a mental note to ask some native Osterstadter once I had a free moment. There was just enough of a gap between the floorboards that I could see a little bit of friendly orange candlelight, or maybe firelight, peeking through. "Well, shit," I said. "We might have a way out of here." "How are you going to climb back up there?" Skeld asked. "With what, having ripped the chain out of the ceiling so subtly?" "If I hadn't ripped the chain out, we wouldn't know there was a wooden floor up there, numbnuts," I shot back. "Weren't we working together, as a team?" Ragnar said. "Does that mean you're volunteering to go up there?" "How would I climb?" "You'd fly." "I know we Lutra are a new species to you, but flight is not one of our—" I picked Ragnar up and threw him straight up. There was a bit of a surprised yell, but then he hit the ceiling. My aim was slightly off, and he dropped, unable to catch hold of any of the joists above. I managed a graceless catch on his way down, and he promptly bit me, so I dropped him. "You bit me! You threw me! Look at this teamwork," Skeld said, not even trying to contain his furry smile. "You shut your mouth," I snapped back. Chapter 10. Tossing the otters up into the air wasn't exactly the easiest thing. Neither of them were happy about it, and neither of them were great at flying or being thrown. There were flailing limbs, missed catches, and a lot of cursing. I had to heal Ragnar twice, and after that he refused to do it anymore. Eventually, though, Skeld managed to get 2 tiny daggers into the floorboards, and himself wedged between the stone bricks of the ceiling and the wooden planks of the floors. From there, I tossed the chain up to him, over and over, until he snagged the eye bolt. Then it was time for him to work on getting it wedged into place until it could hold me. That took another few tries, and me falling on my ass a bit. Finally, it was in place. Skeld slid down the chain and threw himself down on the ground, absolutely exhausted. Ragnar didn't look much better. I realized I needed to do a little better remembering that other creatures didn't have the luxury of my limitless stamina. "You guys rest and, listen at the door," I said. "Let me know if someone is coming." "At which point you will do what?" Skeld asked from the ground. "Pull the chain down so we have to do that all over again?" "Let's all hope I've got a better plan should the need arise." A quick scurry along the chain, and I got myself up against the wood floorboards. The tiny Lutra daggers were comical in my hands, but they were made of metal, and they were long enough that I could slide them in between the joists and the flooring. That gave me just enough leverage to pop the floorboards up. Not much, but enough of a start to work at making a hole for me to scurry through. It was a long and involved process, one that was rather joyless. I kept stubbing my fingers against metal and wood. My hands were littered with splinters. But eventually I managed to get enough space that I could fit my arm and some of my head through to the room above. The room seemed designed primarily for comfort, like a staff room for the guards or the torturers to relax in between drawings and quarterings. There were comfy-looking chairs arranged in a sitting area with a plush carpet. An armoire leaned against the wall on the other side of the room. No one was in there, but it was clear the room was only recently vacated. The fire crackled and popped as newly placed logs caught flame, and smoke curled from a pipe resting on the table. Judging how much of my body I'd squeezed through the hole I'd made in the floor, I figured I could continue prying boards up and out for a few hours so my whole self could get through. Or I could send one of the boys up to see if that was worth my time. "You too well rested?" I asked. "No," came the inevitable reply from Ragnar. "I can do it," Skeld said, sounding tired himself. "I can do it," Ragnar snapped back. "I was just being honest and saying, hey," I snapped. "One of you scamper up the chain and go through the hole." Down below, the two played their little game, and Skeld won. He pointed up. Ragnar dutifully climbed up the chain and over me before he slipped through the hole into the room. "What do you want me to do?" Ragnar asked. "Look for anything useful, like keys." He nodded and was off. These guys could really move when they wanted to. He scrambled around the room, opening and looking into everything. I could hear his feet across the floor, but I couldn't exactly track him around the room without shoving myself through the hole again. This was definitely one of the downsides to being as large as I was. I had the feeling a normal person would be able to get through. But that was a problem I'd managed for a long time. Even back on Earth, I'd often been too big. I heard Ragnar opening up the armoire and rooting through it. "Robes," he whispered. "Grab 'em." A heartbeat later, I was hit in the face with a bunch of gray fabric. I let it drop to the ground, figuring Skeld could take care of it. Then I heard what I'd been dreading. Footsteps outside the door to the room upstairs. Cover the hole, I hissed. I hear someone. Ragnar, not quite the sharpest otter in the shed, grabbed the carpet near the seating area and pulled it over the hole, which left him upstairs. But it did do a pretty solid job of covering up the hole. I heard the armoire door open and shut, a creak as the main door opened. There were some mutterings, but I couldn't quite make out what the person was saying. Something about blood and the need for better uniforms. And then he stepped into the hole. The carpet dipped down, further and further, until I had to move out of the way as a body appeared in front of me. Well, a carpet-wrapped body. The thick carpet eventually reached the limit of the hole, and the figure was stuck, my guess, about chest-high. The body struggled for a second, but then it stopped with a suddenness. Given where the carpet was bunched up, I can only imagine it was around his ribcage. He tried to yell, but there wasn't enough air in his lungs. More struggles. "Ragnar!" I shouted. The body went still. "Stomp on him from above!" I shouted. The armoire door opened, and there were some definite sounds of surprise from the figure in the rug, and the sound of someone's face being stomped on. Grunts, groans, but no real movement. "He's totally stuck," Ragnar said. "Well, shit," I said. "Watch out below." I jumped and wrapped my arms around the figure in the carpet. We hung there for a wily coyote moment. Then there was a whoosh as the thickest part of the carpet came through the hole, and we dropped. The two of us made a solid thump against the floor, and it probably would have hurt a lot, if I'd been on the bottom. Instead, there was a kind man in a carpet who took the brunt of the blow. I rolled off him, grabbing the carpet and pulling it open. There was an older man inside, wearing a gray robe. His eyes went wide when he saw me, and his mouth struggled to make words while blood trickled from his ears. "What's up?" I asked with a smile. Chapter 11. Our new friend wore the same gray robes as the asshole who put us into the cell, but he wasn't the same dude. This guy had at least a modicum of dental hygiene. Mr. Clean-ish Teeth blinked a few times, trying to figure out what was happening. Then his eyes focused on me, and he seemed to realize what had happened. "You," he said, hissing it out. "Yep," I replied. "Me." "What have you done?" "Improvised?" He tried to get up, but it seemed like he'd broken his arm in the fall, and it crumpled under his weight. He grunted with undeniable pain. "Let me," I said, reaching out. "No," he snapped, fear coming out. He thought I was going to hurt him even more. And to be totally honest, that was my initial plan. I was actually thinking I'd force the bone out of his skin and stab him to death with it. But long term, would that really be the best play here? Ultimately, these dudes were just doing their jobs, fucked up as the jobs may be. I'd been saying that quite a bit lately, but I was trying to think of the long-term effects of my actions. If I was going to set up a city nearby, I'd need to keep relations reasonably friendly with Osterstadt, and cutting a bloody swath through their correctional facilities wasn't going to get things off to a good start. Fun, sure, but not smart. I knelt and put my hand on his arm. "What are you doing?" he snapped, trying to snatch his ruined arm away. I gritted my teeth and closed my eyes. I willed myself to be the bigger person, and not just physically. Instead, I sent my healing spell into the man. There was a spread of warmth from my hand, but despite the magic I'd poured in, I could feel the man's arm and the bones in his forearm were still apart. The man groaned in pain. He grimaced in my direction, making it quite clear that he found me repulsive. "You lack the proper spells to heal," he said through gritted teeth. He closed his eyes, muttered something, and glowing runes appeared around his head before settling around his arm. I heard a soft snap as the bones fused together, and the man finally let out a sigh of relief. The light dimmed above, and I saw Ragnar scuttling down the chain. "You hide the hole?" I asked. "Naturally." With a table? Better than a sign, I suppose. There wasn't a chance in hell someone would miss the fact that a large table had been moved to cover a massive hole in the floor, and that the big carpet was missing. Ragnar just shrugged. It was a mistake doing this, my captive said. There was a chance you could have walked out of here a free man, and now— Dude, I said, interrupting him, you and I both know that's a lie. You are involved in some shady shit, and personally, I'm feeling y'all have reasons to want me dead. The man was silent while he looked me up and down. Who are you? He finally asked. You don't know? He shook his head. The Duke, I offered. The one who stole the land. Well, now there we've got to disagree, but at least you've heard of me. He nodded, giving a sad sort of smile. It would appear you have run afoul of someone with power and money. Would that be Lord Northwoods? I fear I am unable to tell you that. Unable or unwilling? In most cases, I would be both. But you have me puzzled, my lord. I seem to do that to people. I got to my feet and shook my limbs out. I did a little jumping around. The cell was cool, bordering on cold, and I didn't want my muscles to seize up. I figured it was going to be quite some time before I got any rest. Let me ask you this, I said. You got keys to this place? To the prison? Of course I do. On you? Yes, but they will do you no good. And why is that? They are magically attuned to me. They will only work with my hand on them. What if I took your hand with me? He paused. You intend to cut my hand off? I mean, you could just come with me. Despite your kindness, we are currently on opposing forces, so you would need to kill me. I picked him up and gently laid him on the carpet, then rolled him up until his head was just sticking out. Wait, he said, struggling. Either we leave you here, or you come with us. Your choice. He struggled, but there was no way out. Too much weight on him, and even though he was squirming like mad, he made zero headway on his egress. You know, I said, sitting on the carpet, you could just come with us all the way. All the way where? To my dukedom. You cannot get out of this prison, even with me. You will never make it back outside. Yeah, we're not going that way. We're going the other way. There is no other way. The dungeon. 'Tis just a myth we let fools believe so they only escape into darkness. You're just saying that to discourage me. What is the tale you have been told? That you may find a path from the oubliette into the dungeons left by the ancients? Something along those lines. And you believe we would not know of this entrance? That we would not have blocked it off a long time ago? Or that we would not be using the dungeon to bolster the city's strength? You are a fool if you believe that nonsense. Not the first time I've been called a fool. Probably won't be the last. Then get off me, fool! I can barely breathe with your great weight upon this carpet. I stood and shook my head. You clearly have no sense of adventure, I said. Of course I do not. Are you insane? If that story is true, which it is not, you are speaking of going through the oubliette, a terror in itself, before making your way through an ancient dungeon, which exits where? Which version of that story have you heard? The Emerald Sea, the Council Building, the Treasury? Do you think you will finally find the lost treasure of the ancients in their dungeon which does not exist? None of these things are positive experiences. Nothing could possibly be contained in the horrors below which might entice me to accompany you, and that is notwithstanding knowing my life would be forfeit to Osterstadt should they ever find me. Yeah, I can see your point there. Okay, how about this? You say the oubliette is the danger zone, right? And there's no escape. No escape is correct. I am unfamiliar with the other term. So what's the problem in letting me into the oubliette? You have been brought here for a reason, Duke, and I dare say you have yet to provide whatever it is that is wanted from you. My land, right? Again, I do not know. Skeld hissed at me. Someone comes, Skeld said. I picked the carpet up and stacked it in the corner that would be hidden by the door. And then I shoved some hay in the man's mouth, much to his consternation. I got plenty of dirty looks while he tried to spit the disgusting straw out. Skeld and Ragnar stood on either side of the carpet, and I went to the center of the room, holding my hands as if the manacles were still in place. The small hatch slid open, and a man wearing a helm looked inside. "You Lord Cogshall?" the man said. I raised an eyebrow while I considered my options. The truth was always a good way to go. "Yes," I said. "Duke Cogshall?" the man asked. "Same man." "Montana?" "Yeah, that's me, Lord Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall." The man nodded once. Then he closed the hatch, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. He was dressed as a guard, wore the armor, had the tabard, all the bits and bobs to look like he was a real guard. Hell, he could have been a real guard. He had a rather rough face with a nose that looked like it had been broken more than not. He pulled the unfillable knapsack from under his tabard and passed it over to me. "A friend gave me that for you," the guard said. "He also told me to give you some directions and a means of egress." "Directions?" "From what I have been told, you are here for someone who's in a heap of trouble, right?" "Yeah." "I was paid to give you the way there." "Oh, that's awesome. Mind if I ask how the hell you found me?" "Yes." "Oh, okay, well, thank you." He pulled out a small piece of paper, one that looked like it had been folded over and over again. He pushed it into my hand. Then he gave me a heavy ring of large metal keys. "Keys are only to the doors you need. I'm leaving now," the guard said. "If I see you again, I will be forced to kill you. Start that way." He pointed to the left, and then turned and headed in the opposite direction. I looked at Ragnar, then at Skeld, then at the retreating form of the guard. "Holy shitballs," I said, not able to hide the smile on my face. "I can't believe he came through." I purposely avoided using Philemon's name. "It is quite a stroke of luck," Skeld said. "I admit to being fearful we were at our end." "Not yet," I said. "Not by a long shot." Unfolding the paper revealed a bunch of directions and a cell number, 6. Cell 6. In crap handwriting. The note explained that the directions would lead us past all the patrols, provided we followed it exactly. Down, down, right, left, down, left, down, right, down. 4th door on the left. Notably, our friendly guard didn't bother to lock our door, or even close it. And he definitely didn't look behind it, thankfully, which meant our gray-robed friend didn't get a look at the guard. I pulled the knapsack on, and Skeld tossed me a robe. It was a tight fit, but better than walking around like I was. The 2 Lutra pulled on their robes, which were comically large, and I took a last look at the rolled-up man in the corner, his eyes wide. "Dude," I said, "I'm not really one for leaving you here like this, because most likely you're going to really get hurt. But you refuse to come with us. And even though your people are the ones who will hurt you, you're probably going to do the dishonorable thing and start yelling as soon as you think I can't hear you. So what I need to know is, are you a man of honor?" The man nodded immediately. "You boys think that was a little too quick?" I asked. Skeld nodded, and Ragnar spit at the man's feet. "You're going to have to chance surviving on your own then," I said, shoving some more hay into the man's mouth. "Maybe think about a career change, bud." Then we left, the man inside screaming through a mouth full of disgusting hay. Chapter 12. We moved down the halls as quietly as we could, but despite our best attempts, All the prisoners in the cells we passed seemed keenly aware of us. Some called out to us, harassingly. More often we heard the scuttling of feet away from the doors, clearly broadcasting their fear that someone might come into their cell. Finally, we reached the end of the hallway where there was a door. It took a few tries, but one of the keys worked, and we opened the door to reveal a stairwell. The stairs spiraled in both directions, but our little crib sheet had instructed us to go down. Round and round we went. By the time we got to the next doorway, I definitely couldn't tell which direction was which, in a cardinal sense. Thank God for the directions. We moseyed out of the stairwell and headed down the next hallway. It was functionally identical to the prior hallway, but at the far end was a guard station. A few guards stood at something that strongly resembled a nurse's station in a hospital, talking in muted voices. They were way too far away to give us much notice, though. Otherwise, the brick was the same, the doors were the same, and the candles were in the exact same positions as above. With 3 ways we could go, we would definitely be lost without directions. But we followed our notes, and it almost seemed easy. One thing we noticed. As we got deeper, the ceilings got lower. The stone bricks had moisture on their surfaces, moss growing in the cracks. It seemed much older, or like the place had been largely ignored over the years. The floors were dusty, muddy along the edges where rivulets of moisture finally ran to the ground. The candles and their holders seemed more rudimentary, still magically smokeless, but without the finery there'd been upstairs. Somewhere in the middle of some random floor, I heard footsteps, the hard boots of guards tromping about. We'd been following the directions, even though they oft-times seemed ridiculous, and we'd only seen the backs of guards so far. I'd heard guards moving away from us a few times, either up the stairs when we headed down or down the hall when we crossed over, but this time, it sounded like we were going to run right into them. Thing was, if we ran back or tried to hide, I was almost 100% certain we'd get lost. It was just too easy to lose track of where we were going. Sure, we had the cell number, which meant we'd be able to find Nikolai eventually, but the directions made it much faster, and up until now, much safer. "We stand and fight," I said, "but no killing." I reached into the bag and pulled out the maquahuitl. I was ready for blunt weapon bashing. "Ready?" I asked. "You realize we have no weapons, right?" Ragnar asked. "Shit," I said. Into the bag, and then my mind froze. Weapons, preferably non-lethal. Clubs, I thought of clubs. Nothing. At the end of the hall, a door opened, a creak echoing off the brickwork. We were out of time. Armed men and women tromped through. "Behind me," I hissed, and stood up straight. I kept my arm holding the maquahuitl down at my side and pulled up the gray hood. "They'll never buy it," Ragnar whispered to me. He had a point. The robe didn't exactly fit. In fact, it would probably be more truthful to say that it didn't fit at all. The fabric stretched to its absolute limits trying to cover my body, several seams already having given up the fight, sending tendrils of thread out into the world. Then there were the 2 Lutra. They were smaller than any human, and their robes were massive on their tiny frames, like kids playing dress-up. I realized I should have told them to stand on each other's shoulders to make one skinny dude, but now I had to hope my tiny otters in their giant robes would pass unnoticed. I started walking as if I was exactly where I needed to be. My goal was the door they'd just come through, so by necessity, we would cross paths. The guards stopped when they saw the gray-robed figure coming towards them, moving to the side and getting out of the way. I walked along, head held high, looking out the side of my eye at the guards. They wore heavy armor, small plates of metal over thick leather, with swords hanging off their hips on the right and non-spiked maces on the left. Their eyes were all glued to me, and I could almost hear their cogs turning as they tried to parse out the truth of the situation. I counted 4 of them. A man with a busted nose, a man with a scar down the side of his face, a woman with a missing ear, and a man with a single blonde ringlet peeking out from under his helm. all human, which seemed a little odd until I remembered how Osterstadt was largely a human city, and that they tended to view non-humans as beneath them. In that light, it made sense that all the guards of their jail would be humans. As we walked by, both Ragnar and Skeld slipped along the outside of the hall, mostly able to blend into my robe. I heard the intake of breath first, and then the telltale noise of someone in armor moving. I just failed my bluff check. It was game time. As fast as I could, I got the Maquahuitl up in the line I figured would be where my opponent was swinging. There was a sharp sound as the guard's mace smashed into the Maquahuitl, followed by the hard sound of the volcanic glass breaking. The obsidian hit the walls, making an almost pleasant tinkling noise. I pushed back, stepping away to give myself room and survey the scene. Two of the guards were looking away, their hands in front of their eyes, Scarface and Nose. The one closest to me, Ringlet, had his sword out, swinging it my way. That left Missing Ear, the lady, with her mace against my Maquahuitl. I had just enough space to lean back, feeling one of the Lutras squish against the wall as the guard's sword swished by, but the tip caught my robe and cut through. I brought the Maquahuitl up, tilted it down to force the lady's mace down. Then I whipped the Maquahuitl across, smacking the woman with the flat of the weapon. There was a deep thud, and the woman stumbled a few steps. With my left hand, I grabbed Ringlet's sword arm and slammed it into the wall. Pain blossomed across my back, and I got my head around to see Scarface's face covered in blood and smiling big. "Gonna enjoy gutting you," Scarface snarled. "Boy." Pro tip for fighting in confined spaces when you're outnumbered: let your opponents fight themselves as much as they fight you. Nose hauled back his mace, which hit the wall behind him with a solid bong. I let go of Ringlet and got my leg up on the wall. I shoved back, smashing Scarface between my back and the wall. Missing Ear swung her mace, managing to both miss me and get in the way of Nose. She didn't exactly hit him, but they tangled each other up, giving me just enough time to haul Scarface over my shoulder and slam him into the wall in front of me, a wall where Ringlet had been just a moment ago, but my two comrades had pulled him down to the ground and were busy tying him up. Scarface made a disconcerting noise when he hit, and another when his face hit the ground, a sort of low moan. I left him for the Lutra. Ear and Nose finally got untangled and squared off against me. I had the Maquahuitl out, waiting for them to make a move. A moment of sizing each other up. Nose bolted. He just turned and burned. Ear looked stunned, snapping her head to see her wingman leaving her behind. I whipped the Maquahuitl out as fast as I could, spinning it through the air. It smashed into the back of the sprinting coward, the heavy wood weapon making a really tasty thunk as it hit. The man's body sprawled across the floor, sliding a surprisingly long way before coming to a stop when his helmeted head hit a door. Ear looked back at me. "I don't want to hurt you," I said. "But do I look like the type of man who will?" She nodded at me, eyes a bit wide. "So how about you put your weapon down and open up this door here," I said, pointing to a random door on my left. She set her mace on the ground, walked the few steps to the door, and opened it up. It wasn't locked because it was the medieval equivalent of a broom closet. "Shit," I said. "Any of these cells here?" She pointed to a door that looked just like all the other doors. "Okay, open that one." A cell like the one I'd spent time in, but somehow a little worse. There was more water leaching off the walls, the straw in the corner was somehow dirtier and more repulsive, and the hole in the corner for waste was big enough I could see the wastewater, that is, mostly liquid poop and other horribles, running along at quite a clip. Anyone placed in this cell had a literal shit river as a companion. "In," I said. She hesitated. I had a very bad feeling about things. Just the way she was operating, the way she was looking at the cell, it was too much for her. However intimidated she felt, she wasn't going to go inside. She drew her sword and swung it around wildly, fast and with power, but without aim. Her strike sailed past me with room to spare, and it left her way off balance. These people were guards. They'd mostly trained to intimidate, to overpower with numbers and unfair tactics. In a straight-up fight, they were pretty garbage. I took a strong step forward and brought my manacled wrist down with an overhead chop, slamming it into the poor woman's shoulder. There was a sharp crack as her collarbone broke. She cried out in pain and brought her sword up, but I was already moving, going down this time, stomping into the side of her knee. Her leg buckled and she started to fall to the ground. I put my foot into her, and she went sliding into the room. She started to get up, but as soon as she put weight on the leg, she crashed right back down. Working together, my hearth dragged in the 2 guards that I left behind. I went and grabbed the coward, Nose, and dragged him back. He wasn't altogether conscious, so while he made an attempt to struggle, he didn't have much fight left to give. I shut the door, locked it, and opened the small hatch. "Dudes," I said into the hatch, looking at the guards. 2 were tied up using belts taken off themselves and the gray robes. One had a clearly broken leg, and the other was nursing a serious concussion and was vomiting all over himself. "I'm sorry to have done this to y'all, and I'll make it up at some point. Maybe. Keys are here in the lock, so, once we're gone, you can get out. Again, I had no desire to hurt y'all." Then we motored, racing down the hallway towards the stairs. Chapter 13. We got to the hallway where the directions ended. It was depressing. For one thing, the stairs had finished. It seemed we were at the lowest level possible. The ceilings in the hallway had shrunk until my head was basically rubbing against the top. Sure, I was a tall dude in Veldrani, but I wasn't the tallest thing I'd seen. Darius the Minotaur would definitely have to duck down to make it through here. We counted 4 doors down and stopped. I opened the little hatch. Whomever was inside scuttled back from the light pouring in. I frowned. This wasn't the behavior I was expecting from Nikolai. I wondered if it was an elaborate trap. Though the dude who gave me the note with the directions was also the dude who gave me the unfillable knapsack. Didn't make sense that he'd have given me such an object if it was just going to end in a trap. Slight advantage knowing that at least some others knew the value of the bag I carried. "You think it might be a trap?" Skeld asked. "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard," Ragnar said. "Prep in case," I said, pulling spears out of the bag and handing one each to Skeld and Ragnar. They took up positions by the other wall, spears extended and ready. Anyone charging out of the room would get a nice impaling as a welcome. I had to test a few of the keys before I found the correct one, but I got the door open. Light spilled around me, and I walked in, trying to portray confidence and hide my trepidation. "Nikolai," I said, "you feeling groovy?" Chains rang out as someone crawled across the floor. And then a face that might have been Nikolai's at one point came into view. "Montana," came a rough whisper. "How? I told you to leave." "You look like shit," I said. And he did. His face was beyond gaunt. It was pale skin stretched tight over bones. All of his fat and muscle seemed to have disappeared. His clothes had been replaced by what I had to assume were burlap sacks. I itched just looking at them. "I feel worse than you could possibly imagine. Can you move?" "I am in chains." "Yeah, that much is clear, but can you move?" "Not well." I pulled out the keys, unlocked Nikolai from his chains, and helped him to his feet. It was bizarre because the dude was beyond light. Even that bit of movement caused him to wince in pain, but he did not cry out. He took a tentative step, his legs wibbling and wobbling underneath him, barely able to support the man. The Hearth boys' jaws dropped open when they saw Nikolai. In the light of the hallway, he looked even worse. He only managed a few steps before he had to lean against the wall. Nikolai closed his eyes. What the hell happened to him? Ragnar asked. A fate worse than death, Nikolai answered, his voice barely above a whisper. Glad you're being so clear with us, I said. They took my levels, Nikolai snapped. I shot my spell at him, needing to see what he was talking about. Nikolai Petrov, human, level 1 nothing. That's possible? I asked, suddenly feeling remarkably vulnerable. I did not know it was, he said. Stats? Barely there. My strength is down to 1, as is my constitution. He said he left my intelligence alone because he was going to attempt to drain my spells tomorrow. Then he would finish absorbing everything else from me. Holy shit, this is some bad news. Yes, it is. I'm guessing you have very little in the way of hit points. 4. 4. Well, that's fucked. One of Skeld's crawfish farts would kill him, Ragnar said. His statement was quickly followed by the sound of Skeld's smack. What's the play here? I asked. The play? You take my spells, then kill me. That's stupid. You're much more useful to me alive, and you kind of promised me you'd be my mentor, so I'm holding you to that promise. Then you are a fool. You got me there, I said with a smile. Now how about we make a plan to get out of here? You do not have a plan for our escape? Sure I do. I think it might need to change ever so slightly, given, your current condition. Was it fighting our way out? No. It was going through the dungeon. There is no dungeon. I think there is. I assure you. Agree to disagree for now. I doubt we have time for an in-depth discussion about this. Also, there is the girl, Skeld said. You have yet to save her. Okay, we have yet to save her, I corrected. I'm not... A girl? Nikolai interrupted to ask. Yeah, I said. I was thinking of that as a more optional part of the quest. You said you would do it, Ragnar countered. That means you need to at least try. Aren't you supposed to be the devil on my shoulder? Everyone looked confused. Too many of my idioms fell flat here. I should have felt fortunate most of my slang seemed to translate. Finally, Ragnar seemed to come up with a possible interpretation. Are you offering to carry me? Not what that means in the slightest, and no, you walk on your own. I'm probably going to be carrying our level 1 nothing here, I pointed to Nikolai. He frowned at me, and I could tell he was trying to work up the strength to punch me. Just tell Skeld to punch Ragnar when you feel like punching me. Hey, Ragnar said. Punch, Nikolai said. Skeld smiled and socked Ragnar. If you said you would get a girl, Nikolai said, you should get the girl, especially if she is trapped in this pit of despair. Okay, fine, I said, leaning against the wall and trying to kickstart the old noggin. Thing is, we have no idea where she is. But you know she is in the prison. She was in the prison. She might be dead. The guards were diligent checking me in. They took plenty of notes making sure they knew everything going on, Nikolai said. You need to see the logbook. Any chance you've got a copy of that laying around? No, but there are plenty around this institution. When I was being taken in, I noticed that the logbook is a magic item. All the books are updated when any are. So we just need to find a guard station and there'll be a book, right? I believe so, yes. Provided I am correct, we will find this woman. The jailers are meticulous in their note-keeping. An idea started to form. We needed to sneak around, find out where the girl was being held, then rescue her from her cell. This all seemed really familiar, like I'd seen this in a movie. A movie I knew well, and maybe one we could emulate. "Okay," I said. "I think we got this." Chapter 14. Nikolai looked perfect in the gray robe. He was the spitting image of all the gray-robed assholes we'd seen in the jail. All 2 of them. Ragnar and Skeld were a different matter entirely. I had Ragnar stand on Skeld's shoulders with his tail wrapped around Skeld's chest so they could look like another one of the skinny Greycloak dudes. From a distance, it kind of appeared like a real person. Closer, with the hood pulled up and Ragnar keeping his furry face deep inside, he just might pass. But it all fell apart when Skeld tried to walk. Ragnar couldn't balance and Skeld couldn't see. So instead, and though I tried to veto this, the Luchor climbed underneath my shirt and held onto my back. Since I still had the manacles on my wrists, we used them as a prop, Nikolai hauling me up the stairs behind him. The stairs were a pain in the ass. Not that it was hard carrying the 2 furboys on my back, it was having to wait for Nikolai to continually catch his breath. We had to stop at basically every landing. I gave Nikolai the excuse of stopping to look down the hall for a guard station, something we just weren't finding. The first test was coming up, as a set of 4 guards tromped down the stairs from above. They stood aside as we passed, deferential to the gray robes Nikolai wore while sneering at me. And then we were gone. Finally, after countless stairs and significantly more break time than climb time, we opened a door. 20 yards from us was a guard station. 2 guards stood, drinking something out of wooden mugs, chatting. The one on the right had a tattoo peeking out of his sleeve, while his conversation partner was missing both his front teeth. It wasn't a great look. A third sat at the desk, bigger than either of the other guards, both with more muscle and more fat. He was a man who enjoyed his donuts. I know because he was enjoying some sort of fried pastry at that very moment. As we got closer, I could see a book laid open on the desk. "What is this?" he asked, sugar and crumbs flying out of his mouth in a rather gruesome display. "Prisoner transfer," Nikolai said. "I received no word of this," the guard replied. "I need to check this out." Nikolai looked to me, and I lunged at the guard. "He's loose!" Nikolai yelled. I grabbed the guard's flabby face and slammed it down on the desk, then scooped up the book and tossed it back to Nikolai. "Emmeline Rogers!" I yelled. Fat Man's nose was bleeding profusely. He fumbled, trying to get out of his chair, but collapsed to the ground. Both guards dropped their mugs. Toothless drew his sword while Tats pulled his mace. I grabbed the plate, the pastries dumping off, and frisbeed it right into Tat's throat. The plate hit solidly. Tat started to choke. I threw the pastries at Toothless, sugar flying everywhere. He brought up his arm, trying to block some of the shit hitting his face, and that caused him to stop for a second, which gave me enough time to look around for a weapon. There was a pencil on the table. Or the table. Indecision struck, and apparently that meant I needed to fire off the identification spell. Table. Item type, improvised. Item class, two-handed, why are you using this? Material, wood. Damage, bludgeoning. Durability, 80 of 80. Weight, 24.8 pounds. Requirements, strength 20 and a willingness to use a table as a weapon. Description, a table made of wood. 4 legs, 1 top, plenty of desperation. Desperate did describe my state of mind. I planted my legs, grabbed the table, small backswing and big foreswing. I have no idea if Toothless brought his weapon up to block or really what he did. There was just too much mass moving too fast. I do know the table slammed into Toothless and he went flying. I couldn't and didn't want to stop the swing of the table, so I kept it going, smashing into the back of Fat Man's head as he was starting to get to his feet. I heard a hollow thunk and a solid groan as Fat Man went to ground a second time. I completed the swing and saw the destruction. And the problem. Clearly Tats had seen what I'd done to his compatriots, and he'd taken off. He was already pulling open another door at the end of the hall, shouting at the top of his lungs about escaping prisoners. "We're going to have company," I said. "No shit," Ragnar said, startling me because he was talking directly into my ear, his head poking out from my shirt. "Why don't you run after him?" I asked. "No chance we'd reach him in time." I pulled Ragnar out of my shirt, tearing the collar along the way, and dropped him next to the groaning Toothless. "Tie them up," I said. "Get them in a cell." There was, as per the norm, grumbling from Ragnar while Skeld did most of the work. "Emmeline Rogers is the girl's name?" Nikolai asked. "Bingo," I replied. "What?" "Yes. There is an Emmeline Rogers in cell 40. A quick moment of thought, going over all the cell numbers I'd seen, and I estimated 40 was 2 floors above where Nikolai had been held, which meant a sprint downstairs. Check one up for luck. "Boys," I said, "time to motor. And Nikolai, this time you're riding me." I shook my head, realizing how much shit I'd gotten back on Earth for saying that. Nikolai gave me a look, clearly trying to communicate there was no way he'd allow something so debased to happen to him. So I had no choice but to pick him up and sling him over my shoulder in a fireman's carry. "Montana," he started to say, but I just ran, and bouncing him on my shoulder forced all the air out of his lungs. "Hurth," I yelled. "Follow, double time." Going down the stairs was much faster than going up. I could basically jump from landing to landing. I wasn't sure how fast the otters were going behind me, but I figured they'd handle it on their own. I slammed into the door where, by my count, the hallway holding cell 40 would be. I was wrong, too low. "Back up," I shouted, hopping over the Lutra as they skidded to a stop. Up the stairs, we heard a cacophony of feet, arms, and armor. A lot of guards were coming, like a ton. We slipped through the door to the next floor up, and I could see some of the guards coming down the stairs. One of them threw a spear, missing me but slamming into the door with enough force to stick in the wood. "Nice shot," I said, then snatched the spear. I slammed the door shut and jammed the spear in the jamb across the door, hoping the spear would hold the guards back for a hot minute. "Cell 40, I called out. The Lutra were already spinning down the hall, checking the numbers. "Here," Skeld yelled. "Put me down," Nikolai snapped. I ignored the man, fumbled the keys off my belt, and threw them toward Skeld. "Try those." The Lutra scooped them off the ground and slotted one into the hole, then another key attempt. Another, and another. One last. It popped the lock. Behind us, the guards reached our level and slammed on the door. The spear wasn't going to hold long. Skeld pushed the cell door open, and this disheveled, feral-looking creature leapt out. I shot my arm out and snatched the thing by the hair out of the air and threw it right back into the cell. "In," I shouted, and Ragnar and Skeld bolted into the room. I snatched the key from the door, then pulled it shut. I heard the spear shatter in the hallway, and the thud of boots filled the space. The guards quickly spread out, searching for us. "Who are you?" came a small voice. "Quiet," I hissed. "Can you set me down?" Nikolai whispered. I did. Then I flexed that internal change, and my vision flashed over, allowing me to see. The cell was depressing as hell. The ceiling was rather low, the walls completely flat, and there was nothing in the room except for the hint that some straw had once been there. Plus the ever-present hole in the ground with the wastewater of the prison flowing by at a steady clip. The smell in the place was overwhelming, and I saw Ragnar lose the battle with his stomach and puke all over the floor. The feral thing was definitely a human woman now that I had more of a moment to see her. She'd just been in the cell for some time, so she was filthy. Her hair was matted and rank, somewhere in the process of dreading up. Her clothes were tatters, barely covering her body. She was skinny, and had more than a few cuts and bruises about her body. Still, all things considered, she looked substantially better than Nikolai. The guards went from quiet searching to running around, yelling at each other quickly, and I had to guess that they were checking the other stairwells. We had maybe a minute or two before they realized we hadn't left the floor and started going through the cells to find us. "Who are you?" she asked again. I think this is where you say I'm a little short for a stormtrooper, I replied. Excuse me? Ignore him, Nikolai said. He is an idiot. Hey, I started to protest my innocence. The idiot and his friends are here to rescue you, Nikolai said, totally interrupting me. I was already a prisoner here. Maybe, I interrupted. Instead of calling me an idiot again, you can put your remaining attributes to use planning a way out of this cell and off this level. You only made the plan to get in, she snapped back, but nothing to get out? Some rescue? You want to stay in this literal shithole forever? I said. And that jogged my mind a little. I walked over and looked at the shithole. It was a literal hole in the ground, where a small river of shit drifted by on repulsive currents. I gritted my teeth, knelt down, and shoved my arm into the effluence. Let's just get it out of the way in the beginning. It was disgusting. There were so many foul things I could say about it, but let's just leave it at revolting. Notable, however, was the size of the poop chute. It was big, enough to where I wasn't able to reach the bottom without fully extending my arm. And the edges around the hole were thin. They'd been worn down by an eternity of poop flowing on by. I stood and looked at the shocked faces around me. No, Nikolai said. Absolutely not. I just gave him a wide smile in return. Chapter 15. As much as I hated to pull anything out of the bag of holding, knowing I'd be forced to leave it behind, it was rather important. I got some of the busted furniture from the first castle, and we used that to wedge the door closed. We laid the pieces of a broken table along the floor, then the busted dresser, and finally 2 chairs, making a reasonably solid line of wood from door to wall. Anyone wanting to get through to the cell was going to have their work cut out for them. Sadly, I had my work cut out too. I got the old pickaxe out of the bag, part of my starting gear, and I started wailing at the floor around the shithole. I had to enlarge the thing enough for my giant ass to fit through. Everyone else sat around, looking nervous, listening to the guards get closer, something that happened very quickly once the noise of the floor being broken got out. As the opening widened, it only got more revolting. I was having some serious second thoughts about the whole hole idea. I could see larger, more solid pieces of waste floating on down, and I began to get the idea that we were seeing not just the sewage flow of the prison, but the entire trash disposal. Everything went out through this tube. A few solid swings and a chunk of the stone floor tumbled into the brown water. The thunks on the floor were now matched by thunks at the door. You have no idea where that goes, do you? Nikolai asked. No, I said in between swings of the pick. But I know death is coming through that door. The last piece I thought I needed crashed into the muck below. Let's go, boys, I said to the Lutra. Ragnar just shook his head. I prefer death. Earth order. I got glares from the both of them, but they jumped in and promptly disappeared from view. Some rescue, Emmeline quipped, then jumped in feet first, holding her nose. Already said that, I replied. Then I looked over at Nikolai. Down to you and me. I am ready to die, Nikolai said. I will provide a rear guard. You'll stop him for what, a second? Maybe a second and a half? Useful. I shoved him. He stumbled, lost his footing, and fell into the poop chute. But somehow he managed to do it while glaring daggers at me. The door behind me cracked, the wood starting to give under the onslaught of the guards. I watched the shit flow for a second. Then I jumped in. Chapter 16. I'd been in deep shit before, both literal and figurative. This, however, was a completely different experience. We were careening down basically the most foul water slide you could possibly imagine, with a big push coming from behind. We hit a curve, and I went all the way around the dang pipe. Then there was a drop, then a long straightaway, where we gained more and more speed. Points of light marked our passage as we zipped by cells and their poop holes. Curve, drop, straightaway. All while gaining momentum. We were seriously motoring. If it wasn't for all the retching, I'd almost be having fun. I saw light up ahead. I shot forth from the pipe, sliding along a slick track of poop, riding along the surface of the feculent water until I came to a slow stop, engulfed by the sludge. I brought my feet down and felt the bottom. I hoped. But as I stood, my feet sank further in until I either hit the floor or there was just enough shit to support my weight. We entered into a rather strange chamber, something that looked like it had been adapted to its current use, like it had been a tunnel at one point, looking a bit like subway tunnels, especially the unused ones. The room wasn't especially wide, maybe 20 or 30 yards, but it was long. So much so that I couldn't see the end. There were heavy braziers hanging down from the curved ceiling, and they burned, well, something. Maybe magic, or maybe there was some poor schlub who had to put fuel in them. I didn't know then, and I don't know now. There were piles of garbage here and there, piles of varying heights, some small, some nearly scraping the ceiling. Additional chutes deposited waste of differing types into the room at irregular intervals all the way down the tunnel. Some spewed out water, others more solid objects. It looked like there was just a ton of crap coming down the tunnel. Neat. As soon as I had my bearings and while I was wiping the vomit from my beard, I looked for my people. Skeld and Ragnar were pulling Nikolai to his feet, and Emmeline was running. To be fair, I understood her reaction, at least to a certain degree. We were just some weirdos who busted into her cell and then took her from one shithole into another, well, bigger one. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, and managed to turn my head fast enough to just catch the butt end of a creature darting behind a pile of garbage. It had very sparse hair and spindly legs, more insect or spider-like than mammalian. I felt a sharp pain in my left hamstring before my entire leg went a bit numb. A small green notification popped up in my vision. Whoops, you've been poisoned. I spun and looked behind me. One of those insect-type things was running away. I fired off my identity spell, but got nothing back. It managed to slip beneath the surface of the scunge before I could get a read on it. My health was dropping, not fast, but it was going down all the same. And I had a feeling there had to be more to the poison, like a stamina debuff. That was something I always remembered from games, but since I had no stamina, that meant I had no debuff showing. The bugs bite, I shouted ahead to the herd. Keep them away from Nikolai. I ran to them, but with my left leg not exactly working the way I wanted, it was more of a hop-run-jump thingy. Faster than walking, though I worried I was going to lose my boot in the muck below. Ahead, much to Nikolai's chagrin, Skeld and Ragnar stood with their backs to him, trying to keep an eye on everything around them. They didn't have weapons, so I reached into the bag of holding, I pulled out a spear and tossed it to Ragnar. Probably should have warned him first. He saw the spear at the last minute. Poor guy made an effort to catch it, but he couldn't get there in time, and the spear just disappeared into the muck. Ragnar gave me a look. Sorry, I said. Behind you, Skeld yelled. I turned. One of the bug creatures was trying to be all sneaky, and was just within striking range. With a spray of mud and poop, I kicked hard at the creature, catching him in the abdomen. His body seemed to almost wrap around my foot before shooting off into the distance. There was a wet smack when it hit the curved ceiling, and a splash when it dropped into the water below. Slogging to the water, I caught up to my 3 compadres and handed out weapons. Spears to Skeld and Ragnar, a sword to Nikolai, one he could barely hold up, and for me a warhammer. I deposited my beginner's pickaxe back into the bag, feeling ever so wistful about it. We need to move, I said. Nikolai in the middle. I'll watch the back, you two move in front. I'm going on instinct that there's a door out of this madness somewhere at the other end. I'd only taken a few steps when I noticed one of the bugs coming towards us, slowly, perhaps trying to see how we'd react. I took the moment to throw the identification spell its way. Caprophagean Casey, level 4 monster. The Casey gave me the heebie-jeebies. It had a long snout with a thin jaw full of very small teeth. Big compound eyes were on either side of its head, orbing out far enough I bet it could see nearly 360 degrees. Its legs went up first, then down, with clawed feet at the end that seemed to be able to grab almost like they were tiny little hands. The abdomen was fat and turgid, with long hair sticking out from baby poop yellow skin. For a moment, we just looked at each other. Then it charged me. Right behind him was another one. "They're attacking!" I shouted. "Run!" "Run where?" came Ragnar's reply. I chanced to look over my shoulder. We were being swarmed. Chapter 17. I swung the hammer as hard as I could in a long, low arc. The first bug that got hit liquefied. The heavy hammerhead making short work of the creatures coming towards us. But everyone that was sent flying away left room for another 2 to attack. It wasn't pretty, but I was effective with the hammer. Swing, 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 the hammer smashed them left and right, covering me with their goop. But the Caseys kept coming. Looking behind, the herd were keeping the Caseys at bay, but they were certainly feeling the pressure. "To the wall!" Nikolai shouted, his voice sharp. "Montana leads, we follow. Get our backs to the wall." Almost as one we moved. I cleared the way while Skeld and Ragnar kept Nikolai safe. A second later, Nikolai stepped behind me and had his back up against the wall, Skeld to my right and Ragnar to my left. The bugs began to hold off. Who knows why? Maybe they were waiting to see what we would do next. Much deeper muck had piled at the edge of the wall, giving us a slight bit of high ground. But our advantage quickly disappeared as I sunk back down into the poop. A Casey came closer, and Skeld shot his spear out, going straight through the creature's head. But as quick as he had thrust the spear out, Skeld reset, ready to attack again. Another bug pushed forward. They seemed eager if cautious. This time, it was my turn. I made a leap forward with the hammer and drove the Casey deep into the muck, destroying the thing. I followed up with another horizontal swing, clearing a group of Caseys away in a stunning splash of gore. Their internals, now externals, all across the poopscape. I stepped back, not wanting to get drawn out. Nikolai was a single hit from death. Moving as one, all the bugs burrowed down into the muck. "What the fuck are they doing?" I asked, looking back and forth across the muckscape, trying to find any clue of the creatures or their movement. My mind whirred, running through all sorts of possibilities. Nothing came to the fore. "I think we move. Backs to the wall, head away from where we entered." We went to our right, sidestepping slowly, keeping my torso straight forward, eyes scanning the water around us for any sign of movement. The numbness had basically left my leg, so the poison didn't last that long, which was good. A scream echoed from far out to the right, the direction we were traveling, and also the direction Emmeline had run off towards. "I have a bad feeling about this," Nikolai said. "Don't say that," I snapped. "Any time someone says they have a bad feeling, something terrible happens. Perhaps because something bad was about to happen when someone felt that bad things were about to happen. Stop, you still shouldn't say. You can say you feel no ill omens for what might happen here. The scream, the things are most definitely going poorly, Neek, and I definitely feel like shit is just going to get worse. But why the fuck tempt fate to double down the crap they're about to throw at us?" Emmeline came rushing back towards us, stomping through the muck. As my attention was diverted by the running girl and the realization that the world of Voldrani had yet to invent bras, some of the Caseys struck, launching themselves out of the poop like missiles. I barely had time to react, so I just threw myself across Nikolai. A barrage of impacts rocked across my body, and my body lit up with flashes of pain before numbness took over. Skeld and Ragnar were slumped against the wall, barely moving, hardly breathing. I turned around, slowly, mainly because my body wasn't exactly functioning the way I wanted it to. The Caseys were gone, back into the muck. Emmeline slammed into me and pushed me in front of her. Even the act of watching her happened as if it was in slow motion. It was like being underwater. Big monster, Emmeline said in between big breaths. Coming this way. I frowned at her. Monster? Why are all of you pissing your pants here? She asked. Not like anyone would notice. Fucking bug things attacking us. What? The Kazies? Yeah. I thought you were a big fuck-off warrior, and your knees are knocking over Kazies? The fuck? Little tots grind out XP by killing Kazies caught in the Osterstadt dumpsters. Worried about losing a hit point or two? And what the fuck were you running from? She pointed. That! Following her finger gave me a look at something I never wanted to see. Not that I knew it before I saw it, but once I saw it, it was immediately something I wished I'd never seen. A large beast, a rotund, almost spherical body squatted over short, fat legs with long tentacles dragging behind him, large enough I couldn't see their end. As far as I could tell, there wasn't a mouth anywhere on the thing, nor any eyes or ears. A tentacle whipped up from the back of the creature, a giant eye smack in the middle of the pseudopod on the end of the appendage. The monster stopped moving closer to us and, instead, took its eye and waved it over us slowly. I guess just taking the time to really look at us. The eye blinked. It grossed me out because there were definitely nasty things dropping off it. Bits of poop, fetid water, and other liquefied nasties. The body dropped down in the muck. There was a sucking sound, and then the creature stood up again, its body moving about almost as if... I realized exactly what had happened. The creature had taken a bite of the muck and was chewing it. The mouth was on the bottom of its body. We were very likely in trouble, and I didn't have many options available to me. I figured I'd try diplomacy. Hey, I said. You mind if I do a little spell thingy real quick just to find out your name? I spoke softly, carefully, like I would had I run into a bear out on Earth. No reaction from the creature, so I sent the spell its way. Vuligelm, level ... monster. Well, fuck, I said. You are one big motherfucker, aren't you? No response, but it didn't move towards us, or seem like it was preparing to attack us. Dude, I said, we're not here to hurt you. We are just moving through, okay? That thing is a monster, Emmeline hissed into my ear. It will kill us. I hushed her. The water rippled a bit, and a Kazi head poked out. The Vuligelm's fat tentacle whipped around in a blur and slammed down on the creature. The tentacle popped back up, a goodly chunk of the Kazi hanging beneath. There was a crunching noise from the tentacle, and Kazi bits dropped into the murk. The dude had a mouthful of nasty-looking teeth on the flat end of his tentacle. This Vuligelm was one ugly monster. Feeling was starting to come back to my body. Tell you what, I said. We're just going to leave. Lots of these little guys for you to eat around here. I gave a swift kick into the muck, making a guess and hoping I'd get lucky. A lot of poop came up, but a Kazi also flew out, its stupid legs waggling and flailing. The Vuligelm tentacle snapped the Kazi right out of the air, and I got to see the tentacle mouth and teeth in action, a horror in its own right. I started to move, carefully, slowly, just walking like it wasn't a big deal, keeping my weapon low in a completely non-threatening way. The Vuligelm's tentacle eye watched us move, but the body didn't shift. Another Kazi poked its head above the surface, and, like lightning, Vuligelm was on it, his tentacle smashing down on the creature and snatching it up, munching on it. I think we're okay, I whispered. Maybe he's used to people coming in here to add fuel to the braziers. There was a pressure on my brain suddenly, as if something was trying to push into it in some manner. The Vuligelm eye was focused directly on me, and the creature moved its tentacle eye closer and closer, and I decided to take a chance. and I forced my brain to relax and let the pressure in. "More!" A voice roared into my head with impressive force. I couldn't help but take a step back and wince. Chapter 18. The others around me did as well. "Oh, yeah, totally fine," Ragnar said through clenched teeth. "Just great." "You want more, Kazies," I said to the Vooligelm. "Right?" "More!" "Okay, I'll take that as a yes." I looked at my comrades. "Let's go digging for Kazies." I didn't wait for the others because I figured they'd be disgusted. Instead, I just started digging into the shit. Any time I felt something solid, I'd grab it and throw it into the air. Sure, sometimes it was nothing but poop, but more often, I'd have a Kazie leg. As soon as the Kazie reached the air, the Vooligelm tentacle would gobble it up. Skeld was doing something similar, but using his spear instead of the more disgusting means I engaged in. Every few steps, he'd fling another Kazie out of the poop and into the air. Even Emmeline got involved, despite her lack of weapon, which forced her to mirror my tactics. Nikolai stepped forward, but I shook my head, indicating he'd better make a move towards the other end of the room, the spot where I bet there was some form of exit. Ragnar, ever the one to avoid as much work as possible, grabbed Nikolai's rotting shirt and pulled him along, acting as guard to the man. It was gruesome work, but at a certain point my brain just sort of shut off, and the motions became routine. I lost track of the time we were doing it, and the number of creatures we fed to the Vooligelm. But at some point in the revolting endeavor, I felt a strange caress on my back. "Friend," came the roar into my brain. Clearly, Sydney had little training in indoor voices or indoor psychic emanations. "Foe!" he roared. I stood up, my back screaming in protest. After a little stretching and some involuntary groans and sighs, I was as good as poo, given, I was covered in the collective feces of the prison. Emmeline was on her knees in the muck, exhausted, while Skeld leaned on his spear. "There's a door back here," came Ragnar's yell from the other end of the room. "And clean water." The Vooligelm kept its tentacle on my back, seeming to usher me along. Sure enough, as we walked, I could see Ragnar and Nikolai standing on a platform well out of the feces. There was a staircase leading out of the muck, and at the back of the platform, a heavy wood door. I basically ran there, just desperate to get out of the poop water. To one end was a chain hanging down with a handle, and I pulled it. Clean, clear water came pouring out of the ceiling, washing me off. I stripped down to nude, and I pulled that handle again and again until I was finally cleansed of all the filth I'd bathed in. It was terrible in so many revolting ways I'd prefer to never think about again. The creature seemed amused, watching us wash the gunk and grunge off, but made zero hostile movements. The gross old guy was fat and happy for the moment. I dug out some clothes for me, getting down to the last of the stuff I'd purchased in Ehrenberg. It didn't exactly fit, but was close enough for government work. As a duke, I figured that meant me. The bigger problem was armor, at least for me. Nikolai and Emmeline only had their prison rags, and those certainly weren't worth anything for our dungeon crawl. For the moment, though, that'd have to do. I wanted to get into the dungeon, and fast. Everyone but me looked like shit. At least not in the literal sense as much since the showers. I pushed the door open just a little and peeked inside. I saw a hallway made of dark stone, just like everywhere else I'd seen here. A fair distance down the hall, there was another door coming in like a T-junction, and then another door opposite that door, and way down was just darkness. I could tell there was an end to the hall, but I couldn't make out anything there. Clanging and banging came from one door, and relative silence from the other. "Okay," I said, putting on my best glare for Emmeline. "No running and screaming this time. We have to move quietly to get the fuck out of here, okay?" She frowned at me, but then gave a slight nod. And then we left the poop zone. Chapter 19. The doors opposite each other were just a little annoyingly off. I opened the one that didn't have the loud clanging and banging behind it, and it was stairs going up. I could hear the faint trump of boots and the yelling of guards. Wrong way. I turned and checked the other door. As soon as it opened, the noise inside stopped, and an intense dry heat washed out and over us. Looking through, a brilliant orange light came out, and as soon as my eyes adjusted, I was looking at a forge, and a smithy, and a smith. A ridiculously muscular man without a shirt stared at us, a heavy-looking set of tongs hanging loosely in one giant mitt. He had a super square head on top of a body that looked like it was nothing but muscle. "Who are you?" he asked. "Montana," I replied instinctually. "Just, passing through. And you, That's when I noticed the chains. They were hanging down from the ceiling and went under the man's oft-singed beard and attaching onto a collar around the man's neck. It looked painful. "We are, escaping." "There is no escape," the man said. "Yeah, I don't believe that." "This is my rescue party," Emmeline said. "Some rescue," the man replied. "There is no escape from here." "Going through the oubliette to the dungeon," I said. "This is real?" the man asked, his eyes going a little wide, hope very evident. "It is," I replied, forcing myself to believe I was telling the truth. I'm not exactly sure where the oubliette is." The man was just about to say something, but then he stopped himself. "If I tell you," he said, speaking slowly and carefully, "you will take me with you." "You have been offered a quest by name unknown. A potent rescue. Trapped for decades, a man asks for your help in escaping the prison. Reward for success. Directions to the oubliette and unknown. Penalty for failure or refusal, none. Yes or no?" I looked to Nikolai, who shrugged. "Okay," I said, selecting yes. The man grinned. His teeth were a reminder that neither dental hygiene nor technology had advanced much in the land of Voldrani. The dude reached up and pulled the chain. Up high I could see the anchor point in the ceiling. "First step," I said. I walked over to the chain and pulled. Hard. For a moment it was just pressure, but I could feel, somewhere along the chain, one link was starting to go. There was a hard ping, and the weak link exposed itself. The chain fell from the ceiling. Another big smile. He took the chain far closer to the forge than I'd want to go and chucked it in. After a moment of the intense heat, the chain was short enough not to get in the way. He still had a collar around his neck, but that'd have to be something we dealt with later. He tossed the tongs to the side and picked up a big sledge. "I am ready," he said. "You got a shirt?" I asked. "No." "A name?" "Donner." "You're not with a party, are you?" He looked confused but shook his head. "No." "Fair enough. Lead us to the oubliette." Chapter 20. Turns out I really didn't need a whole lot of help finding the oubliette. It was just at the dark end of the hallway. For a moment, I felt taken advantage of, but I decided saving this dude from solitary confinement was probably worth a little trickery. At that moment, I thought about the fact that I'd just saved a man who'd been chained up in the bottom of a dungeon. And yes, it would have been wiser for me to have found out a little bit about Donner before I agreed he could tag along. But, worst case scenario, I figured we could use him to test for traps in the dungeon. The door to the oubliette was more of a hatch, really, located in the floor and made of metal. It was very heavy, and the hinges groaned in protest, like the hatch hadn't been opened in some time. The candle I carried barely made a dent in the darkness below, but I could make out vague stonework about 30 or 40 feet down. "So they just throw you in?" I asked. "Yes, sir," Donner said. Everyone looked to me. I wanted to look to Nikolai, but that didn't seem to be an option. He looked wiped, barely standing. If someone was going to figure this nonsense out, it was going to be me. I reached into the bag, thinking rope, and I found rope in my grasp. I pulled it out and whipped up a quick double bowline. It's a comfortable knot for the purpose of lowering a person. Much better than a single bowline, which can cause some real pain. I said, "Donner, go grab a few of the candles or whatever around here, and chuck 'em down the hole. I'm going to drop Skeld, then Ragnar down, just in case there's someone or something down there that might cause us some problems. Then the rest of y'all ride down, and I'll drop down last." Blinks. "Let's go," I snapped. The people moved. It took a second to drop the otters into the pit, and I could barely see them, spears out, forming something of a perimeter. Nikolai was next, and he needed a little more help. Emmeline didn't want to get into the de facto harness. "There is no way out of there," she said. "You can go up the stairs if you like," I replied. "You know that is a death sentence." "Yup. So I guess the only question is, do you want to die in their hands, or do you want to take a chance with us?" She paused, thinking. "And dude," I continued, "this is the last time I'm asking. From this point on, you need to be with us. Whatever is down there, we need to be a cohesive unit if we actually want to survive." "Death or death, eh?" she asked. "Giving up or having hope?" "Your hope is misplaced." "Hope is hope. Once that's gone, you're done." "Let us hope you are right," she said, stepping into the loops. "Lower away." She was down by the time Donner came back, and it was just the two of us standing above the hole. Thundering sounds were coming from the staircase. "Guards coming," Donner said, chucking a hefty sack down into the oubliette. "You do something vile to get stuck down here?" Donner shook his head. "Debt," he said softly. I could hear the guards tromping down the stairs. I knew our time was almost up, but I needed to find out more. "Doesn't make sense, man. You've been down here on your own for what, years? All because you were in debt?" "Never could get out of debt. They have me working here to pay it off." "And how much money did you borrow?" "It never is about how much money you borrow. It is how much they ask you to pay back." I looked at the guy, trying to get a read on if he was lying. Was he some mass-murdering fuckhead who'd kill me as soon as I went to sleep? Was this guy the Osterstadt Hannibal Lecter, and I was just setting him free to eat people's faces off? He didn't seem that smart, and his story was just dull enough to believe. "Okay, you're up, Donner, or, I should say, down." He grinned and got in the harness. I lowered him down. By far, he was the heaviest of our party. As his feet touched the ground, the door to the stairway shot open, and the guards thundered out. I dropped the rope into the hole, gave a jaunty little wave, and then stepped backwards and fell into the darkness below. Chapter 21. I hit the ground a whole lot harder than I expected, and it hurt a whole lot more because it wasn't flat. There was a protrusion, round and bricked, and definitely made for the purpose of breaking ankles when people were thrown down in the oubliette. A detail made explicitly clear by the remains of those who'd been thrown in recently, most of whom had broken legs, and most of whom had died in the midst of crawling away in what had to be excruciating pain. I did a quick check to make sure nothing was broken, at least not in an incapacitating way. I was good, but man, my shins hurt like hell. The guards glowered down at us as they hurled invectives at me. Mostly along the lines of how I was the stupidest prisoner in the history of the prison, the only idiot who voluntarily went into the oubliette to die, and that I deserved all the hell I would find starving in the darkness below. Then they slammed the hatch shut, and I heard a lock crunch into place. Darkness. "Hey, Donner," I said. "About those lights?" "They are in the bag," he replied. "Candles." I pushed into dark vision and saw the bag a few feet away from me. Inside were a bunch of candles, different sizes, definitely handmade, and mostly half-burned. "Anyone have a lighter?" I asked. Nothing. Not even stairs, because, it was dark. But I could feel the irritation swarming over me from nearly everyone in the oubliette. Finally, Skeld walked over and produced a small tinderbox. With a little work, he had a small flame going, and we were in business. "Let's find that dungeon," I said. The oubliette was depressing, in a fundamental way. I mean, obviously it was done that way on purpose. It was built to send people to their ends, a way to execute a person without actually having to execute them. Pretty much the ultimate expression of passive aggression. The place was a large upside-down bowl, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 yards or so wide, with a rather shallow angle where the wall met the floor. I have no idea how the place was constructed, but it couldn't have been fun. The floor was a bit unorthodox in that it seemed only accidentally flat. Bricks had been put in at odd angles, so I was constantly tripping. Emmeline, for her part, face-planted, made a few noises, and then promptly plopped down and announced she needed to rest. Nikolai just sat on the floor near the middle, somewhere between meditating and sleeping. The Lutra scurried along, moving fast, finding nothing. Donner was slower, picking a point on the wall and looking very carefully. He, too, found nothing. I found a lot of bones telling the tragic tales of the oubliette's previous residents. I found teeth marks on the bones. Some from smaller creatures, rats and their ilk, but also larger. There were manacles aplenty, quite a few chains, and one dagger. More depressing, there were a few trinkets. Clearly precious mementos prisoners smuggled in. A locket with 2 paintings of young girls. Wedding bands. Thinking as a gamer, I wanted to snag all that stuff and resell it. Thinking as a good person, I took the jewelry with the plan that I'd find a better resting place than in this dank pit. Along the way, I kept a close eye on the wall, feeling the bricks, testing for anything that might be pushable or pullable, stepping on upright bricks just in case there were hidden buttons. But by the time I'd made 2 circuits of the place, I noticed everyone else had retreated towards the center and were sitting very still and very quiet. Only 1 candle remained lit. Things were looking poorly. I needed to get morale up for everyone, myself included. I stood in the darkness, unable to face my colleagues. I leaned my head against the bricks, feeling the moisture trickle down my neck. Idly, I wondered about the water, where it had come from, how it had filtered down to this pit. But mostly, I thought about the series of misadventures that led to me leaning against the stone wall of an oubliette. I thought about Cleve again, wondering what he'd do in this situation. He likely wouldn't have found himself in this situation. He knew how to play the political games well enough that he'd have found a way to weasel Nikolai free. But that wasn't me. Could it be me, though? What if this was the end? Obviously, it wouldn't really be the end of me. I'd pop back up on the other side of the country, starting all over again. But the people I cared about in this country were in the hole with me, and I couldn't leave them there. And even though I wanted to lay down and scream my frustrations at the sky, to scream that I'd been the good guy and this shit isn't supposed to happen to the good guys, I knew that'd only make things worse. These friends of mine, they'd followed me into something most people would consider a hell, And they'd done it because I said I could get them through to the other side. That meant, no matter what, I had to get them out. I needed to lie to them and, I guess, myself. To say I knew the way was still there and we'd still escape, that I was still rescuing them. Time to reach into the bag of tricks. And by bag of tricks, I mean my bag of holding. I dug around inside, grabbed the huge feather mattress I'd liberated from the bandits' castle, and laid it on the floor. Then I got some of the packs from the men who'd been hunting us and tossed them on the ground. "Rations and sleeping quarters," I said. I kept digging around as my party made their way over to the mattress and started looking through the packs. "New clothes," I said, pulling out some pants, tunics, boots, and even a set of almost good leather armor. Donner was quick to descend on the clothes and had himself decked out in a hurry. Nikolai took a moment longer, but he looked nearly human again now that he wasn't wearing the rotting cloth that had been forced on him by the prison. Emmeline picked a few things up, held them to herself, and shook her head. "Nothing for a lady?" she asked. I stammered, reaching into the bag and thinking of dresses. Amazingly, something came into my grasp. It felt silky and ridiculous, but I pulled it out of the knapsack all the same. A ball gown. "Really?" she asked. "Kinda all I have?" She snatched it from me and walked away into the vague darkness, ostensibly for a modicum of privacy. "This better fit," she threw over her shoulder. "And none of you better laugh." Nikolai tapped me on the shoulder and then walked away, making it clear he expected me to follow. So I did. He walked all the way to the side of the wall, just about as far away from where everyone else was sitting. "We have a moment to speak here," he said. "Looks like it, yeah. Please do not interrupt me. I feel as if I have little time left, so to waste it on your foolishness hurts me to my soul. You're not going to die, Montana. Knock it the fuck off. Let's take a minute and talk about what the fuck is going to happen now, okay? You think to tell me we don't need to fight, bud. We need to work together. You can yell at me all you want once you get some levels back in you. I will never say never. Instead, how about you say, hey, Montana, I'm gonna let the two drop and we're gonna get out of this mess together. I will not survive a dungeon, even if you manage to find it. Once we're in a party, the party will split all XP evenly. You have brought 2 others with us. We will only receive 25% of the experience, and that will not bring me levels nearly quick enough to not perish in there. Wait, what about Skeld and Ragnar? Your hearth only counts as a single entity within a party. You all receive equal XP. Hardly seems fair. If they leave your hearth, all the XP they accrued while in the hearth is stripped from them. Okay, so there is a downside. But no. Either you join me, or I join you. His face was impassive as he stared at me. You do not realize the severity of the ask. We will have our lives tied together inextricably. You would be giving all of your political power over to me. It is beyond absurd, and it is completely at odds with what Cogshall intended for you. Sadly, only one option left, I said. You would have joined my hearth? Yup. Then I suppose I have no choice but to join yours, to keep you from doing something even more foolish. Again, almost unbidden, the words popped up to me unprompted. Do you, Nikolai Petrov, enter my hearth freely? I asked. I do. It felt a little weird, kind of like my awareness of the world suddenly grew. But it wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just a bit of a new feeling. Also, now I knew his last name, even though I'd never asked it of him. All right, I said. Now I can order you to... He slapped me across the face. It stung, and I was shocked. You can try, was all he said. but he couldn't quite hide his smile. I pulled up his ability scores. I had to see where he was and how bad things were. Nikolai Petrov, level 1 nothing. Attributes: Strength 4, Agility 7, Dexterity 8, Constitution 4, Wisdom 44, Intelligence 61, Charisma 24, Luck 10. "Dude," I said, "your stats suck." He nodded at me. "Now you know why I am doubting my survival. Even ensconced in a cushioned palace, I would face dire odds." "Nah," I said, "you're fine. I got you. Question, though. How is it you've still got high intelligence and wisdom?" "I cannot rightly say. While the man said he was saving the mental attributes so he could steal all my spells, I have my doubts. The man seemed impatient and greedy, and I know there was something he tried and failed. Though to that end, whatever it is they did to me was something I formerly thought impossible. I can only guess that there are challenges pulling the mental attributes out that they did not face stealing the physical ones." "Well, that's good in a way. The physical ones are easier to rebuild, right?" "Your newly found optimism is grating," he said to me, then slowly added, "My lord." Then he walked away. Chapter 22. It had been a long day. A long series of days, really. But for everything that was terrible and terrifying about the oubliette, there was a surprising sense of safety there. The kind that came when you knew it couldn't really get worse. And, well, there wasn't much chance of monsters coming with bad intentions, or guards coming with good, if misguided, intentions. We were basically on our own. So we were safe. Provided I ignored the problem regarding being stuck in an inescapable hole in the ground under a giant prison, it was pretty nice. I let my party take over most of the mattress, content to use just an edge of it as a pillow. And even though I told myself I was going to close my eyes for but a second, as soon as my eyelids touched, I slipped into sleep, hard. But it felt like I woke up immediately, in a completely different place. A white room with a large window looking out over the oubliette, to be exact. I scrambled to my feet, getting ready for whatever bizarre encounter I was about to have. "You are quite safe here, Montana," came a familiar voice. I blinked and looked to my left, seeing a familiar man. "Mr. Paul," I said, stunned. "So, nice to see you. It has been quite an interesting journey you have taken us on." "Us? But I wonder. I cannot help but notice you are not fishing in a mountain lake by yourself. You have rather embroiled yourself in the politics of the realm, and seem to be rescuing folk, almost like you have chosen the path of a hero." "Nope, no heroics. Anything seeming that way is purely incidental." "I remember telling you that your kind tend towards being heroic. Was I correct?" "Maybe. And otter folk, Lutra." "Lutra? Brilliant choice. Very cute. They are very popular. You are covering your bases, getting the other audiences excited about you. Have you considered a love interest? Perhaps find a curvy kitsune girl or girls. Harems are proving very popular." Wait, what? Audiences, harems, what? He snapped his fingers and clucked his tongue. "Do forgive me. I admit to being newer at this stage of the, well, whatever. It has completely slipped my mind that the extent of our previous interaction has forcibly slipped your mind, so just ignore what it is I was saying, okay?" "Okay, I guess." "Just let me tell you that you are doing some very interesting things. And there are those who are watching you. Like gods, like Iona. Iona, he said, tapping his finger on teeth that were jet black. I couldn't remember if they'd been before, but that was such an unmistakable trait. How could I have missed his teeth being black? She is a dear, and yes, I believe she has taken quite the interest in you. But lest you forget, I took an interest in you first. No, I know, I haven't forgotten. Your boons you're the reason I'm here, and the reason I'm still here. I do notice you are missing some of the, more impressive gifts I bestowed upon you. Yeah, the sword and the shield. About those, you never even attempted their retrieval. Watch me pretend I am hurt. You don't care? No, but others do. They are curious for your reasoning. It was pretty simple to me. I was fucking unconscious falling down the mountain. I have no fucking clue where they ended up. It's a big fucking mountain. They could have bounced anywhere. Hell, they might have been down in the same crevasse I fell down, but what fucking good would it have done me to get back to that crevasse and get eaten again? I was thinking I'd head back there once I have enough levels or whatnot to survive the fall down to the bottom without being paralyzed, so I could actually have a chance of fighting whatever that monster was. Bad luck there, he said. That you should lose your sword to such a magnificent beast. Plenty of coin changed hands over that blunder of yours. Yeah, I was tempted to ask him about the coins and who'd been gambling on my life, but it seemed that any time I asked questions along that line, he stopped talking about it. I just wanted to go fishing then, man. I wanted to lead a life of solitude, be on my own. The sword was a nice bonus, but it wasn't until I met Cleve that he made me until he adopted me, that I decided I needed to be more than just a dude. Rather serendipitous, if you do say so. You had a hand in that? He gave me a wry smile. Of course not. It was the perfect sort of non-answer. I had no idea if he had played a role or if he hadn't. Paul was so damn good at surfing the line of vague, giving me next to nothing on what might be the truth. Also, it seemed like half what he said just served to confuse me. Can I ask you a question? I asked. Of course, he said. He seemed to lean back and fall into a chair that wasn't there until it was. I felt a nudge at my knees, and soon I was sitting in a chair across from him. They were comfortable armchairs, white leather, of course, and it felt like mine had been customized precisely for me. What's going on here? I asked. Interesting question. But I will not answer that one, Mr. Paul said. Would you like to try another? Sure. Do the stat increases have an effect? I can tell strength does. But what about charisma or intelligence? Am I getting smarter? Strength is a facile one, isn't it? You can easily tell when there's been a change. Intelligence does have an effect. But I have to admit, I'm not as versed in the peculiarities of the attributes as some of my brethren might be. Intelligence increases will not be dramatic. You certainly will not suddenly understand quantum mechanics. You still need to learn things. Just when you do study something or are introduced to something new, there's a greater chance you'll retain the information. That you will understand it, grasp it, apply it correctly. Does that make sense? Sure, I guess. And charisma? Harder still to explain, sadly. More ephemeral. Think of it as a measure of attention. How you hold the room. The strength of feelings others are able to put towards you, understand? I guess. Perhaps you should put a few more points into intelligence then. Before I go, I do have a few gifts for you. A boon? His eyes twinkled. Maybe. You'll have to wait until you see them. Any tips about getting out of the oubliette? I'm sure you'll find it if you get a light in just the right spot, Mr. Paul said. And please, do find the dungeon. As far as I know, it has been quite some time since someone found one. Would really do wonders for your numbers. Numbers? Hush now, darling. My chair disappeared out from under me, and I was falling. Chapter 23. I woke up falling onto the ground near the bed. My head totally missed the mattress and bounced against the floor hard. I popped up to my feet, and a few little boxes fell off me. They were nicely wrapped, white on white, with little tags on them. They all had bizarre names attached to them. Arkangod, Incredible Inept, and Fortinbuff. But there was no indication of what might be inside. I opened the first box, and it was a stat potion. You have found bonus attribute potion. Item type potion, item class rare, item quality exquisite. Durability 3 out of 3, weight 1 pound. Requirements, the ability to drink. Description. This rare potion gives you some additional attribute points, 10, to spend as you see fit. Beware, as soon as it is exposed to air, it begins to degrade. The durability dropped, and I almost chugged it immediately, but as I raised the bottle to my lips, I realized there was someone who needed it more than I did. I grabbed Nikolai, rolled him over, and jammed the bottle into his mouth as the durability clicked down again. Drink, I said, and order from your herd leader. Eyes wide, he drank. As he swallowed the last drop, the bottle disintegrated in my hands. What is this? He asked. Then he read over his display, and he frowned. Where did this come from? A gift from a friend? Who? Whom? What? No matter. Put the new points to work and get some more sleep. You look like shit. I think he wanted to argue, but he was clearly exhausted. When I pushed him back down on the mattress, he acquiesced, snoring again almost instantly. Back over to the presents. I opened the next one. It was a key. You have found a skeleton key. Item type, key. Item class, rare. Item quality, exquisite. Durability, 1 of 1. Weight, 0.1 pound. Requirements, a lock. Description. This key unlocks a single lock. Odd, but definitely useful. I tucked it in the bag. The last present. This one was from Incredible Inept, whomever that was, and included a postscript. More furry, cute things, please. I was confused. Very, very confused. Goodness, you have found the spellbook Tame Greater. The book was small, like a pocket notebook, but it was fairly buzzing with power. A greater spell. That had to be pretty badass. When I popped open the book, it felt like my brain was exploding. I fell over backward. Not sure how long I was out, but when I next opened my eyes, my head hurt like a motherfucker, and my face felt wet. You have learned the spell Tame Greater. Tame allows you to tame any non-sentient animal. Greater Tame allows you to attempt to tame any non-sentient monster, demon, devil, aberration, fiend, creature, etc. Be aware, every level above your own decreases your chances of taming the creature by 10%. The wetness was Ragnar pouring water on my face. He's up, Ragnar said. Skeld moved into my field of view. What the hell were you doing? He asked. Learning a new spell? I replied, moving my jaw around. I must have been clenching the whole time I was out. I thought you stopped doing that stupid shit, Ragnar sniped. And is Nikolai in the hearth now? He is. and I could never stop doing stupid shit. It's kind of my thing. "Why bother?" Ragnar asked. "Why increase your hearth when we are doomed to die in this accursed pit?" "Because we're not gonna die in here. Jesus on a cupcake, calm your tits." They both looked at me like I was crazy. Which, to be fair, I probably was, and I was more than a little desperate to not be the idiot who got his party killed by voluntarily going into an oubliette. I thought about what Mr. Paul had told me, that I just needed more light to find the entrance to the dungeon. I had two theories on that. Either some clever runes had been carved into the wall, maybe something along the lines of the hidden elven runes in Lord of the Rings, or... well, that was the main idea I had. The other was just that since I'd used dark vision the day prior, maybe there was something I'd missed by not having actual light to see. I walked over to the bag of candles to see what kind of a dent we'd made in them. There were plenty left, and I was pretty sure I also had a few in the bag of holding. Still, it wasn't an inexhaustible supply, so I needed to make sure we kept an eye out for light sources. Emmeline was still asleep. All the prisoners were, for that matter, or ex-prisoners. Poor things must have been completely exhausted. I smiled at the thought that they finally felt safe enough to rest. Emmeline wore the ball gown, and the gown fit her quite well because she looked pretty dang good, just a little out of place. I moved all the way over to the wall before getting Skeld to light the candle, and then I began the search. Moving slowly, carefully, looking for even the smallest variations on the dark stone bricks. But I wasn't seeing anything. The candle didn't put off a ton of light, and it flickered like you wouldn't believe. It was impossible to make out the details on the stone while worrying about the candle blowing out. That stopped me in my tracks. Slowly, I took a few steps back. The candle flame flickered again, as if wind blew across it, ever so slightly. "Wind," I said. "There's air moving here." Both the hearth boys walked over and put their tiny paw hands up against the wall, feeling around the grout and the bricks. "It is faint," Skeld said, pointing to a specific bit of cracked mortar. "But I think it is mostly from here." "Perfect," I said. I pulled the pick from my bag and went to work. The first hit jostled the rock a bit, so I let loose, putting the entirety of my strength behind the next hit, which was perhaps just a little too much. The stone shattered and the hammer handle broke, but more importantly, the shattered bits of stone didn't shoot back at me. Instead, they fell into a space behind the wall. I picked up the pick head and the broken handle and dropped them in the bag. Instead, I pulled out a warhammer that had a metal haft forge welded to a huge metal head. That way it wouldn't break. I swung again and again until I could get my head through the hole and look. Bingo! I saw a tall stone door covered in bizarre and unsettling carvings, symbols I didn't understand, and pictograms of monsters I did. A single brass ring hung in the middle. It had to be the dungeon. "Is it there?" Skeld asked. "Something is," I replied. There was a slow cracking sound, and a brick landed on my head. Then another. I pulled out of the hole and looked up. If there's one thing I know, now, about structural integrity in domes, it's that domes don't have a whole lot of it, especially if you start pulling pieces out. And currently, the hole I'd punched in the side of the dome was causing said dome to crash in on itself. Fast. "Get everyone and everything out that door," I yelled, pointing behind me, already running towards our sleeping companions. I chanced to look up. A crack was shooting towards the top. I should have thought my actions through a little more. Maybe I did have a bit of a being stupid problem. Sprinting across the floor, I dove to cover as much of Nikolai and Emmeline as I could, getting my body over them just as the stone bricks smashed down. which meant I got a lot of hurt, and they got squished into the mattress and woken up. There was the unmistakable and unpleasant sound of stones falling out of the oubliette and smashing against the floor around us. I pulled Nikolai under one arm and Emmeline under the other, ignoring his squawking and her smashing her petite fists against me. I ran for the dungeon. Next to me, the herdsman pulled Donner along, dodging the falling rubble. I slid to a stop and set my charges down. We turned to watch the destruction. Rocks continued to fall, dust pouring in and around the area. Even with dark vision, I was about to be blind. With no other choice, I reached for the door. As soon as I touched the center ring, I got a notification. You have reached the Dungeon of the Ancients. Congratulations and warnings onto you. Do you wish to form a party or enter as a solo adventurer? Shit, I whispered, sneaking a glance above to see more of the brick and mortar of the prison tumbling down. I'm making a party and we're going into a dungeon. Everyone accept. I shot out invites to Donner and Emmeline, and then grabbed the handle again. You have reached the Dungeon of the Ancients. Congratulations and warnings unto you. Do you wish to enter? Yes or no? Grinning like an idiot, I selected yes just as everything around us started to collapse. Then, everything went black. Chapter 24. Light flared around us, and not only could we see, but we could breathe. There wasn't even a mote of dust floating in the air around us. The door to the dungeon hadn't opened in a traditional sense. It was more of a magical portal, I guess. At least that's the way it seemed to me. A dungeon, Nikolai said, barely above a whisper. While the locals were impressed about the whole thing, or at least doing a good job of seeming like it, I had to admit that what I saw wasn't anything to write home about. We were in a dimly lit room, not that big, not that small. A heavy wooden table took over most of one side of the room, a threadbare carpet held the center, and a few chairs that had seen better days rounded things out. A bleached skeleton sat in the corner, arms around its knees. A few threads of remaining clothes hung off it, and a rusting sword laid on the ground nearby. Some small bits of metal dotted the skeleton's waist, all that remained from what seemed like it had once been a belt and sheath. Obviously, there were no windows, but there was a single door mounted in the middle of the far wall. But the door we'd come through was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't find a hatch above us or a trapdoor below us either. We'd appeared in the space, and now there was no exit. I started, but Nikolai put his hand up. This is a dungeon. I did not believe one existed here beneath Osterstadt, but you have proven me wrong. Before you ask me too many questions with obvious answers, what happened to your face? My face? It is covered in blood. I put my hand up and on my face. I felt tacky. Sure enough, blood came off on my hand. Nothing hurt, though. I don't know, I said. We found him like that when we woke him up, Skeld said. What were you doing last night? Nikolai said. Where did you get that potion you forced down my throat? I had a visit from Mr. Paul. The being who blessed you with your boons? That's the one. And he gave you that potion, the one you gave to me. Yup. You are a fool. You realize you spurned his gift? Dude, you needed it more. I mean nothing to this deity. You, on the other hand, received a great gift from him and... Never mind. It is done. You are likely never going to see him again, but we all might feel his wrath. What else did he give you? A spell book, Montana, Nikolai snapped. You attempted to learn another spell? Hey man, I did learn that spell. Your bullheadedness will be the death of us all. Stop trying to learn spells. Why? Clearly, you have little gift for magic, or else it would not cause you such grief every time you attempt to learn it. So I can't do magic? It certainly seems as if it is not your strong suit. Is that somewhere on my character sheet? Magic and muscles do not play well together, Nikolai said. You being little else beyond muscle are risking your life every time you even cast a spell, especially if it is a spell requiring heavy amounts of mana. Similarly with learning spells. Have you ever wondered why it hurts you so? No one told me any of this, I said. How the fuck was I supposed to know? Perhaps you could think about asking questions before engaging in foolish actions, Montana Cogshall, Duke of Idiots. Seems a bit harsh, I muttered. You are the one who keeps tying lives to yours and yet act as if nothing you do has consequences. I opened my mouth to rebut him, but I really had nothing to say. The man had a point. It may have been a point I didn't particularly like, but it was a point nonetheless. Nikolai shook his head and started pacing. I am assuming none of you have been in a dungeon before, he said, then looked out at his collected audience. No one said anything. Silence. Good. Perhaps you have heard of dungeons, then. There were a few nods, slow, steady nods. For the idiot among us, Nikolai continued, and for those who think they know, I will explain a bit. Dungeons are built to protect things, namely treasure. They are built with and by magic, which means the dungeon itself is magic. There is a host of creatures who are built in the dungeon, spawned by the dungeon, and do the bidding of the dungeon. One of the great mysteries is why, but we do not care. The dungeon wants to feed on the life force and energy of as many living creatures as it can, or even the energy and unlife forces of the undead. Thus, it fills itself with bonus treasure to lure in the stupid. Even the smallest dungeon is full of riches beyond measure. This one, if it is as old as it seems, and if it has been left idle as long as it has, will likely be ripe with treasure and rife with peril. I cannot, in good conscience, lie to you and say we will all make it out alive. It is likely we will all perish. You are just amazing for morale, I said. Fucking lie to us, man. He frowned, and I could tell he wanted his levels back just so he could punch me in the face. This, he continued as if I hadn't interrupted him, is the last place we might find safety until we are to the next level of the dungeon. When we open that door there, he pointed to the only door in the room in what I considered a completely superfluous gesture, being as there was, only one door in the room. We must be on high alert until such time as we exit or die. Got it, I said. Monsters, traps, and treasure. What a way to go. But there wasn't exactly a choice in the matter, as evidenced by the skeleton in the corner. We could sit and starve to death, or we could take our chances. And I, for one, relished the opportunity to lay the smack down on some monsters. Fighting against other humans, or other sentient races for that matter, always left a bad taste in my mouth, which could just be the blood I always seemed to get splashed with, but I'd like to believe it was also the burgeoning conscience I seemed to be growing in this new land. Before opening the door, I doled out what weapons I had. A short bow to Emmeline, as well as a few quivers of arrows, which really completed her ensemble. Nothing matches a ball gown quite like ranged weapons. Donner rolled with the warhammer I'd been using, while I pulled out a busted shield and a big sword. Nikolai got to use Cleave's sword, the Cogshall blade, while the other two members of my herd stuck with their weapons of choice, spears. After a little stretching and limbering up, I pushed the door open. A very loud gong rang out. As soon as we were all through the door, it slammed shut behind us. "Game on," I said. Chapter 25. The hallway was long and reasonably well lit. It was difficult to discern where the light was coming from, Nothing seemed to be in place, no torches or lamps or anything. Just ambient light. The floors were gray stone bricks that fit nearly perfectly together, completely flat, as was the ceiling. The walls, on the other hand, were more rustic-looking, with the bricks protruding ever so much. There was no dust on the floor, no cobwebs in the corners. It was, well, cleanish. I wouldn't eat off the floors, but I'd probably extend the 5-second rule out to 30. I moved forward, taking the lead. Looking ahead, there were doors and junctions aplenty, and I had a sinking feeling. The first junction was a simple offshoot. At the far end, I spotted a familiar group of creatures. Goblins. 6 of them. They played dice against a wall. "Hey," I yelled to them, thinking perhaps we could avoid violence. "Think we could, play through?" There was a tense silence as the goblins stared me down. They all had swords of various makes, nothing particularly impressive. Every piece looked as if it had been scavenged and then customized. There were no rings on these guys' swords, though. The biggest of the goblins had a massive scar cutting through one ear and all the way across his face, and the scar seemed to have blackened, making him look vile, evil. One had an extra ear hanging right in front of his right ear. They all had on black leather armor, again looking like it had been patched together. They unsheathed their weapons and stood to attention, the dice game forgotten. One of them screamed, and they all charged. I put the shield out just in time to catch a goblin's thrust, but while I was stopping the fastest goblin, the next in line lunged at me. His shitty sword skating right along my rib, the bone saving me from what might have been a nasty wound. He was so close to me that I couldn't even swing my sword. Apparently, dungeon-based goblins were more skilled than the first assholes I met in Voldrani. From behind, a spear shot under my arm, going deep into the goblin's face, and the creature's viscera splooshed all over me. The battle was on and over in barely a heartbeat, thanks to my trusty Lutra. Even though goblins are pretty small, they seem to have an incredible amount of gunk inside them. A 10-foot section of the corridor was just nothing but gross, and I happened to be in that section. Notably, so was Donner. Everyone else, though, made it through fine. A simple white globe, maybe 1 inch in diameter, floated in the middle of the hallway, hovering above the remains of the goblins. It glowed, gentle, inviting. I reached towards it, then remembered I'd been a bit of a dumbass lately, or, since the second I came into either one of the worlds I'd been in. So I stopped and looked to Nikolai. He nodded at me. I touched the orb. As soon as my finger made contact, a pile of coins dropped, bouncing on the stone floor. Donner was on them immediately. I looked over the goblin's equipment. I thought about taking it, but it was all garbage. "This is weird," I said. "Even for Voldrani." "What do you mean by that?" Emmeline asked. "Don't listen to him," Ragnar said as he wiped the goblin blood off his spear. "He says dumb things." I spent a minute getting the goblin gunk off myself, and as I was clearing the ichor from my face, I yelled in surprise as Nikolai was barely an inch from me. "You fight like shit," he said. "And now that I am rather incapacitated, we cannot survive this mess if you do not get better. Quickly." He ripped the shield from my arm and hit me with it. 1 point of damage. "The shield is not a tool for bashing," he snapped. "It is for blocking. If it were not for your quick-thinking backup, you would have been sliced to pieces by a fucking goblin. A goblin." I blocked one. There were 6. Blocking one the way you did left you wide open for the other 5. Despite the pain it clearly causes you, do some thinking. Remember your fucking training. Cleve did not sweat night after night because he wanted the exercise. He wanted you to be better at what it seems you are destined to do. If not for me, improve because Cleve wanted you to." It sucked to get my ass chewed out. Double suck for throwing out the guilt train of me disappointing Cleve. But then again, it was kind of nice seeing Nikolai return to a more normal version of himself. I just wished it wasn't quite so focused on my being an idiot. I guess I could try to listen to him and not suffer his abuse anymore. So what should I do then? I asked. Decide what it is you're going to do. Are you going to use a shield and sword? Fine, focus on that. Learn how to use them. Master them. Are you going to use an axe? Fine, do that. A hammer, a spear, a bow, whatever it is. Conquer that before moving on. Because in here, in this dungeon, you need to be our front. So I should use a shield? Can you use it properly? I don't know. Then stick with something you know how to use. And if you're going to use a shield, use one that's a proper size. He tossed the shield to the side. That, he said, pointing to the shield, is for small people riding small horses. You are on the ground, on your feet, and you are quickly becoming a giant. So I don't even have the proper shield to use, so exactly. Why didn't you just say so? Because if I tell you something, you will not learn it. I am trying to get you to think for yourself. He flicked my forehead and then walked away. Skeld, Nikolai said, with me. We are scouting ahead. Welcome to the dungeon, Emmeline said, holding her gown up a little as she stepped over the goblin mess. Chapter 26. I pulled out a battle axe and marched to the T-junction at the end of our current hall. Nikolai kneeled at one wall, looking to the right, while Skeld peeked around to the left. And? Skeld called out. Door, Nikolai replied. I walked out into the junction and looked. Sure enough, one direction, left, looked like someone just stopped building. The other way held a heavy wood door. I guess we know which way we're going, I said. This is why you are not choosing, Nikolai replied. Skeld, Ragnar, down the hall. Be slow and careful. Check for traps, and make sure the wall is actually a wall. Skeld and Ragnar moved down the hall, checked the stones on the floor, and that was that. Nothing. Nothing, Skeld said. All clear. Nikolai moved slowly up the hall until he got to the door. He put his ear up and listened to the other side. It smelled bad next to the door, like death. Nikolai put his hand against the door, then gave a little push. It wasn't locked. Inside, bodies in various states of decay were stacked like cordwood. No humans that I could pick out, just all sorts of humanoid monsters. A surprising number of them goblins. There was a small, clear space in the middle, creating a sort of walkway, and another door on the other end. As soon as our door opened, the smell worsened immensely. It was absolutely revolting, and I had a tough time keeping my stomach to myself. Emmeline puked over the wall she was standing next to. I reached over and held her hair back. We will move quickly through here, Nikolai snapped back at us, apparently unaffected by the filth. There is a reason these bodies are here, and I fear what it might mean for us if we linger too long. With that, he was moving. We followed, hands over mouths. There was a strong feeling of wrongness in the place. Perhaps the death, also the sickness, but it seemed like more than that. It wasn't until I was almost all the way through the room when I realized what was bothering me so much. All of the creatures who'd been touching the floor or the walls seemed to have melted into the floor or the wall. My first thought was that the room wasn't made well, that the walls and floor were sinking. But the truth was more vile. The bodies were actually being absorbed by the room. I held up my hand to Nikolai, only to see I was the last one in the room. Everyone else was waiting for me to hurry up and get through. I rushed across and stepped through the doorway into what looked like an antechamber. There were 3 doors in the place, The one we'd come through, one to our left that was hanging a bit open, and one in front of us. I shut the door behind me. Nikolai was at the next open door, while Ragnar and Skeld stood across the room at the other. "Those bodies were being eaten by the room," I said. Nikolai shot me a look, a pretty clear shut the fuck up sort of thing. He pushed the door open a little more with his toe and peeked in. Looking over his shoulder, I saw crates and barrels. "Storage," he whispered. "Wait," he held up a hand. "Stop talking," he snapped. He moved around me and headed over to the rest of the hearth. I looked at the barrels and stuff in the room, and I thought about grabbing it all and shoving it in the bag, but it was pretty nasty stuff. Dark mold grew in between the crates and up onto the walls, mold which hadn't been disturbed in a rather long period of time, and I couldn't see any scenario in which adding mold to the mix made things better. The last door opened onto a hallway about 30 yards long. At the end, an open archway led to what looked like a large open room with a dark red carpet across most of the floor. There was a lump in the middle of the carpet. "This is most definitely a trap of some sort," Nikolai said. "Obviously, shut up." He arranged us the way he wanted us to travel. I was point with Ragnar and Skeld behind me, Nikolai and Emmeline behind them, Donner in the back. Nikolai traded his sword back to me in favor of a rather mild-looking short bow. He'd asked for the smallest bow I could find, and this one looked almost like it was for a child. I led the way into the room, stopping any time I thought I saw something odd or out of order. I didn't exactly know the kind of traps we'd find in this place, but I had to imagine they were similar to things I'd seen in the games I'd played. Tripwires and acid pits. At the edge of the room, I could see the lump much better. A body. Something goblinoid without being a goblin. Bigger, more refined. A Goblin 2.0, perhaps? Someone behind me gave me a push. My bet was on Ragnar. Onwards. Statues were positioned around the perimeter. They'd been made with some skill, but not a whole lot of artistic beauty. The things were hideous. Creatures I never wanted to realize existed, let alone see, even if just carved in stone. There was a doorway to the left, one to the right, and a stairwell in front of us leading to another large open archway. And while I could tell that there was a room of sorts beyond, I couldn't see anything on ground level. You know, what with the ground being a full story above where I was. Directly above, the ceiling soared, and at the top I saw another carving. A great black thing with tentacles. I could just make out some gold filigree up there as well. Unique design, but nothing I'd pick for my home. I knelt at the carpet and slid my axe blade underneath, just a peek. Stone floor. Nikolai stepped around me and walked over to the dead creature. He knelt. "Hobgoblin," he said. "I'm sorry, what?" I replied. "Hobgoblin. Goblin's bigger cousin. Harder, faster, smarter." "Awesome." The creature was bigger than most humans, about 6 or 7 feet tall. A solid amount of muscle under what looked to be thick orange skin. Not like bright orange, not unreal, but like a muted carrot. Or a tanning salon aficionado. Black fingernails came to points, and wiry black hair shot out of various places about the body. The facial features were heavy, with little subtlety. Shorter legs than I was expecting, the ratio was all off, especially as compared to the lengthy torso. The hobgoblin must have had great balance with such a low center of gravity, and unlike the rest of the goblins I'd interacted with, the hobgoblin was clean, neat, a creature which bathed regularly and understood basic concepts of hygiene. I stayed at the edge of the carpet and looked from the left door to the right door, trying to discern anything that might give me a clue which way we should go. The rest of the group walked over to the dead body. Ragnar, naturally, dug through the hobgoblin's pouches and pockets. Without any warning, a creature dropped from the ceiling, enveloping the entire party. Except me. Fuck. Chapter 27. It looked a bit like the membrane that made up a bat wing, but thicker. Almost like a black leather cloak, with a singular grasping hand thing on its back facing the ceiling. Likely, that was the means by which the creature had held onto the ceiling. Muffled cries came out from underneath. I planted my feet and swung as hard as I could, the axe whistling through the air. It sliced right through the creature's membranous body like it was nothing. Chop and slice and deal with ichor. Chop and slice, chop and slice. The thing tried to crawl away, but it couldn't move particularly well. When I got close to the middle of the thing, I made a big horizontal slice, lopping off a big chunk. There was an eruption of thick black oozy blood or some other equally noxious bodily fluid, and the creature stilled. But it started undulating a second later when my friends underneath it pushed and pulled, attempting to get out from under the thing. I ripped the leathery skin apart, afraid of using the axe when I didn't need to, thinking what might happen if I were to cut into Nikolai. As soon as I tore the skin, though, I heard a bang and a roar. To my left, a hobgoblin came into the room, axe held high above his head with both hands. I kicked my axe up, grabbed it and threw it, almost in one motion. It hit the orange skin smack in the head, splitting the skull and stopping the momentum of his upper body. The lower body continued, legs shooting up in some sort of gruesome slapstick. I could hear my friends coming up from behind, so I sprinted over to the newly deceased body and snagged his axe off the ground, which I promptly threw, catching the incoming opponent by surprise. Another solid hit, another spray of blood, and it was fightin' time. The hobgoblins didn't seem like they had much in the way of concern for life, straight up shoving their dying buddy out of the way to get to me. 3 of them came at me. One had twin swords, one held a hammer, and the last one had a hand axe in each meaty fist. I stomped my foot on the first hobgoblin's mushed melon and ripped my battle axe free, getting it up in front of me just in time to block a swinging hammer. I jabbed out with the butt of my haft, connecting directly with Hammer's disgusting pig-shaped nose. There was a satisfying crunch, and I saw his eyes close involuntarily. The nose is always a painful spot, no matter what species you are. I jammed my foot down on his booted foot, then pushed the hobgoblin over as soon as he became unbalanced. Double Axe tripped over Hammer, while Twin Swords put on a quick display of skill with his double blades. Flashing, twirling, spinning, basically the whole 9 yards of showmanship. I swung overhead as hard as I could, and though Twin Swords crossed his blades to block the axe, I had a lot of speed, a lot of strength, and a lot of weight behind me. The blade snapped off at the hilt, and my axe went through about 40% of the hobgobbo, leaving the poor fucker's face in a perpetual state of surprise. But there was no way I was getting that axe out any time soon. It was firmly embedded in the creature's spine, which meant I had to grab a broken blade. It was dull, so there wasn't really any danger to me. I scooped one up. By the time I turned, Hammer and Double Axe had untangled themselves. Double Axe was making his attack, 2 chops coming in from the right. I threw the blade at him and leapt back at the same time. His axes went wide, and my thrown blade did nothing. Both hobgoblins grinned, obviously happy at me appearing as if I were completely defenseless. I reached into my bag and pulled out a spear. It must have looked very strange, this little bag hanging off the big dude, and here I go, reaching in and pulling out a 7-foot-long spear. Frankly, I'm pretty sure that bizarre image was all that kept them from attacking while I was defenseless and struggling to get a 7-foot-long spear out of a comparatively tiny bag on my belt. As soon as I had it out, though, Hammer charged and Double Axe was a mere heartbeat behind. Hammer swung overhead. I deflected it to the side and slammed the butt of the spear up and into the side of Double Axe's head. He grunted in pain and it threw his attack off, axes once again swinging wide through the air. The 2 forced me back, keeping the pressure on and making it impossible for me to get my spear around to the front, where the pointy bit might do some actual damage. Instead, I had to block like mad, thumping with either the haft or the ends, and it was less like I fought with a spear and more like I fought with a staff. My back hit the wall, which meant Hammer hit me, straight in the shoulder with a solid fleshy thunk. Pain blossomed out, and I couldn't move my arm. I dropped the spear, and the axes slammed straight into my chest. Then an arrow came out of Double Axe's eye, garnishing me in gore. Hammer turned his head to look behind him, and got a face full of spear from Ragnar, again splashing me with all sorts of gnarly carnage. I pulled the hand axes out of my chest and leaned back against the wall that had nearly killed me. "You okay, boss?" Ragnar asked, pulling a piece of cloth out of a belt pouch and wrapping it around my chest. Perfect. Chapter 28. We were a pretty solid mess. The thick, leathery creature's corpse took up most of the floor space. Lots of gross stuff oozed out of it. The carpet was definitely ruined. Shame, too, it really tied the room together. Turns out that the creature managed to magically stun everyone when it fell. It wasn't particularly tough to kill from the outside. It was definitely an ambush predator. But had I been trapped underneath, it would have been game over for the group. Once the creature was dead, the stun wore off, and they'd gotten out, only to see me have my ass handed to me by the two hobgoblins. Thankfully, Emmeline had good aim. It was her arrow that popped the hobgoblin's eye. The dungeon gave us some more orbs, one large green and one smaller blue. The green dropped a bunch of coins and 2 vials full of thick red liquid. The blue orb, on the other hand, dropped a pair of gloves. No coins, nothing else, just a pair of gloves. I shot my identifier spell over towards it. Gloves of Grip. Item type, rare. Item class, gloves. Material, spider silk. Durability, 200 out of 200. Weight, 3 pounds. Requirements, not applicable. Description: a pair of gloves able to grip on most anything. Grab a hold, keep it. I relayed the information to Nikolai. He picked them up and looked them over. "I worry they are cursed," he said. "Why is that?" I asked. "They make no mention of being able to let go of an item, do they?" "So we leave them here?" "No," he said and tossed them at me. "There are things to do with magic items, even those we have no desire for." I fumbled to catch them, then shoved them in the old bag of holding. Everyone looked a little worse for wear. Those who had been under the creature were coated with a sort of mucus. Donner had a massive red mark on his back, I suppose where the creature had bitten him. Looking at the remains, it was remarkably squid-like, right down to having a beak of sorts under the fleshy head, except for the hand thingy on the top of the thing. At least it would have been on top had I not lopped it off. Nikolai took a cursory look over the hobgoblins, then waved for Skeld and Ragnar to come over. "You," he said, pointing at Ragnar. "You've got higher skinning and butchery. You work on getting the skin off this creature. Skeld, assist." He walked over to me. "You okay?" I pulled my shirt away and looked at my chest. It was still bleeding a little, but it was definitely stitching itself back together, and my other arm was working fine. "Give me a minute and I'll be 100. "Follow," he said while looking over at Emmeline. "You're on guard. Donner, this way." Donner nodded. Nikolai walked over to the open door that the hobgoblins had come through. He paused before crossing the threshold, and ultimately remained on our side. The door revealed a large open space, almost like a football field, just, minus the grass. The ground was stone, marched on enough that there were grooves ground down. Huge chests lined the whole left side, too far away from us to get any idea of what might be in them. A whole host of stone archways sat across from us, looking almost like a Roman aqueduct, but not a single other door in the whole space. "Mustering grounds," Nikolai muttered. "What are those?" I asked. "Heal Donner," came the reply. I gave Nikolai my best dirty look, but he didn't see it. and I doubt he'd have cared in any case. I reached over and laid a hand on Donner. Donner slapped my hand off him. "No magic," he snarled. "But," I said. He pushed me up against the wall and got right in my face. "No magic." I knew I could shove him back. Despite his impressive bulk and surprising weight, I knew I was still stronger than him. I knew that I could also heal him, so maybe knocking him the fuck out would be for the best. He'd wake up feeling groovy, B.A. Baraka style. But if he didn't want magic, I wouldn't do it. "Hands up," I said. "You don't want magic, you don't get magic." His muscles clenched for a second. Then he relaxed and let me go. "Okay?" I asked. "Magic is evil," Donner replied. "There can be no good from it. Just look at where we are. Had I known you were a magic wielder, I cannot say I would have come with you." "Noted," I said. "And if you want to go your own way once we're out of this, yeah." "That's the area where the hobgoblins get their armies ready to battle," Nikolai said. "Which means they live through the arches beyond. My guess, then, is that the goblins live behind us." He looked over his shoulder at the closed door on the other side of the chamber. "And we should get moving before someone else gets curious about this noise." As soon as the Hearth boys were done skinning the beast, we stripped the hobgoblins of their armor and weapons, then we headed up the stairs. I was hugely curious about the doors we left untouched, but Nikolai seemed certain they were a bad idea. The top of the stairs, there was a large arched tunnel going on and on, wide open space. Far to the end, there was what seemed like an identical room to the one we were in. About halfway to that room, a pillar stood in the archway. We walked as a group, moving slowly, spread out in a line. There was plenty of space between us. I had no idea how this place had been built. A bell rang out, almost like a church bell, echoing off the stone walls. Drums boomed to life from behind us, then in front of us. Different rhythms and tones, but sounding as if they came off the same types of drums. "I think we should move faster," I said. Looking for traps was put aside for the moment, and we started walking with purpose. The drums got louder. We started jogging. Now the drums were thundering, and we began to run. As we got to the center where the pillar stood, I could see a large gleaming jewel on top of it, something bigger than my head, and sending bright red rays around the area, like a crimson disco ball. Slack-jawed, I stood transfixed for a second, until I got a hard smack on the back of my head from a grimacing Nikolai. The others in the party were similarly staring at me. "We have company," Nikolai said, pointing to one end of the hall and then the other. I followed his points. Where we'd come from were red shields. Behind the shields, armed with spears just tall enough to be at the ceiling, were hobgoblins. The other end, blue shields, but otherwise the same. Both sides held. Then they chanted. First one, then the other. Back and forth they screamed at each other, slamming spears against shields, raising fists. It was all rather impressive, and I felt some genuine terror. Loud, primal, powerful. But as long as the group stayed at either end of the halls, it was fine. Naturally. That's when they charged. Chapter 29. Despite the complete lack of chance we had of victory, I took a position against the red group while Donner went up against the blue. We each had one lucher with us, and our two ranged members took up their positions behind us on either side of the pillar. I'd like to say I felt no fear facing down the charge, but that'd be a lie. The only thing I managed to do was remain still and hold my axe. The armies thundered down the hall, the noise overwhelming. The sight was overwhelming, too. I took a deep breath and resigned myself to a glorious death fighting for my friends. hoping beyond hope I'd be able to stay upright long enough for a miracle to happen. The charge halted on a dime. Out of nowhere, the hobgoblins slammed their shields on the ground and held their spears straight up. I snuck a glance behind me. Same thing with the blue guys. Stillness for a moment. The group in front of me began to part down the middle, and a grizzled hobgoblin in ornate armor started moving towards me. Hands behind him, he walked without a care, but with just a little curiosity. He made his way through his troops until he stopped in front of them, looking at me. He said. Then he moved past me. I followed him with my eyes, not daring to make any movements. There was a mirroring action from the blue team. A similarly grizzled veteran hobgoblin came out and looked over us, taking the opposite direction around the pillar. Finally, both hobgoblin leaders came together and stood, perhaps 3 feet apart. "Who is the leader here?" Red asked, his voice gruff, but a whole lot more civilized than I'd expected. Sure, it sounded like he'd been gargling whiskey his whole life, but it would have been only the finest single malt. No blends for this classy gent about to kill me. All the eyes went to me. "What?" I asked. "What are they saying?" Nikolai asked in reply. "Do we need to switch to Imperial?" Red asked, his voice a little clearer as I realized he was speaking the common language I'd heard up in Osterstadt. "I got you, bub," I said. "I can speak Goblin if you want to go that route. Either way, I'm the cat you want to talk to," I said. "Who will you fight for?" Red asked, continuing in Imperial. "Fight for?" "Yes," Blue replied, also speaking Imperial. "Certainly you realize you cannot take both of the armies. You will perish." "Should you join one of us," Red continued, picking up where Blue stopped, "and you survive the battle, we may look kindly enough upon you to keep you as a slave." "Slavery or death?" "I suppose the options do come down to that," Red said, bringing one hand out and inspecting his sharp black nails. They looked a bit more like claws on him. "Have you considered option C?" I asked. "No," Red said. "There is no—" "I am intrigued," Blue interrupted to say, getting a withering look from Red. "What is your proposal?" I looked from one army to the other, at their shields, their spears. Everything was extremely well used, not busted in any way. It all looked top-notch. It had been well cared for, but this was not parade ground equipment. These cats threw down on the regular. And if they fought all the time and they fought here, that meant they had to be fighting over something. The only thing I could guess worth fighting over would be the red gem up top. "You two are here for the gem, right?" I asked. Red sniffed disdainfully, but Blue nodded. "And I have a feeling that most days your armies are evenly matched. Most often end in a draw, right?" "Let us say that perhaps we do," Blue said. "What is the gem for?" I asked. "Why do you fight for it?" "We are able to trade it for goods," Blue said. "For food and materials." "And how often does it regrow?" "The jewel will return on the morrow." "So you guys fight every day?" "Of course." "Why don't you just trade who gets the gem day by day?" They looked at me like I just said something extremely offensive about their mothers, while letting a noxious fart rip. "Never mind, I get it," I said quickly. "The fight is important. But if you're so evenly matched, it's pretty much just a little bit of luck, battle to battle, determining the victor, yes?" Neither said anything, but their silence was enough of an answer for me. "Okay then, here we go. You," I pointed to Blue, "pick your champion, and you," Red, "pick yours. I fight them both. Whomever wins gets the jewel." Why would we do that? Red asked. We could just kill you now. Sure you could, I said, this time taking a moment to check my nails out. They were disgusting. But you'd know I'd put up a fight. You know I can swing this axe here. You know I've got 2 people with bows and some backup. The 6 of us might not win against you, but we will, and I can guarantee this. We will fuck you up mightily before we go down. And after we put a dent in your army, my boy in blue here will have enough of an advantage to crush you today. And if he crushes you today and gets that gem, he'll be stronger tomorrow. So how long are you going to be able to last getting the shit kicked out of you by blue before your red clan is no more? Silence. Thoughtful silence, though. But if you each throw out a champion, I said, really hoping I was about to play a big enough trump card. At worst, you lose only a single fighter. At best, you win the gem without losing anything at all. Blue smiled. I happen to like option, what did you call it? C? Yeah, C. Option C. That's 2 votes, I said. I mean, obviously I'm going to pick C. Blue looked to Red, almost daring Red to disagree. I was definitely impressed with the discipline in either army. Not a single hobgoblin had moved this whole time. No coughing, no fidgeting, nothing. It also made the whole thing incredibly eerie. I agree to it, Blue said. Red snarled at Blue, probably because Blue forced Red's hand, but still, the hand had been forced. I agree, Red said, thoroughly less excited than Blue had been. We are agreed then, Blue said. A battle of champions. Red nodded. They both looked to me. I'm in, I said. Let's do this. Prark! Blue yelled out. Red sneered. That is your choice. Prark is a weakling and a coward, and I look forward to his death. Duskalk! Duskalk? Blue said with clear derision. So your plan is to lose? Daring. The blue army parted, and a wiry-looking hobgoblin stepped up. He had a long, thin sword out and took a few measured swings through the air. His face was long, his beard was seemingly endless, and he had no mustache. Looking around, almost all of the hobgoblins had facial hair of some variety, whether full beards or mustaches or some bizarre combination thereof. His black hair pulled back tight into something like a bun. Prark wore blue-tinged chainmail that moved seamlessly with his sinuous, lithe body. Duskalk was basically the opposite of Prark, a hulking beast of a hobgoblin, with muscles appearing to be layered on top of muscles. Duskalk's thick gauntlets were wrapped around the girthy hilt of something like a big 2-handed sword. It was more a 6-foot-long flat piece of metal with a super-long hilt. Befitting the army Duskalk represented, he wore red armor, full plate. That meant Duskalk looked the image of a knight, minus a helm. Thick breastplate, gauntlets, greaves, all those other words Nikolai taught me on our first quest together that I'd since forgotten. It presented an interesting contrast to Prark's blue chain. Duskalk roared, spittle flying everywhere. The Red Army shouted back at him in approval. Prark sneered and spat. A thick globule of saliva arced through the air and splashed across Duskalk's pristine armor. Easy, guys, I said, putting my hands up. Before we get to killing each other, let's make a few things clear. If I win, I get the gem and we go free, my whole party. We go wherever we want to go and y'all can't touch us. Blue grunted but nodded. You lose, Red said. We eat your body and your party. I looked over to Nikolai. Everyone else in the party shook their head, but Nikolai nodded. Once. Small. Deal, I said. Fight! Red roared. Chapter 30. I don't want to go out on the limb to say Duskalk cheated, but I'm pretty sure Big Red was swinging his giant sword thing even before his bossman had said, "Fight." The blade straight up thundered as it crashed through the air. Seeing no other option, I basically just fell backward, watching as the massive blade whooshed over the space I'd previously occupied. I slammed onto the stones, rolling away from the attack I knew had to be coming from my blue opponent, Proc. Sure enough, there was a metallic prang as Proc's sword hit off the ground. I jumped to my feet with my axe in my hands, holding it across my body, full defense, ready to see what my foes had planned. Everyone else moved back from us, including my party, who stood up against a wall on the far side of the gem pillar. The two hobgoblin leaders stood in the first ranks of their respective armies. We had a small, open-ish area to fight in, the big pillar serving as a center point. Given how my last fight had ended, I paid special attention to my movements. This time, there wouldn't be someone to save me. Duskalk took a step towards me, but as Big Red did, Proc lunged out. Duskalk had to parry Proc's sword, which left an opening for me. I quickly swung my axe left to right, but Duskalk was faster still, dodging enough out of the way that my blow just slid off the thick red armor. Immediately, I knew I'd been played. Proc's thin sword slipped right into my abdomen in an explosion of pain. I jumped out of the way, but not before I felt blood pour down my side. So the two hobgoblins were willing to work together to defeat me before focusing on each other. My instinct was to hold the wound, staunch the flow of blood, but that wasn't an option here. I could see a blinking marker on the side of my vision denoting a bleeding debuff. My health was dropping steadily. But I had a two-handed weapon, so I had no hands free for anything silly like keeping myself alive. Both hands went on the axe, and I started to sidestep. I fired off my identification spell, first at Proc. Proc, Hobgoblin, level 21 Swords Hobgoblin, and then at Duskalk. Duskalk, Hobgoblin, level 21 Battle Butcher. Battle Butcher? That was a pretty sweet name for a class. Both were much higher level than I. Both clearly fought on the daily, killing who knows how many of their fellow hobs. That meant they both knew what they were doing fighting-wise. I was pretty well hosed. Still, no reason to give up. Instead, I squared off and gave a smile. That made the hobgoblins angry. Duskalk roared and went for an overhead chop. I had to fight defensively and barely got my axe up to take his hit. The blade slammed into the haft, and I slid it off to the side, right where Proc was coming in with another lunge. Duskalk's eyes went wide as his sword went down, slamming right into Proc's outstretched arm. Sure, Proc got a bit of a stab in me, but he took a pretty brutal hit in return. I jumped back again, watching Proc's arm going limp. He snarled in Duskalk, barking out a quick phrase in what I had to assume was a hobgoblin language of some sort. 3 words long, just enough for me to grab the language. Smashing, you've learned a new language. Hobgoblin battle cant. You are just weak, Duskalk snapped back at the retreating Proc. Proc growled, but the arm was pretty close to useless. Blue transferred the blade to the other hand, hopefully an offhand. So far I'd only seen Proc fight right-handed, so I had to hope Proc fighting lefty would give me an advantage. I didn't want to give Blue any time to recuperate whatsoever, so I feinted at Duskalk, who tensed into a defensive posture, then took a huge step and swung an overhead chop at Proc. Proc darted left, getting the good arm in parry position, not thinking I'd be able to switch directions mid-air. But one joy of being overly strong is the ability to do what people think is impossible. So I just pulled the swing to the side and went right by the upraised sword, hitting Proc's relatively unprotected neck area. The axe cut deep, cleaving right through Proc's flimsy blue chainmail. Blood fountained out of him, and though Proc got to his feet, Proc only remained upright for a second. Then his legs buckled and the blue champion crashed to the ground. I jumped over the body and spun to see how Duskalk would react. Big Red just squinted, looking at the remains of Prark. Keeping the body between us gave me at least a mild warning should Duskalk attack. It was a pretty gnarly obstacle, and I knew I wasn't going to be the one to go over it. Duskalk roared at me, but he came no closer. Prark's blood continued to cover the floor, and my health continued dropping. I venture to guess my opponent was aware of my negative condition, meaning waiting was the tactically sound decision for the Red Champion. Foot over foot I sidestepped, seeing what Duskalk was willing to do. Duskalk mirrored me, keeping our positions relative. But I'd run into the pillar if I kept going. Big Red was going to wait me out. It was something of a cowardly tactic, at least from my perspective, but it would most likely work. I ran through all my possible tactics. Nothing really stuck out to me, so I decided to go with Old Reliable. I threw the axe, winging it as hard as I could at Duskalk. Naturally, he moved to block the blow, but there was an incredible amount of force behind it, if I do say so myself. It blew by Duskalk and went spinning end over end, smashing into and cutting down a hobgoblin standing right next to the Red Leader. Duskalk couldn't help but look over at the cry of pain from his ally. I knelt and snatched up Prark's sword, leapt across the body, lunging forward with the sword outstretched. I wasn't fast enough, something I'd feared but planned on, and Duskalk got his big blade ripping across his body until it sunk deep into my chest, cutting almost halfway through. Cheers burst from the Red Army. They figured they'd just watched their champion win. Pain erupted through me, possibly the worst I'd experienced up to that point. I couldn't help but smile, and I took a ragged, wet breath. Duskalk also had a smile across that nasty hobgoblin face. Hot and fetid, the hobgoblin's breath washed over my face. I dropped my pilfered sword and leaned my head way back. Then I smashed my head against Duskalk's nose, the creature's wide schnoz breaking into tiny pieces under my skull. The Red Champion started to pull back, but I grabbed the neck of his armor with my right hand and the bottom of the chest piece with my left. I pulled him to me. "Where do you think you're going?" I growled, feeling blood fill up my mouth from a bevy of internal injuries. Eyes wide, fear and confusion battling for control, Duskalk struggled. But I had the hobgoblin, and I knew I had enough strength left to do something showy. I dropped down a bit to pick the massive hobgoblin up over my head, and held Duskalk there for 1 solid second, letting every hobgoblin in the place know that I wasn't in any hurry. I made eye contact with the Red Leader, who was finally showing a little surprise at the fight in front of him. Then I slammed Duskalk down on the ground as hard as I could, hard enough that dust flew out around him. Duskalk groaned and rocked back and forth, no air left in his lungs. I ripped Big Red's sword out of my body, took a bit of a faltering step, and then swung down hard, really taking a weight off his shoulders. The disembodied head blinked at me once, while blood poured out. I threw the giant blade on the floor. A gnarly sort of clang rang out in the otherwise silent hall. Perhaps knowing I'd won, the gem floated up and off the pillar until it came down to rest on the ground in front of me. I shook the sweat and blood out of my eyes and spit out a mouthful of blood. "Looks like I win," I said. Chapter 31. I invoked Stand Tall and made it look like all my wounds had just healed. I didn't want to give either army the idea that I was weak. The Red Leader nodded once, then turned about and retreated. The Red Army held for a moment longer and then followed in an orderly march, their feet in lockstep. The Blue Army left in the same way, and our little party was left on our own. "You can let the pain show," Nikolai said. "Whatever you may think of them, A hobgoblin will never go back on their word. As long as you are living, we are safe for the night." Immediately, I dropped the ability and fell to the ground. Ragnar was instantly by my side with a small medical kit. I waved him away. I thought he might argue, but he took the opportunity to return to the fallen hobgoblins and relieve them of all their possessions. "I'll be fine in just a minute," I said, really hoping I had enough regen power to get back on my feet. The pain was intense, much more than I'd ever experienced before. Laying there, I wished I could just pass out. I could barely breathe. Nikolai seemed to realize how bad it was. He pulled a dagger out and cut off the leather I'd been wearing as armor and tossed it to the side. In doing so, he had to pull out some bits of leather from the wound itself. Skeld went and touched the glowing orbs hovering above the remains of my opponents, both of which were blue. Coins came pouring down, as well as the clang of a blade. Emmeline and Donner stood over the red gem. Donner knelt and reached out for it, but it rolled away from him, which was odd because it wasn't round. It was faceted, like it had been cut by a very skilled jeweler, so it shouldn't have been able to roll away on its own. Donner reached for it again, but just like before, it moved out of the way. Skeld grabbed the gem on the first try and brought it over to me. "To the victor," he said, and placed it down next to me. Breathing was getting easier, and my bleeding debuff had gone away. Health was starting to go up. I felt my insides knitting back together, which, pro tip, avoid if you can. It's both disconcerting and uncomfortable. Ragnar busted out some trail mix type stuff he'd squirreled away, ottered away, and passed it around. Everyone ate but me, and they all kept their gaze on the inhuman healing happening to my body. It felt awkward. "I think we had better move," Nikolai said. I wasn't at 100% yet, but I was close enough, so I nodded. I tried to get to my feet, but somewhere along the way up my legs failed. I slammed back against the wall and slid right back down. "Stop fucking around," Nikolai snapped. "Get to your feet, damn it." I blinked, surprised at his outburst, but it provided enough of a boost to, well, get to my feet, damn it. Nikolai shoved the big gem into my hands. Immediately, a notification took over my vision. "Do you wish to travel to the second floor of the Dungeon of Ancients, or do you wish to exit?" Exit? You could just exit? This whole dungeon thing had me super curious. I couldn't see leaving already. Sure, it was dangerous, but we hadn't even gotten a taste of what the treasures it held were. I figured I'd keep that tidbit for myself for the moment. "Ready for the next floor?" I asked. "This is the key to the second level," Nikolai replied. "I got a notification to that, yeah." Nikolai took a deep breath and looked over our little party. I noticed he got distracted by something down the hallway, and so I followed his gaze. At either end, a whole new set of hobgoblins watched us, intently. They were hungry and angry, and we were a nice juicy morsel sitting there, ripe for the taking. "We need to go," Nikolai said. "Whatever will be next, it will be safer than remaining here." "I thought you said we were safe here for the night," I said. "Hunger does bad things to every beast. Take us to the next floor." I selected yes. A door appeared in the floor, opening up as if by magic, which, to be fair, it might have been. Inside was a set of stairs leading to another door, a long set of stairs. As soon as the door came into view, the hobgoblins were moving. "Okay," I said. "Let's motor, kids." "Motor?" Emmeline asked. "Dumb things," Ragnar said, already pulling Emmeline along down the stairs. "He says dumb things. All the time." Chapter 32. As soon as we came through the door at the bottom of the stairs, it disappeared, and we were in what I can only describe as a bedroom. There was a door on one wall leading to an empty closet, and a door on the opposite wall, which, when opened, revealed gray brick. Neither door provided us with an exit. One wall had a large bed against it, as well as a small vanity with makeup and perfume bottles spread across it. The last wall was missing. We were high on a hill, overlooking a massive labyrinth with a tower smack dab in the middle, and even from where I was, I could see a glint of color at the top. A slight bit of light reflecting off a vibrant blue gem. Right then, we all got a notification. Congratulations onto you, traveler, for your party has bested the first level of the Dungeon of the Ancients. You gain 1,000 XP. You gain the first ring of the Dungeons of the Ancients Indicium. Complete the Indicium for a bonus. Warnings onto you, for each level is more punishing than the last, but the rewards are greater. You level up? I asked Nikolai. His eyes were that peculiar type of unfocus that told me he was busy reading something. It was a look I'd never seen before coming to Voldrani, but saw frequently now. You said something? He asked. I asked if you had leveled up. Yes, he said, firmly enough that I knew not to ask any more questions. The bedroom was nice, with a soft bed and a hint of safety. Anything hoping to attack us would need to come uphill to get us, and we'd get plenty of warning. Can we rest here? I asked Nikolai. I have no idea, he replied dismissively. Dude, I interjected. You clearly know something about dungeons. You've been ordering us around nonstop since we got here. So now I'm asking your advice. I'm asking you to make a guess. Do you think we'll be okay here? He took a breath, looked around, and shrugged. Maybe. Okay, well, I think we ought to rest here. There's a bed, easy to guard. There is no telling what might come for us. Dude, how about we sit down here, have a talk about dungeons and why you seem to know so much about the motherfuckers, and have a tactical rest? He shook his head. As a duke, you need to improve your vocabulary considerably, else you bring shame upon your house. Fuck you. I see I have work to do as your mentor. Yeah, well, we both fucking do. He took the chair from the vanity and spun it around so he could look down at the hill and the labyrinth. Dungeons are a rarity these days, Nikolai said. And I ask that what I am about to tell you all remains within this party. Of course, I said, looking at Ragnar and Skeld. You are part of the herd, Nikolai snapped. That is for our companions. Emmeline scoffed. We are all going to die in here. Who would I tell? I talk to no one, Donner said. Great, Nikolai said. Completely confident in everything remaining a secret now. Just fucking go on with whatever you're going to say. I got a dirty look, but he nodded. There is a single dungeon within the bounds of the Empire. This makes two, Ragnar said. He really hates it when you interrupt, I said. Nikolai's hand shot out, aiming for my head, but with a slight tilt, it flew on by. I was faster than him now, which felt weird. This is... Nikolai searched for the right word. Unpleasant. Anyway, dungeons. There is one in Glatten, south, but that is all I will say. The location is a guarded secret. One of my first duties after joining the Thingmen was going to the dungeon with the Emperor, though this was when his father still ruled. We marched from the capital to the dungeon of the Lost, as a full company, an army of men and wagons and tents. We set up an entire city outside the dungeon, and the Emperor held a tournament to see which of the Thingmen would join him in this grand adventure. The taming of the dungeon. Seems a bit cavalier to me, I said. It was. But you must understand. The legends surrounding dungeons are mostly of riches and glory, of treasures beyond wild imagination, gaining godlike powers. But the realities are different. There are few who make it through the dungeon. Certainly not all 8 levels. There are even fewer who know the location of dungeons. The Dungeon of the Lost was only discovered a few years prior to our journey. Scholars were brought to the tent city to give advice, but they were all speaking from books, not experience. Save one man, a wild man from far to the west. He spoke of a dungeon he had visited, the dangers inside, that we were fools to consider going in with the Emperor, that we would all die because we were all warriors. We were bringing no magic users, no healers, no rogues or thieves to check for traps or open locks. That we were not thinking enough about the realities of the dungeon. We laughed him off, and he was driven out of the camps. A party of 5 went in, the traditional number. I was the lowest leveled, but I had the most skill with the blade. I was there as a direct bodyguard to the Emperor, to give my life for his. We entered at dawn, and we were optimistic, headstrong, foolish. We fought through throngs of undead on the first level, more enemies than I'd ever seen in my time with the Legion, and it was a real challenge. We suffered wounds, and we burned through our potions at a distressing rate, but we beat the first level. The second level was more difficult. We were in a hallway that was only lit by flickering candles. There were shadows everywhere, moving shadows, and doors. Doors where we heard things, cries of terror. And though our Emperor told us not to open the doors, Vendros heard his mother calling for him, and he could not help it. He opened the door and was devoured by a creature which still haunts me. We fought the creature as best we could, eventually beating it down, losing another brave soul to the monster. The 3 of us, wounded, we limped along as the cries grew worse, more believable, more terrible. The doors would open, and we would see the horrors inside. Sisters being defiled, fathers being tortured, loved ones of all kinds subject to the worst you can imagine, as well as all sorts of foul deeds beyond your conception. At the end of this hall, there was a tower of bones. It soared taller than anything I had seen. Creatures formed out of the bones over and over again. New horrors would emerge, and we would fight and fight and fight. Swords broke. Backup weapons broke. I knew I would die. I bled from 100 wounds. The Emperor bled next to me. And then we saw it. The jewel to the next level. Shofi Ren dove into the Tower of Bones, his body shredded before our eyes. But before he died, he threw the gem to us. His blood turned its white glow crimson. The Emperor grabbed the gem, and we thought the danger would pause, but the bones pressed us, and I fought to keep the man alive. I know he debated. I know he thought about continuing on, so I turned, and I struck the man across the face, knocking him unconscious, and I took the gem. I made the choice to exit. We were deposited where we entered, all our belongings stripped, naked with a single hit point and not one experience point above our last level, nor any of the experience we gained in the dungeon. We were wholly defeated. None of the magical gear we went into the dungeon with remained. Precious artifacts were lost. The prince and his 4 best men had only managed to get to the end of the second level. 3 men died for him. The Emperor and I never spoke about what happened there, and I have never revealed anything about that misadventure to anyone else until now. The dungeon knew what it was doing. It knew how to break us. It is a thing. A living thing of some kind. I became obsessed with understanding it. I spent all my free time, the little I had, learning of the dungeon, of dungeons. I read of the days when dungeons were built. I tracked down the madman, and I spoke to him at length. And I learned. But the more I learned, the less I knew. Our group sat in silence for a moment. Emmeline sat down on the bed and pulled her knees up to her chest. Her bravado seemed to have disappeared while Nikolai spoke. Donner squatted on the edge of the bedroom, staring out at the labyrinth and the sky above. It didn't look real, it looked painted, as if someone painted the biggest dome that had ever been conceived. "Dungeons were built?" Emmeline asked. Nikolai nodded, eating a handful of the trail mix stuff. "I cannot say who built this one, the Dungeon of the Ancients. Likely whomever built Osterstadt before it was Osterstadt. The exact rituals to make a dungeon have been lost, but there are a few texts which speak of the act. And it requires a terrible price." "What does that mean?" "The dungeon demands sacrifice. It requires feeding to start. Thousands must be killed for the dungeon to grow strong enough to do that which it is built to do." "Which is?" she asked, somewhere between curious and horrified. "Protect whatever it is those who have power treasure. The dungeon's core is summoned, and it is planted. Then it is watered in blood and fed in flesh. The more blood, the more power." "Doesn't make a whole lot of sense," I said. "Why go through all the trouble to hide your treasure in the dungeon? Don't you need to go through the whole thing when you want to get your own treasure?" "No, that would be stupid. There are magical means to get to the treasure room, controlled by those who build the dungeons." "So wouldn't it be easier to just, take that method to get to the treasure?" "It might be, if you are able to use that means. It might be tied directly to the magic of the king, so you would need to take over the king to get the treasure, or go through the dungeon. And the dungeon itself offers immeasurable treasures. The treasure the dungeon protects and the treasure the dungeon creates. As you've seen here, magical weapons, armor, and plenty of coin just from a single layer, the easiest layer. I have never earned as much coin as those 2 levels of the dungeon. And legend says conquering a dungeon brings great power." "Your tone makes me think you disagree," Skeld said. "I tend to think it is all a ruse to attract fools. More food for the dungeon. The dungeon must be fed to grow, and that is all the dungeon wants. To grow, to be bigger, to gain power." "Are they, evil?" I asked. "Should we be destroying them?" Nikolai leaned back in the chair, and I could see the cogs in his brain turning. "Dungeons themselves, I hesitate to call them evil, at least as you or I might believe. They just are. They are as they are intended to be. They are as evil as we let them be. Do I feel we need to defeat them? No. But nor do I think we should aim to make more of them, nor should we continue to feed them. Whatever power or treasure they may offer the individual, that power is born of the blood of others. I feel, and I am not sure you will wind up agreeing, there is little gained in the destruction of dungeons." "Noted," I said. Leave dungeons alone. Good rule. Also, if we exit, we lose everything? Everything. And we'll be back in the prison. Yes. That seems less than ideal. It might be more ideal than death. Chapter 33. The light never changed outside. It was always that vague sort of late afternoon, early evening when the sun was threatening to go down but hadn't quite yet. The air was still, more warm than cold, and it smelled stale. We rested in the room above the labyrinth for what I guessed was an hour. Time was nearly impossible to track there, long enough to pull out some actual rations. We ate some dried meat, drank some water, and stretched our muscles. Donner didn't do any stretching or eating or talking. Rather, he just looked at us like we were crazy. I pulled some parchment out and did my best to draw an approximation of what I could see of the labyrinth from above. I had no idea if it'd do us any good inside the maze, but any help was something. And inside a maze, well, if there was a little something that could prevent me from getting lost forever, I'd take it. Emmeline took some time to change out of the original ball gown into the next ball gown I pulled out of the bag. The initial one was covered with slime from the underside of the creature that tried to eat the party, as well as the blood from Duskalk's beheading. The creature slime was increasing in stickiness as it dried, and the dress was basically gluing itself together. I pulled a piece of mostly intact chainmail out of the bag and put it on. I thought about pulling out a shield as well, but that just didn't seem like the wisest of choices. I didn't have a whole lot of ass left for Nikolai to chew, and no reason to become known as Montana the Buttless. We stood in a line, myself in the middle, Ragnar and Skeld to my left, Nikolai, Emmeline, and Donner to my right. I noticed that Donner and Emmeline were never particularly happy to be near the Lutra. They'd always find a way to put more space between them and the otters. One more problem to tackle once we were free of the dungeon. I tried to think how bad it would be to lose everything I had and to start back in the prison. Pretty bad. Mostly the prison part, because while I could get out of the prison exploiting the whole dying and respawning thing, it'd take me a long fucking time to get all the way back across the Empire, especially through winter and war. No way that Nikolai or the Lutra would last that long. So the only way out was through. Great. I took the first step, plunging my foot out of the weird bedroom and onto the dusty, dry grass of the hill. The moment I hit the dirt, it was as if a ripple shot out through reality itself. Reality, obviously in quotes of sorts, because who knows what the fuck was real in the stupid fucking dungeon. A prismatic wave rolled around everything, sky, ground, labyrinth, everything. It was as if, at that moment, the dungeon came alive again, as if the game was back on. We'd been given a respite, and now it was no holds barred. That can't be good, I said. It never is with you, came Nikolai's inevitable insulting reply. He was already moving, though, hiking down the hill. I'd managed to get left behind. Again. Whatever. I brought up the rear, walking behind my party, watching everything around us. The labyrinth was at the base of the hill. There wasn't a single entrance to the place. There were many. From our view, the maze as a whole looked mostly round, that we could mosey all the way about the place looking for the perfect entrance, or seeing if there was just a straight shot on the other side, some particularly easy way to the middle, to the goal. The walls were high, 30 or 40 feet, and made of a blue-gray stone with a surprising amount of growth on them, lichen or mold in a prismatic hue. There were a few trees on the landscape between the top of the hill and the start of the maze, but they were closer to dead than alive, their leaves few and far between, and most decidedly not green. Everywhere outside the maze was muted in color and life. Frankly, at that point, I hadn't seen much in the way of life inside the maze either. Nikolai was first at the labyrinth entrance, the one that had been directly at the bottom of the hill, and there he waited, looking in but not breaking the threshold. "You think this is the entrance we should take?" I asked. "I think the first entrance is likely the worst entrance," he replied. "It seems too easy. Unless—" Silence for a moment. I think we were all waiting for Nikolai to finish his sentence, but instead he let it hang in the air. "You're thinking," I started, "that they might offer the best entrance first, knowing we'd never take it." "Right, but then they'd think we'd think the first entrance is good, because they'd think we'd think it would be bad, and so they'd make it bad." "I think I follow you," Nikolai said. But, by knowing that they'd think we'd think the first entrance is bad, because they'd think we'd think the first entrance is good, because they'd think we'd think the first entrance is bad, they'd make the first entrance good to throw us off." "I see," Emmeline said. "He does say stupid shit all the time." "He does," Ragnar said. I frowned. "I don't think I say that much stupid stuff." "You do," Ragnar replied. "I am glad you all feel comfortable enough to joke around," Nikolai said. "But bear in mind we are still in a dungeon. Death is imminent as long as we are inside. Montana, you take point. If there is immediate danger, you are most likely to survive it." "Or we'll miss him least," Emmeline sniped with a smile. No one else smiled. "We will have no chance without him," Nikolai said, his face especially grim. "Right now, you are the least of our party." "Ooh, burn," I said, smiling. "Just because you are vital to our survival does not mean you should be talking," Nikolai said. "Go." I shook my head, but started towards the entrance. I had my axe out, and I was ready. Again, as soon as my foot stepped onto the other side, I could sense a change come over the world. I can't explain it outright, but things felt different. Fundamentally. Like the air was, well, thicker, I guess. The interior of the maze was immediately intense. The walls seemed like they were, at least originally, at right angles to each other. How that translated into a circular maze, I don't know. Dirt spilled a little from the entrance onto the stone floor, but after about 10 feet there was nothing but stone. Well, stone and the bits of vegetation that were growing up through the cracks. 20 feet in, I stopped and looked over my shoulder. Ragnar was watching me from the entrance. "Still okay?" he called out. "Yeah, what the fuck?" I replied. "We just wanted to check to see if something was going to jump out and get you." "Nothing so far," I said, wanting to add a bit about them being assholes for sending me into danger by myself. Great hearth. The rest of the party jogged in behind, and the maze run began in earnest. Chapter 34. Time held even less meaning inside the labyrinth, certainly not at first. Distance was challenging to gauge, partially because everything looked so similar, but also because there were definitely times wherein we'd come across something that looked so damn familiar, we'd realize we'd gone in a circle. Forget the dead end. The most maddening part of any maze is going around in circles. After the first circle, I put my left hand out and smacked it on the wall to my left. "There's a method to getting out of mazes," I said, thinking back to some of the fairy tales I'd read as a kid and never thought about again until that moment. "You always keep your left or right hand on the wall, and you will get out eventually. Just might take longer." No one had a better strategy, so we adopted it. We kept walking. I got thirsty. We stopped for a break. I leaned back against the wall I had my hand on and slid down until I was sitting. We broke out snacks. The air felt thicker somehow, like breathing was, well, easy. Open your mouth and air would almost force itself in. Breathing out was starting to get challenging, though. It was tiring in a very strange way, and while I didn't feel fatigued at all, things felt off. I felt off. We finished eating, drinking, and resting. My left hand was back on the left wall, and we resumed our march. We had yet to see any signs of life. No footprints, no poop, nothing to indicate anything even moved in the labyrinth. There was no real noise there, not beyond our own footfalls. Because of that, I think we were afraid to talk, or too uncomfortable to talk. I knew that I was doing my damnedest to keep my listening holes wide open on the off chance I'd hear something before it could pop in and ruin my day. Along we went, until finally I saw something up ahead. A mark on the wall. A spot where it looked like someone had, perhaps, slid down the wall, knocking off a fair amount of lichen and or moss in the process. It was on the right-hand wall. I stopped directly in front of it and stared, my left hand reaching out behind me, keeping contact with the wall. "Is that where I started, but I couldn't finish. "The dungeon is beholden by no rules but those it makes," Nikolai whispered. "Doesn't seem fair," Ragnar said. "This is ridiculous," Donner roared, throwing his hammer hard against the ground and walking up to the wall. "Dude," I said, "let's not be rash." "Be whatever it is you want," he snapped back, not even looking at me, but making his intense displeasure and disgust for me clear. He reached up against the wall, grabbing stones, and he hauled himself up, barely using his legs. For the first time, I noticed that he definitely skipped leg day, like all the time. His legs were tiny, skinny, and his feet were too small for his body. He got to the top in a few minutes, and as soon as his head was over, there were distant roars. Something was not happy he was peeking over the walls. Very clearly, it was fine for the dungeon to cheat, but we could not. "Run!" screamed Donner as he slid down the wall. Everyone braced, but no one moved. "Run!" he screamed again, yelling in our faces. "Which direction?" Emmeline shouted back at him. Long claws came over the wall, huge fingers curling around and grabbing the stone. They were spindly, with deep vermilion claws at the ends of fingers that were a disturbing and unpleasant fleshy pink, almost like that layer of the epidermis after the top layers of skin had been ripped off. 4 of them, each one longer than I was tall, grabbed onto the wall like I might have grabbed a piece of toast. "Away from that!" I shouted, pointing at the claws and promptly moving to the center of the path and waiting for whatever was on the other end of the claws to come over into view. "That is not what we are running from," Donner said, breathless. "The world is collapsing in on itself. The hill is not there any longer. Got it," I said. "I think, and I agree. Running sounds like a fine idea." The other started hauling ass down the path away from the claws, and, for better or worse, away from the direction we'd last seen the hill in. It meant there was a time limit on this level. Whether that was the main danger or not remained to be seen. As we reached the first turn, Nikolai went to the left. I snuck a glance behind us and saw a bizarre-looking creature setting a leg down in the maze. It was humanoid, an overly large humanoid with legs that were 20 feet long at least, but not super large around. The torso was very skinny and tall, and the arms were nearly long enough to drag on the ground, though the fingers of the creature seemed to make up nearly a third of the arm. It had a huge round head with a perfectly straight mouth, hanging open, showing off row after row of pointy teeth, thick ropes of saliva hanging out. The eyes, or the spot where there should be eyes, was just black, big black dots, as if they'd been painted on the orb-like head. But the thing could definitely see me because it focused on me before roaring and starting the chase. I lost sight of the big fucker as we took the corner. Eventually, though, the dude came around the corner with no speed. He needed to take turns slow. However, straightaways were nothing to him, his massive strides practically eating the ground like I used to eat donuts. "More turns," I shouted ahead. "Not like I have many choices," Nikolai snapped back. But he did take the next corner he came to, a right, then a left. And while there was a decided thundering to the creature coming along behind us, I started to pick out another noise. A grating, rumbling, destructive sound, like the world's largest demolition site was also moving. Emmeline, running in a ball gown, was having a tough time of it, and she tripped. Donner, for his part, literally ran over her, stepping on her back during his attempts at self-preservation. I slid to a half-stop, pulled her into a fireman's carry, and resumed the sprint. Adding her to my load wasn't heavy, but she was awkward, especially because she kept twisting around trying to get a better view of either the thing chasing us or the collapsing maze around us, or both. That, plus she was wearing a giant silk ball gown which was slippery as fuck during the best-case scenario. "What do you see?" I asked. "Nothing good," she replied. I heard a sharp twang followed by a roar of anger. "You shooting arrows?" I asked. "Not like I was doing anything else on your shoulder," she replied. "Can you run again?" "Kinda up to the dress, but I can try." As soon as we got around a corner, I set her down. I let her get ahead of me, and once I got a ways down the corridor, I stopped and turned. As soon as the creature made the corner, I launched the axe as hard as I possibly could. The axe twirled through the air, a full-on blur. It hit perfectly, right in the creature's knee, blowing the leg out and destroying the joint. Screeching in pain, the creature crashed to the ground, leaving a cloud of dust as it hit. It struggled to get back up, but its leg wasn't able to support it any longer. It was, for all intents, down. I thought for a very short moment about running back, both to grab the axe and kill the creature. But my party was just about to take a turn, and if they took more than one or two, I'd get separated from them. That couldn't end well. I sprinted after the party. Don't split the party. Chapter 35. Catching up to the group was the easy part of the day, but it left an awfully large question. We were running, but were we actually getting anywhere? Additional roars rang out, occasional punctuations of the ever-present rumble as the maze collapsed in. There were other creatures out there, more of the big dudes with big teeth, I supposed, and during some of the longer straightaways, I swore I saw that long-fingered motherfucker crawling after us. Leading point, Nikolai managed to take us a ways, but his entire stamina bar was drained in minutes. He was panting, slowing down, and finally had to stop and catch his breath. Donner cruised right on by. Skeld and Ragnar stopped with Nikolai, and both of them looked to me. Emmeline stopped too, looking at me with her eyes wide. I frowned and scooped Nikolai up into a fireman's carry. He rasped out curse words, but I figured if he didn't have the breath to utter them, I didn't need to listen. Donner was way ahead of us, almost to the point where he was going to disappear into the maze. "Get him to stop," I yelled to Skeld. Skeld tossed his spear to Ragnar, then dropped to all fours and sprinted. He moved much faster than I'd seen either of the Lutra go before, catching up to Donner just as Donner turned a corner. I ran along with the group, catching up around the corner only to see Donner choking Skeld up against the wall. I set Nikolai down and calmly pulled Donner off Skeld. He tried to resist. I think maybe he thought he might be stronger than me, but, well, he wasn't. His eyes went a little wide as I just peeled his fingers off of Skeld and held the man's arm at his side. "Not the time to get mad at each other," I said. "You are to be the cause of my death," Donner said, eyes bulging, veins throbbing. "You chose to come with us," I snapped. "You chose danger over slavery." "You told me you would get us out of the prison," he yelled at me. "I did. To a dungeon." It's not prison, is it? Mere semantics. He glared at me. I do not know what that is. It doesn't matter. You knew we could end up in a dungeon when you came with us. And now we're here. We're here working as a group. And I'm pretty sure if we don't work as a group, we're not making it out of here alive. So how about you stop running like a chicken without a head and focus for a minute? There was more staring, but Donner's breathing started to slow down ever so much. Okay, I asked. You ready to get back on track? He nodded and relaxed, so I released my grip and stepped back, giving him his personal space back. There was a guttural sort of roar or moan. Somehow, coming up from the corner was our old friend, the gangly asshole with the weird head and all the fucking teeth. He was crawling along. Donner, who'd just been so close to returning to working with us, shrieked. He promptly turned and ran straight into the wall. Keep him from leaving while I finish this, I said to Ragnar, grabbing the 2 spears he was holding. I started a mild jog towards the motherfucker. He was one tenacious asshole, literally crawling along after us, a trail of pale pink ichor oozing out of his ruined leg. I hauled back and threw the spear with everything I had. It flew through the air in a beautifully straight line, coming down perfectly straight through the creature's dark circle of an eye. There was a mournful sort of noise, but the thing wasn't quite dead. Its arm still came round, still crawling along, just a little slower is all. I roared out in anger at this thing that was still following us, and pumped my stride into a sprint. The creature swung at me, but it wasn't hard to move out of the way. I pushed off the wall, leaping high in the air, spear raised up. Then I slammed it down on the back of the creature's neck, putting all my weight and momentum behind it. There was a momentary pause as my spear met the spine, but steel won, and I rode the spear down as the creature collapsed to the ground. A last gasp exited the creature's foul maw, and then wails rose up in the distance, as if all the other of his kind knew of his death. A purple orb swirled up, glowing, and I grabbed it quickly. A veritable shower of coins rained out, followed by a large sword. I scooped up what I could of the coins and snatched the sword. Both spears were stuck in the creature's corpse, so I left them, grabbing new old spears from the ruined castle's armory out of the bag, rearming Ragnar and Skeld. Donner sat against the wall, looking past me at the monster's remains on the ground. I tossed the sword to Nikolai and said, "Is this anything?" He started to look it over. I knelt down next to Donner, waiting until he realized I was there and met my eyes. "We'll be fine if we work together." He nodded. "Okay, let's get back to saving our asses. Donner, I'm going to need you to climb again, see where the middle is, and point us." Donner shook his head, eyes wide open, fear coursing through his veins. I was about to lose him again. This was exhausting. The rumbles from around the area were getting louder. I knew that time had to be getting short, and soon the maze would bury us. It did not, however, seem like there was anything happening with the sky or the ground. It was just outside in. Minor distinction, but an important one. More than anything, though, it was a reminder that I didn't have time to argue with Donner or blow sunshine and courage up his butt. I scurried up the wall, getting just high enough to sneak my eyes over. As I did, something massive came at me, and I dropped. Huge wings whooshed right past where my head had been, skimming along the top of the wall with millimeters to spare. It came so close to me, it managed to lop off some of my hair. I snatched the sword from Nikolai without looking and climbed right back up the wall. I peeked again. I could see the center of the labyrinth. We weren't far off, and we were heading generally in the right direction. The collapsing line was very close, something we'd missed only by chance because of the way the walls aligned. But as the line of destruction came on, we'd be getting a full view of it shortly. The skies were full of something like a dragon mixed with a dragonfly. One was angling for a run right at me. The big beast, somehow flying besides being school bus-sized, built speed in a steep dive before rolling onto its back, wings right at wall height, slicing everything along the way. I noticed the beast closed its eyes while upside down, so as soon as I saw the eyes close, I shifted to the right a few feet with a single jump, grabbed the top of the wall with one hand, and then held the sword up in position with the other. "This better not be cursed," I shouted down to Nikolai. "Not cursed," he shouted back. "But—" whatever he said was lost in the thunderous rushing wind of the creature's attack. But the beast was lined up for my old spot on the wall. My new position was perfectly situated, so the beast's body would be going right where the sword angled forward. The creature hit with enormous force, to the point where, even with my strength, I strained to keep myself attached to the wall and my grip on the sword. But the blade did a miraculous job slicing deep into the creature, opening the motherfucker up from teeth to tail, releasing a veritable flood of viscera onto the maze down below. Momentum took the beast across until it fell on the far side, but a loot orb showed up right in front of me. Purple. I tapped it and held my bag up underneath it, letting the coins fall in, but grabbing a heavy pair of gauntlets that appeared at the tail end of the coins. It took a moment because I had to get my bag back on my belt and store the gauntlets, but I climbed up on top of the wall and stood tall, watching the other flying creatures notice me and angle my direction. But that little extra height let me see the exact path we'd need to take to get to the center. Unless the dungeon decided to change things on us again. For the moment, though, I had it memorized. A quick jump, barely avoiding another winged creature, and I was back with the party. They weren't smiling. Mostly because they were dripping in viscera, blood, guts, bile, bits and bobs of muscle and flesh. It was all gross in a way I'd never get used to. I dug into my bag and held out another ball gown to Emmeline, who looked to be the worst hit of the bunch. "I think I can wait," she said through clenched teeth. "Until, perhaps, we are not staring death in the eyes?" "Good point," I said. "Follow. I know the way." And I ran. Chapter 36. After 16 sharp turns and more than a few harrowing moments when we got a great view of our impending doom, we hit the center of the labyrinth. Like the outside, the open space inside was circular, and a tall tower soared out at the exact center, somewhere close to 80 feet tall. Unlike the blue-gray walls and the floors of the labyrinth, the tower provided a stark contrast, being made of white marble with blue streaks. At the top, in a small housing, sat another large gem, a beautiful deep blue in color. I skidded to a stop and pulled the sword out, prepared for whatever might be coming, or worse, whatever might already be there. The others fanned out behind me, weapons drawn. Except for Donner. It seemed that during his cowardly performance about the labyrinth, he'd lost his hammer, or more precisely, he'd lost the warhammer I'd given him. When I noticed that, I gritted my teeth and told myself to ignore it. That it wasn't the time for anger over losing weapons I really liked. To keep myself from yelling at Donner, I walked the perimeter and poked my head into other openings, all of which led to visually identical pathways to the labyrinth. I counted 8 entrances into the center, but nothing could denote any one from another. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that my party stood in front of one of the entrances, I wouldn't even have been able to pick out where we'd come from. I looked at the group, and behind them I could see chunks of stone flying into the air as the world continued to collapse in on itself. I'll admit, part of me thought things would stop when we got to the center, or even just slow down. But it appeared the reverse was true. The barrier of destruction closed even faster. Jogging over to Nikolai, I noticed the dude was looking like 3 shades of shit. That last run of ours had really spent him. "Thoughts?" I asked. "Get the gem," Nikolai replied. "You think it's as easy as climbing the tower?" "I can only hope," he said, dropping to one knee. "Look after him," I said to Skeld. "Ragnar, with me." We ran to the tower, skidding to a stop at the base. I looked straight up. climbing it wouldn't be too bad. Someone chose to do the tower up in a Gothic sort of motif, so there were decorative carvings all over the damn place. A quick circle to make sure I hadn't missed any doors, ladders, or elevators, and we were ready to go. I pulled my belt a little off and slid the new sword and sheath on. Given the dungeon's predilections, I figured I needed to be ready with a blade. With a quick identify spell, I finally saw what I had. The Eternal Xyphos of Sharpness. Item type rare, item class one-handed melee, material magical steel, damage 10 to 20 slashing, durability 18 of 20, weight 4.8 pounds, requirements strength 12, dexterity 12. Description: a sword having a cruciform hilt with a grip for one-handed use. The blade is narrow at the base and gradually widens into a leaf shape. The Xyphos of Sharpness is able to cut into anything as long as its durability is full. Eternal swords regain durability over time. Worked for me. "Am I climbing with you?" Ragnar asked. "One of us has to get to the top," I said, "or everyone dies." He nodded, his face impassive, a rare moment of gravity. "To the top," he said. As soon as my hand touched the tower, there was a great grating noise, and the stones beneath our feet started dropping away into nothingness. Well, not quite nothingness, because it wasn't a complete void beneath us. Dark, yeah, but in the murky depths, I could see the white marble tower extending way, way down. And worse, I could see monsters already racing up. Holding on with one hand, I grabbed Ragnar and chucked him over the yawning chasm, onto the stones beyond. He skittered to a stop, then shouted, "You realize the Hearth is supposed to be helping you?" I winked, and I started climbing. The handholds were pretty simple to find and grab, though they were a little ridiculous. Outstretched wings, keystones on decorative arches, all kinds of crap the artist probably wouldn't be thrilled I was mauling. But that ease also applied to the monsters climbing from below. They were making excellent time, and as they got closer to the light, they were terrifying. They seemed to be smaller versions of the clawed crawler from earlier. Big, round heads, lots of teeth, a sickly pale pink, long fingers with claws, perfect for climbing. One major difference: the arms and the legs of these monsters were identical, in that the legs were basically lower-placed arms. So, yeah, perfectly suited for climbing. Curiosity got the best of me, so I paused and shot an identification spell back down at them. Lesser Rakemaw, level 12 monster, dungeon. Rakemaw seemed like a perfect name. In the time it took me to identify the assholes, though, they'd gotten to ground level. "Shit," I muttered, and powered up the tower. No matter how I tried, I couldn't seem to get going faster than them, but gauging the height of the tower, I figured I'd be able to keep my lead until I snagged the gem. Something smashed me on the shoulder. I looked up. Smaller creatures leaned off the top of the tower, whirling slings and launching stones. I was reasonably sure they were goblins or goblinoids of some variety, and they weren't shy about expending ammo. Stones showered down on me, slamming into my hands, my head, and my shoulders. The ones that hit my hands were the worst, causing just enough pain for my grip to slip, which meant the Rakemaws were closing. Too close. One leapt, grabbing onto my foot. The Rakemaws were heavy, and all of a sudden I wasn't moving nearly as fast. Still, with 2 hands and 1 foot, I could remain upward bound. 20 feet left to go. The next Rakemaw to get to me climbed on my back and started pushing off the wall with his feet, trying his damnedest to tear me from the wall. Then the next, and the next, until I was covered, and they started biting into any exposed flesh. I couldn't hold on. So I kicked off, grabbing all the Rakemaws with me, and fell back towards the ground, hoping I'd get enough horizontal movement to cover the empty space where the Rakemaws had climbed from. I sailed through the air with all the grace of a pigeon tied to a brick. We landed with a hearty thud and a sickening crunch of the various monsters on my back, the poor bastard's insides erupting to the outside, kersplooging with force all over Emmeline. She was the only one who got mussed over because she was closest to the tower, shooting arrow after arrow into the mob of goblins at the top. Moblin? Unfortunately, now that she was liberally covered in goop, she couldn't see, and if she couldn't see, she couldn't shoot. Rolling over to my feet, I stomped one of the Rakemall's skulls in, and then beheaded the other. Ragnar was there with a spear, stabbing another to death. I turned to look at the tower. The goblins at the top were jeering at us, making lewd gestures and attempting to hit us with rocks, sometimes all of it in that order. Rakemall's swarmed the outside, not quite enough to cover all the surfaces of the tower, but enough that climbing it would be nigh on impossible. "Thoughts?" I asked Nikolai. "No," Nikolai said, looking away from the tower. "I am currently terrified beyond the capacity for rational thoughts." I turned to follow his gaze. The collapse of the labyrinth had gotten to the edge of the circle. In fact, it was a bit false to call the place a labyrinth any longer, given that the entirety of the labyrinth was gone and what little space we had left was disappearing. I looked up at the tower, thinking about my skills, my abilities. I needed to have something magical come to me. And then, well, a really stupid idea came into my head. Gloriously stupid. No way it could go wrong. "Ragnar," I shouted. "Time for the hearth to help." Chapter 37. I grabbed Ragnar by the tail before he had time to object, and I started spinning around like I was doing the hammer throw. I'd never really done a hammer throw before, but I understood the concept of it. Generate force, let go at the appropriate point in the circle, thing goes flying in a straight-line tangent. Ragnar, oddly enough, was not exactly keen on the idea, and let me know by screaming. But I was out of ideas and time. So, well, it was this or death. Round and round, spinning him as fast as I could, hoping he wouldn't pass out. A quick look at the top of the tower, measuring the target, and, most importantly, gauging where I needed to release Ragnar in order for him to avoid the goblins, grab the gem, and make it back down to us on the other side. "When I let go," I yelled. "Don't let go," Ragnar screamed back. "We all run to the other side to catch him," I continued. "And Ragnar, grab the gem." I released Ragnar and immediately started sprinting around the tower to the de facto moat, looking over the side to keep track of Ragnar's trajectory. I don't know if it's because of the points I put into intelligence, but damn if I wasn't spot on. The Lutra sailed through the air, definitely screaming a little more than I would have liked, but he sailed perfectly through the arch with just enough room for him to grab the gem but miss the goblins. Now I just had to put on the jets to make it all the way around in time. Perhaps this was a foolish assumption, most assumptions are, but I thought the collapse would stop as soon as we grabbed the gem. I thought the Rakemaws and goblins would disappear or de-aggro at least, and we'd have a second to breathe. But instead, the collapse continued on, maybe even a little faster than it had been before. The goblins intensified their stone-throwing efforts, and the Rakemaws launched themselves from the tower at all of us, attacking with fervor. I had to make a diving catch, laying all the way flat out like I'd never quite managed to pull off in baseball, but I caught my herdman in something like a diving slide. I immediately shot out my one healing spell to mitigate some of the damage he might have sustained in this nonsense, and I shoved my hand onto the gem. "Do you wish to travel to the 3rd floor of the Dungeon of Ancients, or do you wish to exit?" "Travel to 3, I yelled. The ground opened up below me, and I fell. Chapter 38. As it turned out, holes opened under everyone in my party, and we were all falling. Falling that turned into sliding, that wound up with us going through something along the lines of the second worst water slide I'd ever ridden. It was leagues better than the poop chute, but with the lack of water, it was just really smooth stone, and the turns and bumps and everything hurt. There was a bright flash, and then we were falling through open air. Finally, we splashed down in a big lake. The water was cold, painful. I had to fight to keep my muscles moving. Everything really just wanted to contract. Ragnar had no problems with the water, pushing off me and making his way to my right. A notification popped up. Congratulations unto you, traveler, for your party has bested the 2nd level of the Dungeon of the Ancients. You gain 3,000 XP. You gain the 2nd ring of the Dungeons of the Ancients Indicium. Complete the Indicium for a bonus. Warnings unto you, for each level is more punishing than the last, but the rewards are greater. It was dark where we were, and even though it should have been instinctual at that point, I panicked, and it took a beat before I remembered I could just flick on the dark vision. The world lit up in contrasting blacks and whites, and I saw that we were in a large cavern with a beach to one side. There was a crude door carved into the wall along the beach, and as far as I could tell, no other exits. Putting my head under the water, I glanced around, looking for any larger predators. While I could see some smaller fish in the distance, there was nothing like a serpent or a monster or anything particularly nasty. What I did see, however, were several people who didn't know how to swim. "Ragnar," I called out. "Go for Donner. Skeld, Nikolai. I got the girl." "Naturally," Ragnar called back. Ignoring him, I knife-dove under the water and kicked hard. Emmeline was sinking like a rock, the ball gown's heavy silk dragging her down while constrictions around her arms and all the material wrapping around her legs kept her from fighting it. I'd never been much of a swimmer during my Earth days, but here, I'd gotten a number of delightful advantages to swimming. I felt like I was straight up shooting through the water, getting deep in mere strokes and grabbing onto the girl. She felt hands on her and fought for a second until she realized it was me. Then she grabbed on. Neither of her reactions were helpful. The first because she managed to smack me right in the nose, probably how she realized it was me, and the second because she trapped my arms to my sides. We touched the bottom, so I kicked upward and felt the stunning amount of drag the dress put into the water, and how heavy the damn thing was. I was having a little trouble with the whole mess, so, halfway up, I stopped, forced her hands off me, grabbed her bodice with either hand, and pulled as hard as I could. The dress ripped down the middle, and I managed to extricate her from the garment, then pulled her back to me before swimming up to the surface. She took in a huge lungful of air as soon as we broke, then started coughing and promptly threw up on me. I ignored it as best I could, rolled onto my back, and leisurely kicked us over to the shore. As soon as my feet touched down, I carried her across the sandy portion of the beach and laid her on some rocks. Nearer the crude doorway, bricks spread out, as if at some point there was a patio or something along those lines. Unlike the previous floors of the dungeon, however, these bricks weren't made as well. They weren't fit together with any sense of smoothness. I made a mental note to watch my footing in this next floor. Then I trudged back into the water and helped carry Donner up onto the shore, and then Nikolai. We were, once again, together, and everyone was mostly alive. "Well," I said, "that was fun." Ragnar punched me in the face. Chapter 39. "What the fuck, Montana?" Ragnar yelled. "Hey," I shouted right back. "Calm down." "You threw me! By my tail!" It was the only way I could get the requisite speed for that arc. And you totally snagged the gem. "Can you ask first next time?" "Did you not see the world crumbling around us? You think there was time to ask?" He glared at me, then finally nodded, but just once. "Next time," he said, "ask." He spun on his heel and walked away. He wasn't wrong. Sure, I should have asked. It would have been much nicer, and he'd probably have been able to prepare more, but we were running out of time, and I wasn't sure I wanted to deal with convincing him he should say yes. I shrugged, figuring I'd find some way to make it up to him. We got some candles out of the bag and had light in a minute. A few bits of broken furniture later, and we had a homely little fire crackling away. I walked up to the crude door and looked it over. It was wooden with black iron fixtures. The wood wasn't lined up well, leaving some gaps between the boards. The iron had pits and even a few holes. It certainly didn't look like anything I'd seen in Osterstadt. It looked almost amateur. "We need time to rest," Nikolai said. "Keep the door closed." I put my hands up and stepped back. "No problem, Haas." He shook his head. Emmeline stood near the water, giving me a dirty look and trying to cover her ample jiggly bits. "Sorry about I started. "Dress now," she glared. I reached into the bag, snagged another dress, and held it out for Emmeline with what I hoped was a nice smile. She snatched the dress and immediately turned around and walked away to the far side of dry land to get changed. I definitely didn't not look away and cannot comment on the quality of her butt. Then I unsuccessfully tried fishing in the cave pool, and we kept the fire going using more of the busted furniture I'd rescued from the ruined castles. We ate, then slept, then ate more of the dried rations. Once again, I had no concept of the time we'd spent in the safe space, but I had to imagine it was a lot more this time, somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 8 hours. I also took the time to catch up on notifications and the like. I had plenty of death notices, from the goblins in the original confrontation to the creature that fell from the ceiling, known as a ligipaller, to the hobgoblins and then the labyrinth creatures. The flying one is called a bladed Corento. I'd gotten a fair bit of XP and an additional level. Attributes: Strength 56, Agility 31, Dexterity 30, Constitution 53, Wisdom 24, Intelligence 19, Charisma 31, Luck 28. Unassigned points 6. I poked Nikolai and indicated I wanted to talk with him with a little privacy. We walked across to the far end of the beach, and he gave me a look like I'd already taken up too much of his time. "I got another level," I said. "Allow me to fertilize my fallow field of fucks," he started. And though I was pretty interested to see where he was going to take that long-winded insult, I held up a hand for him to stop. "I'm asking you where I should put my points." He closed his eyes, and I swear I could almost feel him metaphysically touching me. "Gods," he said, keeping his eyes closed. "Your points are out of control." "Good?" "They are unlike many I have seen." "Is that good?" "Yes." I sense a but. "But you are advancing so quickly you do not bother to learn how to use your skills or abilities, or even how to capitalize on your attributes. You rely on overpowering everything you come up against. Your fight with the hobgoblins was apocryphal, and had they not underestimated you, you would have died. You slipped by with your health in single digits. At some point, you will find something more powerful than you, and you will have nothing to fall back on." "Okay, so I don't put the points anywhere?" "It is a waste should you follow that path. No, you must put them somewhere. Just where they might go, I am not sure how to guide you." He opened his eyes, shook his head a few times, then leaned back on the rock wall and looked up at the cavern ceiling. "Strength," he finally said. "That is where you have focused so much already, and it seems to suit what you are trying to be." I nodded. "Thank you." He shrugged and walked away. I stood by myself there and kicked a rock out into the water. Nikolai was right. I had focused a lot on a strength-based build. And maybe he had a good point, that I should just keep pouring everything into strength. It might unlock something ridiculous. Maybe it'd break the game, if that was even possible. Breaking the game might be breaking the world, and then where would I be? I seemed to be strong enough. And I seemed to be tough enough as well. Smart enough? Maybe not. But I hadn't really seen what those points in intelligence were doing. People liked me enough, so I didn't feel the need to bother with charisma. Luck? I suppose I could always drop more in luck. Tired of running through choices and knowing the time was running out on the points remaining, I shoved 4 into strength and 2 into luck. Attributes: Strength 60, Agility 31, Dexterity 30, Constitution 53, Wisdom 24, Intelligence 19, Charisma 31, Luck 30. Perfect. Ish. The fire had burnt low. There was nothing more to burn for the moment, which meant it was time to see what the dungeon had in store for us in the 3rd level. We stood before the door as a group, waiting. I reached out and touched the door. It swung open with a solid creak. Chapter 40. Inside, we saw a tunnel that looked as if it had been carved straight out of the rock. The floor was actually brick, but like the ones near the beach, they weren't put together well. They reminded me of the stretch of cobblestones on Marlborough Street on the east side, where there were plenty of potholes ready to swallow your ankle. There were large candles tucked up near the ceiling, black soot spots above them. "See," I said. "Now this is what I'd call a dungeon." I looked around, expecting someone else to agree with me. Or, at least make some sort of disparaging comment about me and the stupid things I said. But I only got back looks of exhaustion or disappointment. I got the feeling no one else was having any fun in the dungeon. I wasn't exactly excited per se, but I couldn't help be interested seeing what the next challenge might be. I wanted to conquer the dungeon. Everything was complicated and potentially impossible, but it just seemed like there was a thin path to success. And even though there was a really big part of me that wanted to float on my back in the dark water, thinking about all the horrible shit in my life and how fucked it was, I knew that was just the way we'd die. We couldn't let sadness overtake us. I couldn't let it overwhelm me. Cleve's death was hurting me, and I knew I needed to deal with it. To feel the emotions. I was conflicted because the logical side of me pointed out that I'd only known the dude a matter of months, that I shouldn't feel the way I was feeling. But I had accepted him as a father figure. I wanted him to be a father figure, and I thought I'd have more time with him. Perhaps it hurt more because of the timing of it all. The shortness made it all hurt more. Realizing I'd just been standing in the hallway for a time, I knew I was already starting to lose the fight. I was turning inward and allowing my darker feelings to overtake me. Despite wanting to deal with the sadness and the despair, it was better to be upbeat and force the good in our situation to the front, even if it wasn't the truth. I couldn't let myself sink deep into the dour mood that had overtaken my comrades. "All right," I said. "Let's all just pretend I said something witty and keep going." Not much, but I did get a headshake from Nikolai, so I figured we'd take that minor victory and move on. I just pushed forward, hearing my bootsteps echo off the stone walls. The corridor was about 50 feet long before it opened up into a chamber. I stopped at the edge and peeked inside. A big room, split levels with a small staircase between the two, several doors leading off from either level. Huge logs burned in the fireplace, with a pot of stew bubbling over it. Smelled pretty good. A large table took up most of the lower floor, covered with a variety of foods. Plates were stacked around as if this was a buffet, and plenty of shiny cutlery was around for the taking. There were barrels in the corner, crates stacked high against the wall, and a butcher block opposite the fireplace. It looked like it had been used not only recently but frequently. While bloody remnants spilled off the table, a bucket of dirty water sat to one side, and a nasty bucket of discarded bits took the other. Smack in the middle of the table sat a trio of girthy yellow candles. Lit. No living creature was there. Slowly I stepped into the room. I poked a tomato. It rolled off the table and plopped onto the floor, breaking apart, internals externalizing. It smelled great, like the freshest, ripest tomato ever. This is super weird, I said. Taste good, came Ragnar's voice from behind me. I turned around to find Ragnar stuffing fruits and vegetables into his face. Skeld was next to him in a second, also eating voraciously. You know if that's poisoned? I asked. They stopped, bits of fruit falling off their lips. Ragnar looked to Skeld, while Skeld looked to Ragnar. You alive? Ragnar asked. Skeld nodded in agreement. Not poisoned, Ragnar said to me, smiling around the apple he was busy shoving in his mouth. Skeld, for his part, grabbed a leek and bit into it heartily. The rest of the party came into the room, but barely. They moved cautiously, looking over things with a careful eye. I went over to the barrels in the corner to look inside. Apples in one, carrots in the next, and sacks of flour in the last. Looking around, I just couldn't help feeling I'd seen this place before. It was triggering memories of life on Earth, but I couldn't point to anything specific. Donner sniffed the pot simmering above the table, then found a ladle, and spooned a ridiculous amount of the delectable-smelling stew into a large wooden bowl. Guys, I said, don't you think this is a little weird? You don't think that maybe we shouldn't be eating this food? Donner sat down and tucked into the stew. Tastes fine, he said. Good to have hot food. Hot food? Emmeline said, practically salivating. She took one step forward, but Nikolai's arm shot out and held her back. She raised her eyebrows and looked over at him like he was about to get slapped. He shook his head, then nodded towards the Lutra sitting at the table. Their eyes were heavy, and they'd slowed down their eating. They looked a bit like toddlers eating when they should be napping. Jerking upright, chewing slowly, eyes practically closed. Donner face-planted into his stew, spoon flipping high in the air before clattering on the ground. Ragnar laughed, then fell forward, his skull making a dull thunk on the table. Skeld went backward, and I managed to grab him before he hit the ground. Gently, I leaned him against his fellow hearthmate. Nikolai pulled Donner's face from the stew and leaned the man back. Donner snorted, the stew dripping off his face and out of his nose. Then he started snoring, and I shook my head. Sleeping, I said, checking the pulses of my zonked-out companions. They're just sleeping. This is bad, Nikolai said. Yeah, you think? We're down 3 people. Down 3 people who must be watched, Nikolai said. It means we are down 4 at the very least. Game plan? He shook his head as he poked around the various things in the room. We have yet to find the problem. We have no idea what this level is throwing at us. Okay, so do we need to take these idiots with us? No, Nikolai said, sitting down on the bench. You and Emmeline make your way through this level. Discover what we are dealing with, and then come back. Hopefully these fools will have awoken in that time. I gave Emmeline a bit of a glance. Why don't the 2 of you remain behind? Because Emmeline has quite a bit of experience looking for traps and unlocking doors. Emmeline glared back at Nikolai. How did you know that? I may have lost my levels, but I did not lose my spells. Your low-level disguise self spell is child's play to one as me. So she's a rogue, I said with a smile. A rogue what? Emmeline countered. Like a thief. I am not a thief. You are a variant thereof, Nikolai said, waving his hand dismissively at her. And while I always enjoy a good semantics argument, I would prefer to get out of this dungeon in my lifetime. So go. Emmeline swished by me in her blue silk gown, quiver hanging off her round hip, short bow in her left hand. She looked pretty good in the gown. Blue was definitely her color. And it was nice. I mean, as far as ball gowns go, it accentuated the curves she had, and... She was staring at me. Are you checking me out? Nah, I said. Just appreciating the dress. She flattened the wide gown and did a little turn. The dress spun a bit. Outdated, she mused. Almost amusingly so. but I suppose it will do for crawling through a dungeon. Well then, let's pick a door and crawl. Chapter 41. She picked a door at the top of a small set of stairs and knelt in front of it. She did some peering and poking at the door, then swung it open. A corridor. Stone floors. Same as below. Fucking corridors, I said. Nothing but goddamn hallways here. It was lit via candles on the ground, on small bronze or brass plates. Still no sign who was lighting them. Doors were here and there along the hallway, with a final door at the far end. If someone was designing a prototypical medieval Western European fantasy hallway, they'd make it exactly like that one. It was unnerving in that way. Emmeline led, but I stuck close behind. I noticed she shuffled her feet along the ground, never really picking them all the way up. I tried to step where she'd stepped, just in case. Part of me thought we were being a little overly cautious, but given that the food was laced with sleeping poison of some kind, I didn't mind. She put her hand up, and I walked right into it. "Stop when I put my hand up," she hissed at me. "Sorry," I said. "Oaf," she replied, kneeling down. She pulled a small dagger from somewhere in her dress and ran it around one of the floor stone's edges, and then very gently pried the stone up. Beneath the stone sat a small pressure plate. "Trap," she said, pointing at the plate. "Any idea what it does?" "No," she replied. "I can trigger it if you want." "What if it releases poison gas?" "Then triggering it would be a very bad idea." "Okay then," I said. "Why don't we keep moving?" We stopped again at the first door. She gave it a good going over, then opened it. I heard a very faint click, and on instinct, I grabbed Emmeline and pulled her to me. A large metal chunk on a pole pendulum through the doorway and smashed into the far wall, cracking some of the stones as it hit. "Huh," she said. "Missed that." I grabbed the pendulum to stop it, and then stepped around it into the room. Storage. Crates stacked floor to roof on one side and barrels on the other. Emmeline stepped past me and started opening up crates and barrels to look inside. I peered up at the pendulum, trying to figure out how it was attached. I wanted to see if I could get it free, use it as a weapon. It'd make a very interesting mace. Long handle, big spherical head, I could smash lots of things with it. But I couldn't see a connection point. It was somehow just like coming out of the dungeon's ceiling. "Trade goods mostly," Emmeline said, holding up some rough cloth. "Leave it for now," I said. "I'm worried about spending too much time here. I want to know what we're up against." She shrugged and walked past me. We continued down the hall, and she found a few more traps. Each time, she'd pry the bricks out and set them to the side, being very careful not to trigger the plate in the process. Once out, it'd actually be difficult to trigger the trap with our feet because the bricks weren't quite big enough to step in. The next room was a bedroom with a single bed, a nightstand, and some other bits of furniture, all with the same rustic style. No traps on anything, and nothing of interest in the room. There was a dull dagger on the bookshelf and some books which were so rotted I couldn't make out anything written on the pages. I sighed, and we moved on. More doors led to more bedrooms, a few more brick traps, a few more door traps. Signs of life in each room, but no actual life. Nothing moved. No bugs, no rats, nothing. I frowned. This was weird. And the normalcy, the almost forced normalcy, was making it so much worse. Everything just seemed so fucking, well, standardized. At the end of the hall, the last door opened onto a large hall, almost like a throne room except no throne. 2 doors were on the far end of the hall, and a massive double door loomed directly opposite us, a set of doors that looked to me that had to lead outside. And those double doors were currently barred with a massive hunk of wood. Carefully, we stepped into the room. I looked up, Emmeline looked around. There was a banner high up on the wall, and a set of armor in the corner. Nothing made sense in this place. Nothing makes sense here, I said. It is a dungeon, she said. From what I understand, dungeons often do not make sense. Yeah, but what are we supposed to be doing here? What are we fighting? What are we solving? Perhaps finding what we are supposed to find is the problem to solve to get to the next level? That seems roundabout. Roundabout has so far been my experience in the dungeon. Has been a bit like that, I said, musing on the previous 2 levels. I noticed her staring at me, also that she had an arrow nocked. Granted, it wasn't pointed at me, but I'd seen how fast she could aim and loose an arrow, so the mere fact that she had one on the string unnerved me. What's up? I asked. She looked up. I see nothing untoward about the ceiling, she said. Fucking idioms. I meant that something seems to be bugging you, I said. What is it? Why did you rescue me? I took a deep breath to stall. I needed time to figure out a convincing lie. Please do not lie, she said. Do not tell me fluffy tales of how you were bowled over by my beauty and— I held up a hand to interrupt her. Fine. Truth. When I was looking for help getting in and out of this place, I spoke to someone and he asked me to rescue you. Who? A man named Philemon. Oh, gods, she said, and she sat down with a flump on the table, her gown spreading out wide around her. Naturally he would get involved. Who is he? You do not know Philemon? Nope. It is perhaps a conversation for a different time, then. Too many questions and too few answers for right now. Sure. I have one more question, then, she asked, raising an eyebrow. Shoot. Donner. Not a question. Why did you rescue him? Because he was chained up in the basement of a prison? You have no knowledge of the man? Less than a Philemon. And yet you brought him with us. Yeah, seemed cruel to leave him behind. You disagree? For what it is worth, I feel the prison might have had a reason to stick him in the very deepest hole and make sure he could not get out by chaining him to the ceiling. Then she shrugged, then gently pushed past me to walk towards one of the smaller doors. I held up my hand, ready to keep talking, defend my position on Donner, but she'd vocalized what I'd been thinking. Still, not the time or place. I headed over to the giant double doors. I tried to lift the wooden beam off so I could open the door, but it wouldn't budge. No matter how hard I tried, the damn thing wouldn't move. Frowning, I tried to peek through the doors, but unlike any of the other wooden products in the entire area, these planks fit together perfectly. Even the space between the 2 doors was too tight to peek through. Pissed off, I pulled an axe out of my bag. It wasn't my nice big old battle axe since I'd lost that on the previous floor, and I felt a little sad. That was the axe Cleve had given me the first night out on the caravan. This was a bearded axe, still focused on killing people, or monsters, I suppose, but with only a single edge. The lower portion of the axe head extended down quite a bit, and could be used for such fun things as hooking a weapon from an opponent, or providing a spot for your hand when planing or shaving wood, or, scalping, whatever brines your pickles. Bonus for this one, the top of the axe had a wicked point. I was poised to strike, but heard something behind me. "Montana," called out Emmeline. "You might like what is behind this door." Quickly lowering the axe, I turned to see her standing next to the leftmost of the 2 doors on the same wall. She smiled, a big smile like she just won the jackpot. I covered the distance between us in a few big steps and peeked through the open door. Inside, there were chests, treasure chests, rows and rows of them. It was a big space, big enough that both of the doors led to the same room. I stopped counting chests once I got to 120. "This is it," Emmeline said. "The treasure room." "We're on level 3, I said. "I can't imagine this is the treasure room." What if they force you to take the treasure here so you are weighed down and it affects every other aspect of the dungeon's challenges, so you can't make it to the end of the dungeon? Okay, fair point. Should we open the chests? I took a deep breath and shook my head. No, not yet. Once we get close to figuring it out, we'll come back and loot the joint. I'm just going to take a peek, Emmeline said, looking at one of the chests intently. Just make it quick, I said, mainly because there was a tiny little chest right next to the door, and I really couldn't help myself. I scooped it up and dropped it in my bag. She smiled and pushed the chest near her open. In a blur, a massive tongue shot out. The interior of the chest was lined with huge teeth, and nasty ropes of saliva were everywhere. The tongue wrapped around Emmeline, and she shrieked. Chapter 42. Without a thought, I swung the axe up, slicing straight through the funky purple tongue. There was a roar of pain from the creature, and then blood, or some facsimile thereof, poured out, gushing all over Emmeline. All the chests in the room popped open, all full of huge teeth, long purple tongues, and impressively viscous saliva. Then they started moving towards us, some sprouting tiny little legs, some just launching themselves in the air at us. I grabbed Emmeline's hand and yanked her behind me. The door in front of us slammed shut, and I swung the axe with one hand. I expected the hearty thunk of steel into wood, but instead heard a fleshy noise. The axe head sunk in deeply, and liquid seeped around the edges of the axe head. Blood. With no time to think, I ripped the axe free and swung a second time, this time holding little back. The axe hit, and I kept pushing, making a long cut all the way through the door. I grabbed Emmeline and shoved her through the laceration, then forced myself through afterward. We both looked horrid, covered in gore. More of the dark, red, overly viscous liquid continued to seep through the door. But then the door just got sucked back into the walls, and the treasure chest monsters poured into the hallway, and we were only saved because the chests were getting caught on one another. "Run!" I shouted, rather superfluously, as Emmeline was already halfway across the hall and entering the corridor. She'd booked it. While running, I fired my identity spell over my shoulder, basically blind, and got back. Elder Mimic. Level ... monster. That was not the best-case scenario. A fuck-ton of elder mimics chasing us, and we didn't exactly have a long way to go. I imagine it would have been quite the sight. A horde of treasure chests with long purple tongues and nasty teeth bouncing down the hallway after a long-haired, bearded fool in busted chainmail. Maybe it would be something I'd laugh at when it wasn't actually happening. You know, to me. The door in front of me, the one leading to the corridor, was shutting, and I barely slipped through. If it had been any closer, I would have lost my hair. I was starting to think all this hair might not be the best choice for this particular lifestyle. We tore down the hallway. Emmeline even started closing the door to the kitchen area before I'd gotten inside. I pushed the door out of the way and jumped down the short stairway, sliding to a stop in front of Nikolai. He hopped up to his feet. "What is all the racket?" he asked, sword out, looking alert. "Mimics," I said. "Mimics?" he asked. "I hate mimics." "You've encountered them before?" "Yes, they are often found in ruins, lesser dungeons, or tombs." "There are levels of dungeon." "This is a dungeon, a greater magical being that is semi-sentient and may change. There are also places built as long-term prisons or tombs or even as hidden magical workshops. Those can qualify as a dungeon, but not a dungeon. It's a semantic difference? It is a vocabulary shortcoming, I suppose. We do not possess two words to denote the differences clearly, but if I may we shelve this conversation for some later date?" Something slammed against the door. "Fine for me." I looked over at the Lutra and Donner, still zonked out. Emmeline stood at the door, holding it shut as the mimics on the other side hammered against it. I noticed she still had the tongue wrapped around her waist, and there was a bit of smoke rising from it. I walked over, unwrapped it, and threw it on the ground. Why is it smoking like that? I asked. It is her dress, Nikolai said, pointing at the ball gown. Sure enough, the area that tongue had touched was eaten away. They have acidic saliva? I said. What the fuck is this place? There was a particularly hard hit against the door, enough to bounce Emmeline off it. I slammed my shoulder into the opening door, promptly smashing a mimic's tongue in the door jamb. It flailed around, a mixture of pain and opportunistic grabbing. Releasing the pressure just a little on the door, I watched the mimic retract its tongue, and then I slammed the door shut again. The whole treasure room was a fucking mimic, I said. And now there's 100+ mimics in the hallway trying to get through this door. Nikolai was suddenly moving, looking around the room. Pick up that bench, he shouted to Emmeline. What? She replied. Pick up the bench, high, into the air. She gave him a look like he was crazy, but she picked the bench up. Nikolai knelt and ran his hand in the air under the bench. He looked nuts until something stopped his hand about midway through. A very thin tendril connected the bench to the ground. Emmeline shrieked and dropped the bench, which began absorbing into the ground. It is all a mimic, Nikolai said. He looked around frantically, and I could almost hear his brain desperately searching for an answer. The entire room got a little softer, the mimic relaxing its mimicry since it was no longer necessary. We will be eaten in seconds if we do not do something, Nikolai said. A drop of liquid fell from the ceiling, green and noxious. Acid. Fuck, I said. Chapter 43. Occasionally, when the shit truly hits the fan, it feels like the world slows down a little. Something I felt more often in Voldrani as opposed to Earth. In that moment, I looked around the room, and everything seemed like it was in slow motion. Like the drop of acid falling in front of me was hanging almost suspended in the air. Here, in this moment between moments, I had time to think. Sort of. I had to get out of the mimic, but the mimic was everywhere and everything, which meant there was no way out. But that couldn't be the answer. There had to be a path forward. We were only at level 3. So somewhere within this level of the dungeon, the level that was all mimic was not mimic. Where that was, I had no idea. Ostensibly, it was outside the mimic we were currently within. So it kinda made sense that the only thing we really needed to do was get outside the mimic. With a big hearty swing, I chopped at the wall. The axe just pinged off at a weird angle, as if it were still real stone. I dropped the weapon, my hands ringing. Minor problem. But where the dungeon giveth a problem, the dungeon provideth a solution. I pulled the sword of sharpness from its sheath on my belt, jumped away from the door, and jammed the sword as deep as I could into the wall. It sunk deep in, and there was a shuddering of the entire area. I ripped the sword down to the ground, opening a great rent into the monster. The inside was full of pulsating flesh, and the room immediately flooded with noxious mimic fluids. We need to go through here, I said, reaching into my bag and pulling out 6 barrels. I popped the tops off and dumped the various goods back into the bag. Wait, Nikolai started. I can breathe in that, I said, interrupting him. I still have that ring on. You 5 get in the barrels, and I'll pull y'all along. We either die together, or I get us on the other side of this thing. The mimics pounding on the door were getting it to open, and I had to wonder if there was some sort of rivalry in the bigger mimic keeping out the littler mimics. Exactly how many mimics were in the dungeon was one hell of a mystery. We got Donner in one barrel, and 2 Lutra in one, Emmeline in one, and Nikolai giving me the stink eye in the last one. I slammed the pommel of the sword on the tops, sealing my friends inside. A quick loop of rope around each barrel with the best knots I remembered, and we were ready to go. I watched every little thing in the room morphing into pseudopods, all of which reaching for me. Worried they'd get snatched, I chucked the barrels into the open wound, then hopped inside the foulness myself. At the last moment, something grabbed my ankle. I gave it a sharp kick, and forced myself deeper into the wound, which was disgusting. Foul beyond anything I'd experienced. Even being in the gullet of the worm paled in comparison to pulling myself through the flesh and guts and nastiness of the massive mimic. Gripping that flesh and pulling myself further and further, dragging the barrels along with me, breathing in that blood thanks to the magic ring, that slightly acidic blood, which was starting to burn all my exposed skin, and my throat and lungs. It hurt, and it was dark. Very quickly the light disappeared from the wound behind. It was slippery, and I had trouble keeping my grip on anything. I mean, I had no idea what it was I was gripping either. I just slammed my fist into flesh, usually making a hole of sorts, then pulled and pushed and going the only way I could, forward. Until I couldn't go anymore, I came up against something. Something wasn't parting just for my strength and forcing headway. I finagled that sword around until I had the point against the immovable portion of the mimic, and I forced the point through. Light. The amorphous light of the dungeon, the real dungeon. It came in just enough to give me hope. I grabbed either side of the opening and pulled, and pulled. I could feel my muscles seemingly growing bigger, tapping into reservoirs of strength, and I roared. The skin held for a moment, and then it seemed to go all at once. I ripped the poor bastard wide open, tumbling out and down the outside. I landed on the ground in a basic cavern once again. Right in front of me, I saw a waist-high pedestal with a big green crystal sitting on top. I got to my feet and was immediately hit in the head with a barrel full of otters. It hurt. I dragged the rest of the barrels out and started to pop the tops open. Once I got Nikolai out, I left him to get the others because I heard a racket, like the sound of 100 or more chest mimics thundering toward us. Behind us, looking at the outside of the massive mimic, I saw thick skin that was kind of gray, looking a bit like an elephant, just on a much larger scale. There were strange undulations, and I had the feeling I was seeing the massive monster trying to make changes to its form. While watching, a pseudopod forced itself out well above me and started feeling around. Mimics as chests basically poured around a corner I hadn't seen, heading toward us in a massive wave. An eye was forming above the pseudopod. The little mimics were close enough to devour us, so I darted over and grabbed the jewel. Do you wish to travel to the 4th floor of the Dungeon of the Ancients, or do you wish to exit? 4, I yelled. A wall shimmered into being in front of me, with a nice door smack in the middle. I ran back and picked up the barrels of otters in one arm, Donner in the other, and we ran for the door, Nikolai and Emmeline actually getting there first. I stepped through last, just as a mimic wrapped its tongue around my leg. Chapter 44. The magic of the dungeon meant that as soon as I crossed over into level 4, the mimic's tongue got cut off. But it was still wrapped around me, pouring blood out behind and burning everything it touched. I set the 2 barrels down, unwrapped the tongue, and tossed it to the side. It flexed and relaxed and flexed and relaxed, gross blood-like stuff pumping out before finally becoming still. Congratulations onto you, traveler, for your party has bested the 3rd level of the Dungeon of the Ancients. You gain 6,000 XP. You gain the 3rd ring of the Dungeon of the Ancients Indicium. Complete the Indicium for a bonus. Warnings unto you, for each level is more punishing than the last, but the rewards are greater. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 12. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness. Or don't. Well, I thought, a new level is always nice. I threw the points into strength because I didn't want to think. Instead of thinking, I looked around at our new safe zone. A tent. A nicer tent, large and airy, with some cots along one wall and a small fire pit replete with cozy little fire. It was right along the lines of what I've once heard described as glamping. No food or water around, though, and that had me a little worried. We still had some rations and at least one more water skin, but I knew we were getting to the bottom of the foodstuffs I'd stored in my unfillable knapsack. I set what I had near the fire, then extricated Skeld and Ragnar from the barrel and laid them each on a cot. Donner took the next, and Nikolai sat on the last one. Emmeline stood next to me, her hand out. "Dress?" she asked. Once again, she was covered in all sorts of nasty. I shoved a hand into the bag, thought of a dress, felt something, and pulled it out. Another ball gown. The bag of holding always made me feel like a consummate magician. "Are you sure you have nothing else?" she asked. "Just be glad I have so many of these." She snatched the dress, walked over to the far corner of the tent, and started to strip. Like a gentleman, I watched. Absolutely none of it. But while I was sitting in front of the little fire, feeling the delicious bit of heat, I remembered a little treasure chest I'd popped into the bag from the last dungeon. I reached in and pulled out the chest. Immediately, it opened its tiny maw wide, and a long purple tongue reached out and wrapped around my arm. I panicked a little and did the first thing that came to mind. I cast Tame, Greater. An intense feeling came out of my arm, and then an emptiness inside me, followed by a phenomenal pain. And blackness. Chapter 45. I came to with Nikolai standing over me, pouring water on my face. I sputtered and sat up, pushing him away. "What the hell?" I asked. "What did you do?" Nikolai retorted. "I cast a spell, and I guess I kind of passed out." "What spell did you cast?" "Greater Tame." "On?" Just, I scanned everywhere around me, looking for the little chest. "Well, on a mimic?" "A mimic? Are you—" "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, okay?" I got to my feet, shook my head, and slicked my hair back. I needed to take a bath, something awful. I started scouring the tent for the mimic. Turned out he was hiding underneath one of the cots. As soon as I came close, he hopped out and nuzzled my leg. As much as a chest can nuzzle. I shot an identification spell at the little guy. Mimic. Level 1 monster. "Huh," I said. "He's a level 1. "Perhaps a juvenile," Nikolai said. "Now kill it." "No." "No? It is a monster." "Doesn't mean I guess the name gives it a bad, name, but come on, man. He's small and he's cute, and I'm keeping him." Nikolai gave me one of his great deadpan you're-an-idiot looks. After withering under that glare for a minute, I shook my head. "Keeping him," I repeated. "You will rue this." "Rue? Who says that?" "Stop casting spells until you know what will happen. Ideally, stop casting spells. Should you have tried this nonsense in combat, we would all perish. It wasn't in combat, and you were all here. And yet you still did not think to let anyone know what you were doing prior to doing it. We must operate as a unit here, Montana. Remember what you keep preaching to Donner?" He walked away to peek out the tent flaps. I knelt down to pick up my pet mimic. It was a small monster, just under a foot long, 7 inches wide, and 9 inches to the top of his arch. 2 eyeballs were in the front of the chest lid, and where the chest would have opened was his mouth. Wide open, the little guy breathed happily, kind of dog-like. The interior of his mouth was a dark purple, almost black. His tongue was only slightly lighter, but still purple. Now that I was holding him, he took an interest in the tent. He didn't smell like anything, and he felt like wood. It was all very odd. "You need a name, little guy," I said to the mimic. It moved its eyes to look at me, which was disconcerting because the eyes literally moved on the chest, from pointing forward to being straight up on the top, looking up at me. I blinked at him, and he blinked back at me. Mimicking, if you will. "Okay, so, name," I said. One eye went up a little, and one eye went down a little. I think he was confused. I was confused. What does one name a mimic? Chesty? That seemed a little on the nose, and perhaps a little stupid. How about Barry? I asked. I'm going to name you Barry. The thing made a noise, kind of like a chirp, I guess, and it closed its eyes and basically did a little dance in my hands. I take it you like the name, I said. Barry chirped. Are you done goofing off? Nikolai snapped from the other side of the room. Not yet, I shouted back. He harumphed and kept looking out the gap at whatever was outside. A little notification popped up. You have successfully tamed a juvenile mimic, level 1. Official recognition that Barry was my tamed mimic. I guess I needed to name him before the game world considered him to have been formally tamed. Nice. I set him on Nikolai's cot, then walked over to Nikolai. I peered around him, looking out the tent flap. It was the jungle, or a jungle. Our tent sat at the edge of a large clearing. Trees were all around the tent, but not a single one in front of the tent. About 100 yards away, a massive greenstone ziggurat rose high out of the verdant grass. Everything else was unbelievably thick with tropical trees, their tops a virtually unbroken canopy, at least as far as I could see. Above was a sky of sorts, a deep blue with occasional puffy white clouds. But there was something that seemed a little off about it. Nothing I could point to as being obviously fake, but it just seemed, well, not quite real. The ziggurat was definitely the focal point of the whole area, and was undoubtedly where we needed to go in order to get down to the next level. It was made of greenish rock cut into bricks the size of Volkswagens, and though it kind of seemed to squat on the landscape, it also seemed to soar into the sky. Big in every dimension. On the face we could see, there was a staircase running up the middle, going all the way to almost the top. There was a small cube made out of the same type of stone, and from where I was looking, it seemed like there was a small structure at the very top, something along the lines of a gazebo over an altar, except made out of stone. A set of stairs was cut into the cube, looking narrow enough to be a perfect ambush spot. At no point in the building, at least where I could see, was there an entrance. No doors, no looming dark passages. It was just a prodigious edifice in the middle of a jungle clearing. I won't lie and say I didn't feel a looming fear at what we might be about to encounter. What do you think? I asked. I think we will not know what we are up against until we step foot out of this tent. And when we step foot outside, we must be as close to 100% as possible. Which means waiting for the sleeping sickness to wear off these idiots, I said, pointing my thumb over my shoulder. Nikolai nodded. I heard rustling and turned to see Emily kneeling by the rations, pulling out some food for herself. This particular dress was one of the more ridiculous ones I'd taken from the ruined castle. It had quite a bit of extra, floof attached to it, and looked like she'd have to have assistance to get through most doorways. But she looked pretty in it. A little low cut for adventuring, but for looking good, it was, good. She ate. Nikolai ate. I found out the items Barry was willing to eat were, anything I gave him, and several things I didn't give him. He was the most omnivore I'd yet encountered. But mostly we waited. And waited. Time outside the tent was mostly static. The same clouds flew across the sky, not quite in a circle, but there was definitely a pattern. No signs of life, no bugs in the grass, no wind rustling the leaves of the thousands of trees around us. It was odd, disconcerting. And through it all, the snores of the otters. And Donner. Finally, after the second time the three of us had gotten hungry and tucked into our diminishing reserves of food, Skeld woke up. He scrambled to his feet, fumbling for a weapon before actually looking around and realizing he was safe. Ragnar was next. Then finally Donner, who woke up like he'd just had the best sleep of his damn life. He stretched, belched, coughed, and scratched himself like he didn't have a care in the goddamn world. Which, in a way, I guess he didn't. Despite food being what got them into the mess, they were all ravenous by the time they were fully awake, and between the three of them, they polished off our remaining rations. While they relaxed, we explained what happened, and I introduced them to Barry, and Barry to them. Ragnar found Barry delightful. Skeld thought Barry was weird, and Donner just gave me a look like I was a dark wizard who should be put down for the good of all the people in Valdrani. Finally, we were ready to step into the next level of the dungeon. Chapter 46. As soon as my foot went through the tent, even before it hit the grassy ground below, noise erupted from the jungle. Birds seemed to appear out of nowhere, then flew up and away. Drums thundered out, then echoed off the stone wall of the ziggurat. That was disturbing, but even worse was the primal screams and bestial roars that answered and overpowered the drumming. I got a sinking feeling in my stomach, that of impending violence. "Run," I said, picking Barry up and took off sprinting for the ziggurat. A quick glance back over my shoulder made me realize I was much faster than everyone else in my party. Plus, the trees were shaking like something was coming through them, either a few very big things or a ton of little things. I tucked Barry in the crook of my arm like a football carry. I could feel him squirming a little, trying perhaps to get his eyes in a spot where he could see what was going on. I don't know, mimics are weird. I slid to a stop at the base of the ziggurat and turned to get a sit rep. It wasn't great. The Lutra were already catching up to me, but Donner was a ways behind them. Nikolai was struggling to keep his speed up, and poor Emmeline was way in the back, a mess of tulle, silk, and petticoats. The real problem, however, was what was emerging from the tree line. Humanoids, with weapons, screaming and frothing at the mouth with an obvious desire to kill everything. The creatures were on the small side, between myself and the Lutra in size. They swarmed over every single bit of the ground, absolutely covering it. Thousands upon thousands, everywhere I looked. I just stood there with my eyes wide and my jaw open. It was more individual beings than I had ever seen, not only in the dungeon, not only in Valdrani, but in my entire dual lifetimes. All of them coming at us, ready to kill. But there was a decent gap between my party and the oncoming horde. I felt like we had an okay chance of getting up the ziggurat before the mob got us. And then Emmeline tripped on her hem and hit the ground. Hard. As Skeld got to me, I pushed Barry into his hands. "To the top!" I yelled over the noise. Skeld nodded and scampered up the stairs. "You help Nikolai," I ordered Ragnar. Then, despite every fiber in my being screaming I was making the wrong decision, I sprinted towards the oncoming horde. I covered the distance in the same time it took Emmeline to get to her feet and untangle herself from her dress mess. I slid to a stop, hauled her up over my shoulder, and was moving back towards the ziggurat in record time. If this were an NFL combine, I'd have the commenters checking their records. It's amazing how much bonus speed imminent death offers. The horde of whatevers was uncomfortably close, enough so that a number thought it'd be a good time to throw spears. But they weren't judging my speed well, and I managed to extend the gap significantly by the time I stepped into the ziggurat. I didn't slow down at the stairs, charging up as fast as my legs would allow, and once again I screamed some internal thanks to Mr. Paul for how incredible my body was, powering me up those green stone steps as if it was a Sunday stroll through the park. Carrying a whole extra human felt like I had a lady's purse over my arm. I was going up so fast that I caught up to Nikolai and Ragnar, and I scooped Nikolai up on my other shoulder. Ragnar dropped on all fours and scurried up after me. Emmeline was screaming something, but I couldn't understand her, so I tried to keep her shrieks out of my head. The very top of the ziggurat had a small flat portion before continuing up. From there I could see the whole clearing around us, and appreciated the full extent of the horde. It was everywhere. They were everywhere. Everywhere I could see, from the trees to the ziggurat, was covered. Not a bit of the ground showed through that horde. Everywhere. The only salvation of the top was that there was but a singular staircase to the final structure, where Skeld and Donner stood yelling back at me. I couldn't hear them over the cacophony of the approaching wave of death, but I had the feeling it wasn't something nice or encouraging like, there's a giant stone door we can close to keep all these motherfuckers from ripping our flesh from our bones while we are still living. I had terrible feelings about how this dungeon challenge was going to pan out. A quick glance behind me told me that I had, at best, 1 minute before the wave of things hit. Once up the final staircase, I saw what was in front of us. Maybe the final challenge, maybe just the puzzle to get into the ziggurat. Yeah, puzzle. The very top of the ziggurat, the cube, had 8 pillars supporting a dome. Each pillar had a large dial mounted on it, with 8 pictograms inscribed around the dial, and 8 pictograms inscribed onto the dial. "Are you fucking kidding me?" I shouted. Nikolai just shook his head, eyes wide while he tried to figure out what the hell we were going to do. "Tell me you've got some sort of plan," I said, starting to pull things off my person so I'd be ready to get into it with the oncoming horde. "Die?" Nikolai asked, not taking his eyes from the puzzle. "I see nothing to indicate we even have any clues to this." "Well," I said, starting down the staircase, "I'll give you time. You solve the puzzle. Ragnar, Skeld with me. The rest of you, figure out the puzzle." The 2 Lutra nodded gravely and moved to the stairs. I stopped them and handed the unfillable knapsack to Ragnar. "Keep this safe," I said. "And you make sure you've got weapons for me any time I've got an empty hand. I have a feeling I'm going to have to empty this bag here. And if I look like I'm going down, pray the Xyphos has gotten enough durability, and you cut through the stone into whatever is below." I gave the internal Xyphos of sharpness to Skeld. He nodded. The creatures came up the stairs in a fury, looking to unleash hell upon us. They were salivating, mouths wide open, screaming something at me. I didn't understand it, so I had a feeling it wasn't words, just roaring. 30 seconds to contact. I stood at the bottom of the last set of stairs, getting a sword and sheath attached to my belt. "I do not think this is a wise course of actions," Nikolai called out from above. "You come up with something better, let me know," I shouted, grabbing the proffered spear from Ragnar, who was standing above me on the top of the cube. As the first creature reached about 3 levels down, I shot out the identification spell. Slew Tungaber, level 11 Berserker. Large square heads with low-slung jaws were on top, and I could see teeth-like protrusions outside the mouth and matching teeth inside the mouth. Double teeth. Small eyes tucked back on their heads, facing mostly forward. Predators. Decorative paintings or maybe tattoos cover their faces, necks, and backs. Forked tongues flicked in and out quickly. Their skin was bumpy, mottled, akin to a toad's. And they ran sure-footed with longer limbs, wide feet, short tails, and a remarkable amount of muscle packed on their small torsos. Basic armor, a mixture of wood, shells, and other natural elements, was all they had for protection, and their weapons were mostly obsidian, gleaming black swords, axe heads, all manner of spears, and spear-like weapons. But no bows, at least not that I saw. Roars echoed out, and their eyes registered nothing so much as excitement. The first one reached me, screaming bloody murder. I intended to give it to them. Chapter 47. I threw the spear as hard as I could, stopping the first Tungaber in his tracks. His obsidian axe kept moving forward, and I snagged it out of the air. It was poorly weighted, the head far too heavy, but it looked sharp as hell. A quick Sparta kick, and I made a little room to get a swing around, getting the obsidian axe straight into Tungaber number 2's head. I reached back, and the spear was placed into my hand, just in time to start blocking a flurry of blows from Tungabers. They converged on me, but were getting in their own way more than overwhelming me. I still worried they might, but a quick stab in one and a smack upside the head to another, and the 2 bodies dropping to the stones caused the area to be really hard to stand up in, and several Tungabers slipped, and it was a domino effect, and there was a moment of breathing room as Tungabers tumbled down the side of the ziggurat. Naturally, there were plenty more to take their place. Hauling back, I threw the spear as hard as I could, going straight through 3 of the assholes, and as one connected unit, they spun around, kicking more of their brethren off the ziggurat. I slid my foot under one of their spears, kicked it up, and threw it, hitting home somewhere in the midst of the horde. Throwing things worked reasonably well simply because there were so many viable targets, but it was difficult to hit the Tungabers who were right up in my face. For those, I had to keep other things around. I chanced to glance back to my hearth boys, and Ragnar was there with a sword. I noticed that Skeld, on the other side, held a spear. Choices. Snatching the sword, I barely had enough time to bring it around to parry an obsidian blade. It shattered against my steel, the tiny pieces slicing across my face and the Tungabers. But while it definitely hurt me, it didn't seem to faze the creature. Weaponless, it just went to bite me, mouth opened way wider than I would have thought possible. With no real thought, I brought the sword point down as hard as I could on the Tungaber's head. The creature's jaws slammed shut, biting its stupid tongue off, which promptly flopped all over the stairs. The Tungaber died immediately, but as it fell back, it took the sword with it. Reaching back, I grabbed a spear and spun it around my body, thwacking a few of the Tungabers who were too close. Then I kebabbed 2, lifting them up into the air before bringing their bodies down as a macabre club, smashing more Tungabers beneath them. It was a weird fight. Actually, fight wasn't quite the right descriptor for what was happening. I was so much stronger than these creatures, and I was doing so much more damage. They didn't even have a chance to get me. There would be incidental damage here and there, but even when one of them got a lucky hit, my chainmail blocked most of the damage. Sure, there were truly minor wounds, like when their obsidian blade shattered and cut me, but it was nothing that could ever be able to take me down, or even slow me down. One Tungaber did get super lucky, taking advantage of one of his brethren dying a gruesome death and holding on dearly to my glove so I couldn't get a weapon up. The lucky Tungaber scurried up my arm, obsidian dagger poised to go through my eye. Arrow zipped right by my ear and drilled right through the lucky Tungaber's mouth. I shot a glance over my shoulder and saw Emmeline give me a wink. I laughed. Covered in blood, I laughed. That's when I started to get the feeling things were going to get weird. The stairwell created a natural choke point, allowing me to control the pace of battle. If I wanted to take on more creatures, I went forward onto the flat, where I could use larger weapons and make wide swings. When I took the bearded battle axe out there, I cut them down like I was scything wheat. It was ridiculous. I only had to retreat back to the stairwell because of all the blood and guts, literally. It was difficult to keep my feet there, so I hopped back to the stairwell, throwing the battle axe over to Skeld and taking another spear from Ragnar. The spears were going quickly. It was getting easier and easier to pierce multiple opponents at the same time with the spears, almost as if Ragnar was somehow snagging sharper spears from the bag. But as far as I could tell, they were still the same crappy ones I'd taken from the busted castle in the middle of the War Waters. But with one throw, I got 5 Tungabers. 5. 1 spear. That's a Yahtzee. Alternatively, the Tungaber had spears aplenty. I grabbed their weapons easily, sometimes from dead hands, just as often from live ones. Once I snatched a spear and beat the asshole holding it to death before throwing it down the staircase and watching the spear go through a Tungaber and embed into the stone. I found myself overextended once, throwing a spear without being in range of getting another weapon. But then I just picked up the nearest Tungaber and used the poor creature's body to clear a path through its brethren. I beat Tungabers with a Tungaber, and did a surprising amount of damage with him. The first time I ripped the arm off a Tungaber, I stopped and had a weird little moment before proceeding to beat the creature to death while he bit at my stomach. Battle caused time to flow at different rates, so it was really difficult for me to get a good grasp of how long the fighting had been going on. But one thing was clear. The Tungabur's desire to throw themselves into the meat grinder wasn't fading. At all. They swarmed up the sides of the ziggurat with ceaseless vigor. And despite it being an obvious endless slaughter, they didn't seem to care. I started to feel this thudding in my chest. Not necessarily my heart, it seemed more central than that, and had zero bearing on my exertion. It felt like something wanted to get out, like something was knocking. And after every kill, every explosion of blood, every challenge to me and my life, it was another invitation. And with it, this heat washed over me, this primal desire for violence, for vengeance. Welling up from that central spot, I tried to keep it down, but without warning, it seemed like everything slowed down just a little bit more. I could see everything in perfect clarity, despite the edges of my vision being tinged in a strange red. I could see how to move to exact greater damage, as if something was guiding my hand, something was telling me how to kill. Well, not how to kill, but how to kill better, with more gore, more pain. I felt like I was seeing slight highlights on small points of the Tungaburs, chinks in armor, spots of weakness. And it was easier and easier to guide my strikes exactly where it would do the most damage. I sliced through a throat on an upswing, then through tendons on the downswing, death on my right and grievous injury on my left. I moved from the staircase, straight up carving a path through the beasts every which way, trading weapons as if this was the most macabre gift exchange party ever, taking each creature's as I killed it. I barely held the weapons for more than a second at a time, and each hit I exacted seemed to do massive, disproportionate amounts of damage. At one point, I hit a Tungabur's head with the flat of an axe, and the head fucking exploded. Fountains of blood shot up before raining down on me. It was the most disgusting sprinkler system ever invented. And somehow, somewhere along the way, I ceased feeling like myself. Instead, I was death. Spinning death, whirling death, crushing death. I killed multiple Tungaburs with each touch. They couldn't even come up the ziggurat fast enough for me, so I went after them, somehow pushing the horde back down the ziggurat. Deep in the back of my head, I heard a voice telling me I should not leave my party. I had to maintain the stairs, to guard those friends while they figured out the puzzle. But at that point, I could care less about the puzzle. I was caught deep in the grips of a blood fever, and I just wanted to kill, to spill the blood of my enemies. Fuck the lamentations of their women. I wanted to kill their women, their gods, their world. I would have slaughtered every last one of them if I could reach them from the stairs. But I never left the stairs, not for long at least. On and on it went. In my frenzy, I'd managed to kill enough of them that Ragnar and Skeld would come up and push bodies off the fighting level of the ziggurat. I slid on the blood, tripped on the tripe, occasionally fell to a knee on a knee. But somehow, no matter what I did, how I moved, I was always where I needed to be for another killing blow. Even the throwaway jabs with chipped blades seemed to find arteries to rupture. I felt like I could just do this forever. But another part of my brain snapped into gear, telling me that this might be the perfect farming opportunity to get Nikolai levels. I smiled, and it must have been a terrifying thing. Because that moment, my smile, was the only time a Tungabur turned and ran. It was, however, promptly deceased from a spear to the back of the head. It revolted a part of me, how much I was enjoying the wholesale slaughter of these creatures. And, in my lame defense, they did attack me first, and weren't willing to stop. But, as if someone hit a switch, the Tungaburs just stopped. Everything stopped. Chapter 48. Everything. The world stopped completely. Well, everything outside of me, I suppose. I was in the middle of a kneeling slice, kneecapping 2 Tungaburs, and then the sword I was using wouldn't move. The spurt of blood from my just decapitated foe froze in the air. I could see each and every droplet. I stood up, Chest heaving, my sweat and their blood mingled in a foul body paint. I had no idea what was going on, but I appreciated the break in the action so I could get a better tactical view of the landscape. But it was pointless. There were no tactics possible in this. It was just death. All I needed was kill. A shadow fell over me. I looked up to see a nightmare with wings descending towards me. It settled on the stone bricks next to me. The thudding in my chest was still going, but dissipated as the figure and I made eye contact. It was monstrous, massive, gross, basically reaching the fucking sky. It had super thick skin, and horns seemed to sprout out across its entire back. The ones that came out near its skull were aimed forward and had points all over them, almost as if his horns had thorns on them. It had a red overtone to his skin, transitioning to a gray or silver toward the bottom of its form. And its protrusions were a matte black, except for its teeth. Did I mention its teeth? It had a ton of them. Teeth inside its mouth, teeth on the end of its tongue, teeth on the outside of its jaw, top and bottom, and a bonus set of mandibles with teeth on them. And of course, none of these teeth were molars. They were all sharp and pointy and looked like they were ready to puncture or tear any flesh that got a little too close. It had beady little black eyes that shone in its giant head. I mean, the eyes weren't that small unless you compare them to its giant head. Its massive wings unfurled up into the sky, blotting out the sun above me. Dark, leathery bat wings with spikes on them. It had 2 massive legs and huge feet and massive fuck-off claws, while its arms were giant bulges of muscle under thick leather, ending in claws that were bigger than me. Trying to bring up a weapon, I realized I had nothing but my hands. So I settled into a horse stance, figuring it was as good a defensive posture as I could muster. I was going to go out swinging. The figure seemed to size me up and looked out at the destruction I'd caused. It swiped its massive hand across the ziggurat, and bodies dumped down the ziggurat like an overzealous toddler putting sprinkles on ice cream. The big creature harumphed and shook, almost like a dog. A really big, scary dog with wings and lots of teeth and all sorts of nightmarish accessories. But as it shook, it shrank down some, until it was only slightly larger than me. Then it took a breath and let it out in a long sigh. "You have broke the dungeon," it finally said, its voice very low and very rough, almost as if it were a mix between thunder and rocks falling. "I'm sorry?" I asked, thoroughly confused and weirded out by this experience. A claw reached out and touched my chest, gently. The monster left the claw there for a moment, and I felt a pulse over me. Then it pulled its claw back, looked at it, and wiped it on the wall of the ziggurat. "Your skills are..." It paused, thinking of the word it wanted. "Unique. I might almost accuse you of cheating." "Cheating?" I asked, standing up straight and looking at the monster in his still very large eyes. "You are significantly more powerful than you should be, at your level, at your race, in this world." "Okay, well, I've only played by the rules as I've seen them." "Yes, I assumed as much. And that is why you are standing here, talking to me and not banished." "If I may, where might I be banished to?" "There are countless worlds less pleasant than Valdrani, in varying degrees. I believe the surface of Mechatrex is currently being scoured by a remarkably unpleasant beast. Perhaps you would like to go roast in its gullet for an eternity? Respawn only to be eaten again? Does that interest you?" "Tempting, but no." "I thought not." It paced along the edge of the ziggurat, crushing the remaining bodies of the Tungabur that hadn't yet been pushed off, forming a most repellent jelly. Could I have your name, possibly? I asked. I have a feeling you know, but I'm Montana Cogshall. I know your name. I am not quite so familiar with your benefactor, this Mr. Paul. It is likely him I should be speaking to about your... It paused again. Perks. They are most unusual. Yeah, you definitely have to talk to him about them. You know, if you wanted to know more about them. The creature frowned at me, and I realized how stupid what I just said sounded. I just looked down at my feet. I might. But that does little to solve our dilemma, Montana. Which is? You are in a dungeon, and the Dungeon of the Ancients? That is correct. It is one of the few left in Valdrani, and it is mine. One of my children. And you are doing your best to break it. You mentioned that. What exactly do you mean by breaking it? This level is about solving the problem before the swarm overtakes you. However, you seem able to fight forever. The swarm is unable to overtake you. You just stand here and slaughter everything the dungeon sends at you. The dungeon has populated this level with a certain amount of life, and that has kept constant in the millennia the dungeon has been here. But you destroyed that. You continue to kill even as my dungeon repopulated this level. Thrice. And now it runs out of energy. If it is completely drained, it will die. I mean, that just seems like a flaw in design there, I said. Why not stop making these Tungaburs and just let me go to the next level? Because the dungeon is not as smart in that way as we are. The dungeon has little room for creative thought, largely because it has been on its own for so many years. It has been hidden in forced isolation for longer than it knows how to express to me. It was very excited when you entered, for it hungers for new blood. And yet, at every turn, you seem to know how to thwart it. And now, despite what other challenges it might have had for you, it has reached out to me in terror because it is about to die. And I cannot allow that. You're the god of dungeons. Yes. Do you know Iona? The goddess who has blessed you? I know of her. I do not know her. She is rather beneath me, you understand. Can I get your name? I apologize. It has been long since I have trafficked with a mortal, and my manners are not quite as they should be. I am Typhon. Typhon, god of monsters and dungeons. I am honored to meet you, I said with a slight bow. The god's terrible eyebrow, covered in protruding spikes, raised a little. Yes, it is an honor for you. Always love meeting you guys. Us guys? Gods. You're the third one I've met. I mean, provided Mr. Paul is a god. He must be, to have done what he has done. Typhon stretched its wings out, almost like it was involuntary, then settled them back against its back one more time. We still sit at a bit of a problem. Right, I'm breaking the dungeon. So how do you propose we deal with this issue? Are we negotiating? Though I am loath to do so, I fear it is the only way. Because you have the marks of others upon you, I cannot just toss you to the void. So you are powerless against me? Hardly, mortal. It is challenging only because I would face certain repercussions. Others may portray me as being beyond rules, but that is only because they try to judge my children in their courts. I abide by the rules as set by the Eight. By children, do you mean monsters? Yes, they live by their own code, my code. You do you, boo-boo. I am unfamiliar with that phrase. Never mind, I'm just saying, I don't judge your people. Same as I want to say, don't hate me because I've killed some of them. My children know they are not immortal. They embrace death as they are. You killing them in battle is as it should be, just as I will shed no tears when one of my children kills you. I can dig that. I think it smiled. It was rather difficult to tell. The god just didn't possess the right physiology to smile or show happiness. But Typhon seemed happier. Now the brokering, Montana Cogshall. What shall it take for you to leave my child alive? I hated bargaining with gods, mainly because I had no idea what to ask for. I felt like I'd never know enough about the game to be on level negotiating ground with them. Obviously, the party and I have to get to the end of the dungeon. Agreed. I want the treasure the dungeon was originally entrusted to guard. Typhon didn't answer, but it made a hand motion with its massive clawed hands, which I took to indicate I was to continue. The complete dungeon indicium, and, a boon. It stared at me, and then I think it laughed. A boon and a blessing, I interrupted him to add. You put me in a bind with this ask. I mean, I feel like I've got the upper hand. I will ask for as much as I can. It nodded and looked out at the frozen world in front of him. A boon, a blessing, the complete dungeon indicium, and the treasure of the dungeon. And safe passage through the rest of the dungeon, I added. He waved his hand. That is assumed. If you continue on, you will just kill the dungeon and gain the indicium. Your desire for treasure is a non-issue as well. It is the request for a boon and a blessing. That requires I side myself with those who have also given you boons and blessings. And that complicates everything. Can I ask you about all that? No. That is not knowledge meant for mortals. Okay then, but maybe I want to know about that. Since it seems like I can just kill the dungeon and get everything I basically want anyway, so... Montana of Cogshall, you forget something, as those new to power often do. You alone are a being of impressive power. You may be able to face this dungeon and emerge victorious. You may even be able to stand forth against what it is I would prefer to do unto you. But those of your party, those you are with, they are weak. They do not possess your gifts or your protections. This will always be the case. Your greatest weakness will always be having to protect those you choose to care about. Let's just leave the question I want answered alone then. At which point, I agree to your terms. I will give you my blessing. I will grant you a boon. I will accede to allowing you to gain the indicium as if you had completed the dungeon in the traditional manner. And you will be taken to the treasure room, and thus the exit of the dungeon. Once you depart this dungeon, you will never enter into any dungeons. This one or any others you may stumble across. No dungeons. None. You are too dangerous, and they are too few. Okay. Deal. Typhon nodded at me. then reached out and put its hand on my shoulder. It felt heavy. Then it squeezed. Hard. I thought about screaming, it hurt so bad. But I figured the god of monsters would probably consider that a sign of weakness. And monsters tended to view weakness as worthy of death. So instead, I breathed in deeply and tried to find the joy in the exquisite pain. Blissfully, the pain stopped and completely disappeared. Be aware, you have received the Typhon's Mark of the Beast. You gain a 10% advantage in Intimidation, Tremor Sense, Labyrinthine Recall, and +5 Strength. Some might look upon this blessing with joy, others with anger. A side has been chosen, a side has been joined. I looked over and saw a black claw print over my shoulder. It slowly faded, but the pain remained for a moment. Typhon looked down at me, as if appraising me. "A boon," it said, thinking. "I mean, maybe like, can I summon monsters? You cannot handle such power. Wait, you have inadequate magic. I can get more? No, you cannot. You have chosen a path without magic, and you have stunted its growth through your choices. Can you give me magic?" It shook its head. "That is beyond my abilities. I'd need to talk to the god of magic?" "Perhaps. Even one such as I hesitates before thinking of speaking to one of the 8. "Oh, are you?" "I am of the 64, it said. "I grow weary of being here and holding this world in stasis. Your boon. Perhaps there is a little something I can do for you." It felt like something hit me, and I flew into the wall of the ziggurat behind me, smashing against the green stone and knocking all the air out of my lungs. Typhon hadn't moved. I struggled to breathe, and I was gasping like a fish. "Congratulations. The great god Typhon has gifted a boon upon you. Monstrous Companion. You have been gifted a companion from the god Typhon. Your companion is immortal, though if reduced to 0 HP, he will be forced to return in a different form, chosen at the whim of Typhon. You may absorb your companion for a temporary boost to your abilities, but the boost will only last until Typhon sends another companion your way." He picked me up, resuming his initial size in the blink of an eye, and then he held me to his eye. "Remember our agreement, Montana Cogshall," he boomed at me. "And know that our paths are joined together now. Forever." Then he was gone, and I was falling. Chapter 49. There was a brilliant flash, and the jungle level disappeared. I slammed into the ground. Boom. By conquering the Dungeon of the Ancients, you have unlocked all 8 rings of the Dungeon of the Ancients Indicium. You gain the following skills and/or abilities: Art of Movement, Labyrinthine Recall, Detect Mimic 20 feet, Indomitable, Detect Traps plus 75%, Swift Tracker, Veritasium, and Detect Metals and Minerals. A cool breeze blew over us from the west. Even with my eyes closed, I knew the direction. All of a sudden, I knew pretty much exactly where I was, and I could tell where everyone else was. I could sense exactly where they were based on something. The vibrations in their bodies, maybe? And as I pushed that sensation further, I could tell there were other creatures within a sphere around me. Maybe 100 or 200 feet out, it stopped. Not suddenly. It just seemed to peter out, and I could no longer sense what was going on there. I got up very slowly, hurting. My body felt surprisingly tired. I still wasn't exactly sure how I could feel tired with no stamina, but I did. I figured it had something to do with fatigue and my need to sleep every other night. But however the mechanics worked out, everything hurt a bit. like I'd overused each and every muscle in my body. The party was splayed out, asleep or out. All 5 were there and snoring. Well, at least 3 of the 5 were. We'd been placed in a room with walls and ceilings carved out of a mountain. Someone had laid brick across the floor, nice and flat. We were all near a door leading to, you guessed it, a hallway. The rest of the room was lit by a glowing gem hanging from a small chain. Down below the glowing gem sat the treasure of the ancients. And it was mine. I snatched the bag from Ragnar. He stirred a little, but he didn't wake up, which was great for me because I wanted to see the treasure before anyone else did. There was a lot of it. Heavy chests, real ones this time, full of gold and gems. Swords, hammers, bows, axes, spears, hell, a whole armory of weapons. Suits of armor, stacks of chainmail, shields for days. There were 7 square metal boxes, each with a different set of jewelry inside. Thick necklaces of gold or platinum encrusted with huge jewels of all kinds. Heavy crowns decked out in all sorts of amazing sparkly things. There was such a wide variety of valuable things, and so many of them, that I just shoved everything into the unfillable knapsack with a stupid big smile on my face. Jewels, coins, chests, shelving, tapestries, anything and everything not nailed down went into the bag. By the time I'd emptied out the vault, I'd even chucked in there a few clumps of dust in the corner in case small gems were hiding. The others were awake and watching me. "You have a problem?" Ragnar said. "Do not," I retorted, reaching up and ripping the glowing gem and chain out of the ceiling. "Where are we?" Nikolai asked. That's a difficult question to answer. Well, to be fair, the where isn't that hard. The why is harder. We're out of the dungeon. Out? Emmeline asked. Like, we made it through? I started, then stalled. Not sure how to describe the events that transpired. It's a little more like we, took a shortcut and cut out the last 4 levels. How? Nikolai asked. Well, have you heard of someone or something named Typhon? Nikolai's eyes narrowed. Tell me you did not make some deal with Typhon. Not exactly. What exactly, then? I mean, in a sense, I maybe made a deal with him. So what part of it is not exactly a deal? It was more like he made a deal with me. Please, enlighten me upon that incredibly minor distinction. Can we discuss this later? I asked. I'd kind of like to get back to the city. That would be nice, Donner said. I am in agreement with Montana. We will discuss this, Nikolai said to me, acting the teacher again. And know that I am deeply worried about it. I put on my biggest smile, turned and walked out of the room. The hallway was just another fucking hallway. I was completely over hallways and being inside. I wanted to be outside in the natural world, and I wanted to know how long I'd been away from that world. There was a single turn, and as soon as I went around it, I saw the real world again, or some of it. I saw a little daylight and a huge fucking tree. Chapter 50. The hallway ended in the middle of a cliff. It was about 400 or 500 feet down to the flat ground, and looking up, I couldn't see a spot where we could get out. Over to the north, I saw Osterstadt. Just a tiny sliver of it, but I saw it all the same. We were a goodly distance away from the city, and from where the elevators were running for the lumberjacks, but not even a day's hike. Once we could get to the forest floor, it'd be a leisurely walk or a moderate jog, and then Osterstadt. Unfortunately, getting down was going to be an unpleasant adventure, as there were no stairs cut into the cliff, no attachment points for a rope or a ladder. The hallway just ended at the opening, straight sheared off. Wind blew across from north to south, feeling like it was in a swirling sort of pattern. I couldn't see much of the sky since my view was largely obscured by the massive trees everywhere. The main tree, the one directly across from the opening, was some sort of pine or redwood, a conifer. Thick bark, large pine cones, huge green needles. 1,000 feet tall at least, likely more. And all its neighbors were similar in size. Looking down to the ground, I could see greenery, but it was too far away for me to determine if it was grass or shrubbery. "Not going to be easy," Nikolai said from right next to me. I almost jumped off the edge. "Stop sneaking up on me," I replied. "Hey, did you gain some levels?" "I did. Thank you. It's what I do, I think. Kill thousands of intelligent creatures without a second thought?" "Thousands?" I asked, staring at Nikolai. "Not check your notifications, eh?" "Nope, little busy keeping you alive." "Which I do appreciate. But I believe you will find a few surprises when you look at what you have accomplished." "Okay." "How much rope do we have?" Ragnar asked. "I don't think we have 500-some-odd feet of it," I said. "And where's Barry?" Skeld shrugged. "When I woke up, he was not with me. I fear he was left behind as part of the dungeon." "Motherfucker." That sucked. Barry the Mimic would have been a good little pet. He was cute, fun. And I probably could have negotiated with Typhon for him, but I'd just forgotten. Which made me feel like I was an asshole. Well, more of an asshole. I suppose the being responsible for the death of thousands of creatures already put me pretty high in the asshole range. Oh well, he could go back to being among his kind. And, thinking about it, was killing creatures who are part of a dungeon really killing creatures? Didn't their life force or whatever just get recycled back into the dungeon? Questions for later, I decided. We stood on the edge as a group, enjoying the sliver of sunshine, theoretically all trying to come up with some sort of solution that didn't involve falling to our deaths. 500 feet is an intense distance to go down. I reached into the bag, and I thought of rope. I felt something and pulled it out. It was a coil of hemp rope, the rough stuff that pricks your hands when you're using it. At most, it was 100 feet. I tossed it behind me into the hallway. Back into the sack, grabbed another coil. This one was delicate, perfectly white. 50 feet? Over and over, I pulled out rope. None of it was perfect. Most of it wasn't close to what we needed. The rope was short, weak, slippery, spiky, painful, or made for more intimate occasions, which frankly I'm not sure where I got or why I had it, but whatever. By the time the bag stopped providing for me, I had an impressive pile of rope and rope-like things. "This might work," I said. "To do what?" Nikolai asked. "Climb down." "Where are you going to tie it to?" he asked. I looked around the entrance, then back in the cave and the room. There was nothing. "Okay, well," I stalled. "That is definitely a bit of an issue." Back to the front, I looked over the rope and started tying ends together. "What is the plan?" Nikolai asked. "Dude," I said, "I liked it a whole lot more when you had some plans and made some decisions. All this asking me for everything is, like, aggravating." "You are a duke now, asshole. Get used to it. I do this to prepare you for your position, not because I do not know how to get down." "Then how do we get down?" "This does nothing to help you learn how to think on your own. Let's just pretend I'll do some lessons later, once more lives aren't on the line." "And when will that be, Duke Cogshall?" I wanted to punch Nikolai, but I was worried it might kill him, which, at that moment, wouldn't have been the worst of possible outcomes. "Okay, I'm going to lower down Skeld or Ragnar, and we're going to see if there's enough rope. If there is, great, I'll lower the rest of you, and you. Have a plan for myself?" "Which is?" For myself? Duke, heard the order. Shut up. His mouth clamped shut, but I could see he was really fucking angry I'd used that power. I got a bowline tied into the bottom piece of rope. Then I watched Skeld and Ragnar play thumbs to see who'd be first on the death ride. Ragnar won, then Skeld punched him in the face and got into the loop. I raised an eyebrow and looked over at the two Lutra. Also later, Skeld said. Hand over hand, I lowered Skeld. It just seemed to go on forever. It was also more difficult than I anticipated because the hemp rope hurt like hell, and the silk rope was slick as hell. It maybe slipped through my hands once. Thankfully, because Skeld was way down, I could barely hear the curses he was hurling back my way after the slip. But on the last section of rope, there was slack. Looking over the edge, I could barely make out a little otter dude waving at me, holding up some loose rope. There we go, I said. We've got a way down. Chapter 51. It took a while to get everyone down to the ground. Nikolai went last, and that left me. I stood there for a minute, holding the rope, trying to think of a good option. There was a chance I'd be able to climb down the cliff face. It didn't look impossible. I could make out some handholds here and there, but it definitely didn't look like a simple climb. And I had no levels in that particular skill. Falling might be an option. It was possible I could survive a 500-foot fall, and as long as I survived, I'd heal. But 500 feet was a long fucking way, and respawning on the other side of the Empire would be beyond inconvenient. Also, how would that affect my dukedom? Would I still be Duke if I died and respawned? Something to ask a legal scholar later, I supposed. Hauling the rope up, I ran through some more ideas, and finally decided on the least stupid of the stupid ones, mainly because I only had stupid ones. I pulled a spear out of the bag, and then I tied the rope to it, a nice firm knot. The closest tree was approximately 50 feet away, potentially jumpable, but I had a different idea. I took a few steps back from the edge, and then, with a running start, I threw the spear. It flew true through the air and smacked into the tree with authority, hitting hard enough that I swear I could hear it hum. Then it was Tarzan time. I jumped up and out, then I swung. Soaring through the air, I felt great. It was awesome, almost like flying. The spear definitely held. For a second, and then it didn't. It popped out of the tree right around the time I smacked into the trunk. I scrabbled for a handhold while sliding down the trunk, getting covered in both scratches and sap. Buckets of sap. Stickier and stickier until I hit a big gloop of sap, coming to a stop, barely able to move, not really able to breathe. But once I was completely sapped, it wasn't too bad climbing down the trunk. I could basically just stick my hands and legs to the tree, climbing head down as if I was a squirrel. Finally, as the sun was getting close to the horizon, I got to the bottom. The others were sitting around, waiting. No one said anything to me when I got down. Instead, as soon as my feet touched the floor, they all started walking towards Osterstadt. It was strange being at the bottom of the trees. The forest floor was remarkably clean, mostly devoid of undergrowth. No smaller trees, no bushes, shrubs, just green grass and flowers. Positively delightful in a snow-white sort of way. You know, if you could get over the 1,000-foot trees that were 100-plus feet thick, and the giant pine cones that fell from time to time. You definitely didn't want to get hit by one of those. They hit like freight trains smashing into the ground. You could hear them whistling first, almost like an artillery round, at least like artillery I'd seen in the movies. Then they'd pound the ground with a deafening thud, often leaving a dent there. And the weirdest thing? If you stopped looking at pine cones, by the time you tried to find them again, they disappeared. Our hike across the space lasted through the evening into twilight, but we managed to approach the elevator as the last of the lumberjacks were going up. It was a pretty simple affair, just some ropes and a wooden platform. I didn't see anything down below indicating the mechanism that allowed the elevator to go up or down, but I had a feeling it was just some dudes up top who walked a wheel around. Maybe horses, probably horses. The lumberjacks were burly-looking women and men, and they gave us burly looks. I imagined we looked horrible. Actually, I knew we did. I was covered in sap and bathed in blood. At least I'd managed a shower of sorts after the great poop chute catastrophe. "Howdy," I said, giving a wave. A woman stepped off the elevator, then waved back. The elevator went up. "Who are you?" she asked. "And be quick. There are archers watching you." "You think they'll hit us from here?" I asked. "They man ballistas," the woman said, "and they are veterans of manning the wall. They can nail the eye of a crad wall at 600 yards, so I imagine they can tag you before you have a chance to hit me." "We are here in peace," I said. "We got lost out in the Emerald Sea, and we were just hoping to catch a ride back up to Osterstadt." She frowned at me, and then at Nikolai, and the rest of the party. "You look dirty," she said. "What were you doing out there?" "Trying to scout behemoths before they come to Osterstadt," Nikolai said. "We were sent out by Merrill Black," Emmeline piped up. "He wanted to know if there are behemoth signs to the south." "Merrill?" the lumberjack foreman asked. "Yes, Merrill Black." The woman nodded. "He is looking to the south, eh?" she said, and signaled up to the cliff. The elevator platform came back down. While it was coming down, the woman walked me over to a barrel and ladled this foul-smelling stuff over me. It was disgusting, but the sap came right off, and I felt so much lighter. The ride up was beautiful, seeing the massive trees. We could see the stumps that were from where the lumberjacks cut, but I could count those stumps on a single hand. "How many trees do you cut a day?" I asked our host. "Depends on the weather and the monsters, but a good day is 5. A bad day is none." "I only count 3 stumps, so, Are you new to Osterstadt?" "Yes, I'm from, the east." "The Emerald Sea is a strange place, and its mysteries have yet to be unlocked. All I know is that I have been logging the sea for coming on 18 years, and every morning there are new trees to replace those I have cut down." I just stared at the trees. The Emerald Sea. Hearing that made me feel weird. Seeing something that defied all the laws of science I had known was causing a headache to bloom. So I just closed my eyes and tried to focus on breathing. Chapter 52. I stepped off the elevator, finally allowing feelings of relief, freedom, and success to wash over me. We'd escaped the prison. We'd gone through the dungeon. We'd even traversed the Emerald Sea, not a lot of the Emerald Sea, but some of it. And we'd come out alive and healthy, for the most part. The lumberjacks eyed us warily as we stepped off their elevator, but once their foreman walked to them safe, sound, and unconcerned, they seemed to lose all interest in us. "Thank you," I said to the woman. She nodded at me, then left without another word or look. I watched the sun dip below the horizon. It was pleasant, peaceful. I just took a few deep breaths and enjoyed the moment. I decided I should finally look at all the notifications I'd been ignoring, see what the surprises Nikolai had mentioned were there, and see how the boon and blessing I got affected things. There were so many notifications that my vision was completely overwhelmed. Kill notifications were everywhere, stacked deep on top of each other. Despite how I'd felt during the battle, looking at it now just made me sick. I dismissed all of them with a thought. I caught the bonuses I received, and it made me feel worse. Double kills, triple kills, quad kills, multiple garangas for killing 7 in a row, Executions, brutalities, gore, explosions. It went on, and I felt like an absolute monster. Which, in a way, I suppose I was now. I only got a single quest complete notice, the Potent Rescue, and that was for rescuing Donner. For some reason, I wasn't counting Emmeline or Nikolai as rescued yet. I idly wondered what qualifications I'd get to satisfy, thinking that perhaps it had to do with needing to take Emmeline away to safety with me. But Nikolai? I wasn't sure. There were a few interesting tidbits, though. Through hard work and extrajudicious use of violence, you have unlocked the indicium Slayer. Congratulations on the slaughter. Killing over 1,000 enemies in a single battle is no small achievement. As a living embodiment of death, know that you cause frightful presence. Your enemies now have a chance to be frightened when they are aware of you. You do an extra 10% damage to any creature below half health. Each death you cause brings you 1% of your health in return. Hey ho, let's go. You've discovered an ability, Battle Frenzy. Once per day, you're able to enter a frenzied state where damage dealt is doubled, and damage received is halved until you're out of combat. Be aware, in this state, you cannot distinguish friend from foe, and will attack anything you perceive as a threat or a weakness. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 13. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 14. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 15. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Prepare for your choice. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 16. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 17. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 18. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 19. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 20. You receive 6 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Prepare for your choice. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 21. You receive 3 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Huzzah! Against all odds, you have reached level 22. You receive 3 attribute points to distribute in the next 36 hours, or you lose them. Dare to believe you can survive and achieve greatness, or don't. Well, shit. Kill over 1,000 creatures and you get a shit ton of XP. Sure, as the slaughter raged on, the XP started to dip so that by the end, I was only hitting low double digits per kill, but still, it all added up. This was nice. Interesting note, the levels past 20, I only got 3 points, not 6. I made a mental note to talk to Nikolai about the 53 points. Maybe he'd have a better idea of how I should work them, other than just dropping more into strength to see how far I could take it. Although, if I put everything into strength, that'd pop it above 100. And that was really intriguing. I pulled up my character sheet to look over things. It was getting so long, it was unwieldy. So I fiddled with it until I only saw the things I actually cared about. Montana Cogshall, Level 23 Warrior. Traits, Race, Royal Fallen. Minimized. Statistics, HP 429. Active effects, Frightful presence. Minimized. Attributes. Strength 71, Agility 31, Dexterity 30, Constitution 53, Wisdom 24, Intelligence 19, Charisma 31, Luck 30. Unassigned points 53. Skills. Minimized. Abilities. Dark Vision. The sword of my enemy is my sword. Iron Will. Make an entrance. Stand tall. Regal bearing. Rallying cry. Art of Movement. You are able to move freely regardless of terrain, traps, or spells. Labyrinthine Recall. You have perfect recall of any path you have taken. Detect Mimic. You are able to detect if any object is a mimic from a distance of 20 feet. Indomitable. You are immune to fear-causing effects. Swift Tracker. You may run at full speed while tracking. Veritasium. Once per day, you may ask any question and receive a fully truthful answer. Detect metals and minerals. When concentrating on a sample, you may detect a minimum of 10 pounds of a metal or mineral within 500 yards of you. Tremor Sense. You are sensitive to vibrations around you and can automatically pinpoint the location of anything that is in contact with the ground or any structure you are touching, limited to 200 feet. Boons. Powerful build, Mr. Paul. You are bigger than you look. For all strength rolls, you are counted as one size category larger than you actually are. Regeneration, Mr. Paul. Outside of combat, your body will repair rather quickly. Given enough time, it's possible you will heal from nearly any wound. Gift of Gab, Mr. Paul. Should you encounter a language you do not understand, as long as you hear at least 3 words of it, you will understand it and speak it perfectly. Monstrous Companion, Typhon. You have been gifted a companion from the god Typhon. Your companion is immortal, though if reduced to 0 HP, he will be forced to return in a different form, chosen at the whim of Typhon. You may absorb your companion for a temporary boost to your abilities, but the boost will only last until Typhon sends another companion your way. Indicium. Cogs Hall Heraldic Achievement. Incomplete. Family Crest. You are granted permission to enter family buildings, granted permission to access family funds, and granted permission to use the family name. Iona's Blessing of the Spear. Iona blesses you with +10 spear, +7 swimming, +5 fishing, +10% movement in water, +3 agility. Indicium of Imperial Prerogative, Magic. You are permitted to perform magic within the Empire of Glatten. Royal. You are identified as being of royal blood, and gain the abilities Stand Tall and Regal Bearing. Dungeon of the Ancients Indicium. You gain the following skills and/or abilities: Art of Movement, Labyrinthine Recall, Detect Mimic 20 feet, Indomitable, Detect Traps +45 levels, Swift Tracker, Veritasium, and Detect Metals and Minerals. Slayer. As a living embodiment of death, know that you cause frightful presence. Your enemies now have a chance to be frightened when they are aware of you. Typhon's Mark of the Beast. Typhon blesses you with +10 Intimidation, Tremor Sense, Labyrinthine Recall, and +5 Strength. Titles. Imperial Duke of Cogshall, minimized. Relationships, minimized. Languages, minimized. Spells, minimized. It looked good. Did it look like an Imperial Duke? Maybe. But I figured it looked like someone who was ready to build a holding for a group of people. I was finally starting to think I could actually do this, that I could keep people safe and give them a home. Someone was coming up behind me. I could sense the vibrations of their feet on the brick. It was super weird, and immediately I knew I needed time to get used to this new ability. It could be massively helpful, but only if I harnessed its powers. I figured it was Nikolai, coming to give me shit about something I'd forgotten to do, or, and this was definitely a stretch, to thank me for saving his life. "Hey," I said, starting to turn around. It was Donner. "What's up?" I asked. "I wanted to take a moment and thank you for rescuing me." "Totally welcome," I said with a smile. I looked over his shoulder and noticed that no one else was there. No one was around at all. Weird. Where'd the others go? Skeld, I believe, mentioned there was a hotel where you have rooms. Safety. Oh, yeah, that's true. He said he would lead the others there, that you would meet us there. I said I would make sure you were safe, as I wanted to thank you before anything else happened. Needed to thank you. That's very nice of you. He nodded, smiled a weird little smile. I was locked down there for so long, I feared I would never see the sky again. Yeah, I said, starting to feel a little uncomfortable about this whole thing. Glad I could help. I was thinking maybe I could show you something. I mean, I'm pretty gross and tired. I was thinking more a bath and a bed. I know of a bathhouse. A bathhouse was exactly what I was going to show you. It is a truly luxurious experience. At least it was. My uncle runs it. He will be overjoyed to see me, and he will want to thank you. Provided, well... He paused for a moment and turned away from me. Provided he is still alive. Sure, I said. The guy was just trying to say thank you, and I figured maybe if I let him, he'd chill out a bit. Besides, if there was one lesson I'd learned from Cleve and Nikolai, it was that I needed to allow people to thank me, to provide the gifts they had promised for their quests. Lead on. Chapter 53. Donner's uncle's bathhouse didn't look like a bathhouse from the outside. I mean, I didn't really know what a bathhouse would look like, but I imagined it'd have some sort of signage, something indicating a business down the dark alley and behind an unmarked heavy oaken door. Instead, nothing but a growing creep factor. We walked down a dark alley in between tall industrial buildings until we got to an otherwise unremarkable door. Donner pounded on it. Then he looked at me and gave me that same weird little smile, the one I'd been taking to mean he was enjoying showing me gratitude. When the door opened up, steam came out in voluminous clouds. A large man stood there, silhouetted by a bluish light coming from behind. By gods, the man said, bringing a lantern out and holding it above Donner's head. Donner! Donner grinned and nodded. I never thought to see you again, the man said. It is all thanks to this man here, Donner said, pointing to me. The man nodded deeply to me. I could see him better in the lantern light. He was a large human with a big bald head somehow accentuating his oversized features, wide eyes, massive nose, ears like an elephant. His arms were huge, and he had little in the way of a neck. Like Donner, he was built. Family resemblance, I supposed. I brought him to meet my uncle. The man smiled. He will be pleased. So it wasn't family resemblance, as this dude wasn't Donner's uncle. Maybe a bath first? Donner asked. But of course, the man said to Donner. I noticed no one bothered to ask me anything. The man gestured for us both to enter. The foyer of the place was tight and dark. Heavy curtains hung along all three walls. As he passed me, Donner said, Go with my friend. He will take care of you. I must speak to my uncle. Seeming like he knew where he was going, Donner slipped behind curtains and disappeared. The man smiled at me. I am Mason Krogan, the man said with a slight bow. I am one of the chief firemen here at the bathhouse, if you will. He started walking towards the far set of curtains, and I followed. As we passed through the heavy drapes, we went into a small wooden hallway. Floors, ceilings, walls, all wood. We passed a number of doors until we got to the one he was apparently looking for. He pushed it open to reveal a small room with another door. Please undress to your level of comfort here, he said. And when you are ready, please proceed through the door there. Inside, Rinse yourself with water in the corner. Then, when you are in the hot water, your attendants will enter." "Okay," I said, smiling. I felt a little weird about the whole thing, but did my best to allow myself to be pampered. "Should you wish us to launder any of your things?" I looked down at what I was wearing. Iona's seal pants, a grubby undershirt, some rank underwear, and some broken chainmail. "I think I'm fine," I said. He raised an eyebrow, but nodded, then backed out of the room. Alone, I stripped down, putting everything of mine inside the bag of holding. Then I stood there, holding the bag of holding, the knapsack, the unfillable knapsack. I didn't have a place to put it, and I especially wasn't comfortable leaving it just sitting on the bench. It had the treasures of a kingdom inside. Above, there was a big beam across the ceiling. With a little jumping and parkour, I grabbed the beam and pulled myself up. The top had a thick layer of dust, and I set the bag down as careful as I could, making sure there was no way to see it from down below. Then I dropped down, wiped my hands on my naked body, then pushed through the other door. Despite torches around the edges of the room, it was darker than I expected. Coupled with a massive amount of steam, enough that I couldn't really tell where the steam came from, the bathing room was equal parts comfy and creepy. The place smelled fantastic, a mix of hot cedar and essential oils. Water burbled, and in the center of the room, flush with the floor, there was a pool. I pushed into dark vision and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary. 3 steps at one end of the bath and a small bench at the other. It looked deep, enough for me to be fully submerged standing on the bottom and have just my neck and head above water if I chose to sit on the bench. I looked behind me and found the rinsing station, a bucket with a ladle sitting in front of a stool tucked in the corner. I sat on the stool, then poured water over my face and head a few times. It was cold, and it definitely woke me up. There was a brush inside the bucket, and I used it to scrub my arms, my neck, my shoulders, trying to get all the places where blood had been. I didn't think I was scrubbing my skin off, but I was definitely doing more exfoliation than I had in a while. Finally, feeling truly clean, I walked to the center of the room, down the stairs, and into the water. It was hot. Not painfully hot, but hot enough that I couldn't help but sighing. It felt amazing. It felt better than almost anything I'd experienced the entire time I'd been in Voldrani. I made an oath that my settlement would have a bathhouse like this one, that I could forego most of the luxuries a noble might want or need, but this was something I would fight to keep. A moment later, a door opened, some light bloomed in, and 2 figures walked into the bathroom. In the dim light, I could barely see them. Switching into dark vision, I could see that they were young women wearing thin robes carrying baskets. One of them grabbed some flower petals from her basket and tossed them into the hot water. A delightful scent filled the air. I felt all the stress and pain of the past few days leaving my body, and it was glorious. I leaned back, let my head fall against the wood planks behind me. I closed my eyes, and I let everything just sort of drift away. Which might be why I didn't notice the dagger before it plunged into my chest. Chapter 54. Pain erupted from my chest. My eyes popped open. All I saw was black. I pushed into dark vision immediately. Blackness. Nothing. I swung my arms, touching the side of the bath, knocking over a basket but touching no one. Panic rose. I could feel the dagger sticking out of my chest, my heart thudding and the dagger moving with each beat. My blood seeped out around the blade, and I could feel more blood waiting to come out if the dagger was pulled. I took several deep breaths, calming myself. Then I got out of the bath and stepped onto the wood. Giggles. Feet moving, someone running. My ears were straining, and they weren't doing the job I needed them to do because I heard someone approaching me, but I couldn't figure out which way they were coming from until they dragged a blade across my legs, slicing into my hamstrings. "Fuck!" I shouted. I tested my legs, still functioning, painful but working. My assailants giggled again. Giggling while they tried to kill me. That made me angry, really angry. And I relished that rage, because rage had always been my friend in nasty situations. I think it might have been rage which forced my brain to finally turn on and remind me that even without dark vision, I had a few things going for me, notably tremor sense. A quick mental push and I could tell exactly where the two little assholes were. One of them was on the other side of the pool, her heart beating fast. Excitement. The other was directly to my right, taking very soft steps. I could also sense someone in the room next to mine resting in a pool, and an additional someone in another room next to mine. 6 people below. The more I just let my sense extend, the more I could feel in the building. One of the girls snuck towards me, ready to make another pass with her blade. I could feel more pressure from her steps, so I guessed she was going low. Step, step, step. Then she sprang, ran 2 steps, and swiped. But I wasn't there. I jumped back, and she sliced the air while I grabbed her head. She was small enough that I could palm her, and I grabbed her skull as hard as I could, and with very little remorse, I picked her up in the air, ignored her screaming, and I slammed her into the wooden floor. I cracked the board she hit. She wasn't giggling. She was, in fact, quite still. Her heart still beat. I could feel the tremors from that, but no other movement came from her. There was a gasp from the other asshole in the room with me. I reached down, and I felt the ground until I found the blade the girl had sliced me with. It was something along the lines of a tanto. Just to be sure, I fired off my little spell, and it confirmed it. A straight blade meant for slashing, not stabbing. "You will regret your actions," a small voice said. "Won't be the first time," I replied. She was moving, stepping foot over foot, making a slow circle around the bath. I purposely moved like I was reaching out and around, trying to feel around for where I was going and whomever might be around me. The girl seemed to buy it, and I could feel her heart rate rise. I was impressed with the sensitivity of my abilities, but I wasn't in the type of position where I could question or experiment. I just had to roll with it and wait for my next chance to strike. Of course, I didn't exactly have that much time to play with, since the dagger in my chest was doing some real solid work dropping my HP. Its bleed damage was out of control. Even though I had some serious HP, I could almost watch the red bar representing my health drop each time I took a breath. I felt the girl's knee brush against the ground. Then she leapt. I turned, grabbed her, and rolled, kicking out with my feet as my back hit the ground. She soared over the bath and crashed into the ground. I finished the back roll before leaping across the bath, coming to a sliding stop next to her. She was picking herself up off the ground when I picked her up by the neck. With my other hand, I squeezed her forearm until I heard a snap. She dropped her dagger. "What are you doing?" I asked her. "Mistake," she wheezed out. "Yes," I said. "It was." "No," she said. "You." "Uh-huh." I held her up in the air with one hand while she struggled, and tore the dagger out of my chest with the other like it wasn't a big deal. I tossed the tanto over my shoulder right into the bath. She tried to talk, but I crushed her neck just a little bit. She had both hands around my wrist, one of hers completely ruined, and she was trying to pull herself up. I let her wiggle back and forth, and I, in essence, relaxed. And the game seemed to think combat was over, at least for the moment, because my wounds started to heal right back up. While waiting to regenerate enough to feel comfortable, I reached out with my tremor sense to see if anyone had moved. I had no illusions about these girls working on their own. Someone was casting a spell to make the darkness around me complete. And now that I had a moment to concentrate, I could tell that someone was chanting in the room next to mine. Head down, I moved along the wall until I was right next to the chanting asshole. I punched through the wall, grabbed the asshole by the neck, and ripped him back through. As soon as the chanting ended, light returned to the room. It was surprisingly bright, and I could see the girl staring at me, her eyes filled with pain and tears, and the asshole in my other hand was a middle-aged man with an unfortunate hairstyle, bald on top, long everywhere else. Dude looked like the worst stereotype I could come up with about a wizard. "Hi," I said with a smile. The wizard mumbled something at me, which made me a little worried he might be casting a spell of sorts. So I brought the girl and the guy together in a meeting of the minds at high speed. There was a solid thunk, and my new friends were in something like sleep. I peeked my head through the hole in the wall. It was a small room perfectly suited for spying on people. Perhaps there'd been a peephole in the wall. It was possible the room was for voyeurs, or it could have been for spellcasters to, well, cast illicit spells. Whatever the case, the hole was a little too big for subtlety or secrecy now. I stepped through the hole and opened the door. Another fucking hallway. I made my way back to my changing room and did a little wall jump up to the beam where I snagged my bag before dropping back to the ground. I pulled out clothes and an axe before pausing. I knew there was a very large man standing right next to the door, leaning against the wall. His heart was pounding. I planted my feet, rechecked my grip, and then I swung for the fences. The axe cracked right through the wood and the man's skull. There was a gurgling noise from the man, and then a gruesome spray of blood when I yanked the axe back. A sword clanked as it fell to the floor in the hall. I opened the door and looked down on the death throes of Mason Krogan. I patted the man down quickly and pulled off his purse and a ring of keys. I chucked his sword into my bag. Then I paused again, trying to figure out where everyone within 200 feet might be or might be going. Someone was right beneath me. I thought about punching through the floor. So, naturally, that's when the wood beneath me dropped out from under me. Chapter 55. I was tired of falling. At least it was a short trip. I smacked into stone pretty damn quick, and I scrambled to my feet as fast as I could, axe out, ready to fight. Stone floor, stone walls, giant wooden beams spanned the space, and I could see all the baths in the bathhouse, or at least the bottoms thereof. There were a few well-placed lanterns, so it wasn't completely dark, but it wasn't easy to see much of anything. Metal pipes darting from baths to what I assume was a firebox, and piles of split wood were everywhere. Water dripped from plenty of the junctions that clearly weren't quite tight enough, making the floor slick. I knew I wasn't alone, but I couldn't see anyone. "My master wanted to meet you," came Donner's voice, echoing out of a plume of steam that seemed to come from nowhere. I stepped to the side, keeping the axe in front of me. "You mean your uncle?" I asked. Laughter, from more than one person. "You may call him that, should you wish," Donner replied, this time from my left. I spun. Steam. I ducked under some pipes, moving to where I heard him. "So where's this master of yours?" I asked. "Oh," Donner replied. "He is around." Still hiding in the steam, I was getting irritated. I reached my tremor sense out. The whole building was moving now, enough that I was confused. Then I heard wood tumbling into the fireboxes. The fires were getting hotter, driving more water into steam, and the pipes were vibrating. "We underestimated your skill set," Donner said. "Now it excites us." "Pretty sure you should feel afraid," I replied. "Oh, some of us did, but the master set that right." "Who is the master?" "Let us not be hasty." It was getting really fucking hot in the basement, and I thought I might start cooking alive. A pipe burst, sending boiling water out across the floor. steam rising everywhere until I was practically blind. I waved the axe from side to side, keeping some sort of obstacle in front of me. "Wrong way," Donner said, whispering right into my ear. I spun, swinging the axe as hard as I could. The head sunk deeply into a bath, and water shot out, covering me. It wasn't boiling, but it was close. I slipped. Strong hands grabbed the axe and ripped it from my fingers, then threw it away. I heard the metal head clang against the stone wall a ways distant from me. Then someone fucking punched me in the fucking face, right in the schnoz. I heard the nose break. "Motherfuck," I started, but then someone punched me again. I rolled to my feet and took the best defensive posture I could, backing up. One unexpected blessing: I knew exactly where I'd been, so I could find my way back towards the opening in the floor I'd fallen through. An arm came at me, and I had just enough time to lean back and feel it whoosh past my face. I got my hand up and grabbed the wrist as it passed. Following the arm back, I punched as hard as I could up into the armpit, and the shoulder popped out of the socket. There was a scream of pain, and whosever arm it was managed to slip out of my grip. Stupid steam and sweat. "The Master appreciates your work," Donner said. "Identifying those who are too weak to be a part of the Master's plan." "Tell him I charge reasonable rates," I replied. "Like your head." "Ah, but I am the Master's chosen one. He needs me, but he wants you." "Is he afraid to face me?" "Oh, no," Donner said. "You misunderstand. It is you who should be afraid to face him." I was back at the hole. Steam escaped through the hole, and there was a small pocket of visibility. Donner appeared there, smiling. His teeth were different. Longer, more numerous. "What are you?" I asked. He smiled bigger, past the point where a human mouth would have been able to do that. Quick as I could, I struck out, my fist smashing into his jaw. There was a cracking noise, followed by the unmistakable tink-tink of a bunch of teeth hitting the ground. Blood poured from his mouth. I didn't pause to figure it out, grabbing Donner's hair on the back of his head, pulling it back to force his face straight up, and then I jumped up and slammed my elbow in his stupid face, crushing his nose. He stumbled back a step. I pushed my advantage, slamming punch after punch into his stomach, but his stomach felt like iron. Despite my strength, I felt like I wasn't doing that much damage to him. Donner got both arms up and shoved me, and I moved. I was stunned. This guy was strong, maybe stronger than me. He swung for me, and I jumped back. His fingers seemed to grow in size, his gross fingernails scraping across the chainmail. I followed the motion until I had a chance to grab his arm, pulled his fist to my chest as I threw myself back, getting my legs up and around his shoulder, putting him in a lock. Then I arched my back as far as it would go, feeling Donner's flesh tighten as it reached its limit. Then I pulled past the limit, tearing his fucking arm off. Standing up, I spun, smacking Donner upside the head with his own arm. I threw the arm as hard as I could into the steam. Donner was down. His legs were sticking out, twitching. Jumping up, I grabbed the edge of the floor and pulled myself out of the basement mess. I smelled wood smoke right before I saw it. Fire licked out from below. I wasn't sure if we'd caused the fire in the fight, or if someone had set fire to the place to stop me from winning, whatever the case. As soon as I got near the curtains, I could see that the whole bathhouse was going up in flames. I gritted my teeth and pushed through, sparks and ashes flitting up and around me. Without stopping, I plowed right through the front door out into the street. It was cold and dark outside, but I kept running until I got to the end of the alley. At that point, I slowed down, walking as if I was just strolling about. A window behind me blew out, and I saw brilliant orange flames reaching to the sky. I figured this could be a very bad night. considering Osterstadt was made out of basically nothing but wood. I needed to get to the hotel in the rich district, where the buildings were made of stone. Chapter 56. By the time I got to the hotel, alarm bells echoed across the city, calls of fire rang out, lots of people were out and running amok. I walked inside the hotel and initially planned on zipping right past the front desk, but the night clerk cleared his throat with such force and verve I stopped completely. "Can I help you?" he asked. I looked over at him, eyebrow up, genuine surprise on my face. He was a very prim sort, dark hair slathered with whatever passed for gel in Osterstadt into something along the lines of a pompadour. "Yeah," I said. "I'm going up to my room." "Oh? Yes." "Like that?" "Like what?" "Have you been busy, little butcher?" I paused and gave myself the once-over. I'd certainly looked better. "Sure, yeah, that is exactly what I've been doing." "Are you a guest here?" "My room's at the top. It's, Leon's suite." "Oh, of course. I should have recognized you being related to the Viceroy of Osterstadt and the Emperor of Glatten. How could I have been so foolish? Only royalty would dare traipse into one of the most beautiful hotels in the city covered in blood and mud." "Dude," he raised his eyebrows at me. "Sorry, can I have your name?" Almost lazily, he gestured to the small nameplate on the desk. "Reginald Moonweather," I said. "It is nice to meet you. I am Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall." It did not impress the man in the slightest. He just sighed. He pulled out a ledger and flipped through it idly until he got to the page he was looking for. "Montana Cogshall," he repeated. "Someone by that name is indeed staying here?" "It's me, and I kind of need to get upstairs." "Not like that, you aren't." "Buddy, I am not your buddy." "Clearly. But here's the thing. I need to get up there. So either you tell me what I need to do to go up the stairs and to the room I'm staying in, or I just go up there and you deal with the consequences." "Are you threatening me?" he asked, eyes wide in mock fear. "Are you threatening me?" I snapped back at him. He sighed at me, very directly. "At least take your boots off. And I am contacting Leon to let him know what a terrible guest you are, providing you are who you say you are. You want me to show you the indicium? Leave your rusty armor in place. Seeing what is beneath will surely serve to embarrass you and depress me. Off with you." He waved me up the stairs, and even before I got a single boot off, he'd started writing a letter while glaring daggers at me. I carried the boots and ran up the stairs as quickly and quietly as I could up to the room, stepping inside and getting a dagger against my throat. "Nikolai." "Where the fuck were you?" Nikolai asked. "Went to a bath." "Why are you covered in blood, and why do you smell like smoke?" "It was a terrible bath." "What did you do?" "Is there maybe some way we could discuss this when we aren't in the city?" I asked. He frowned, but nodded, and immediately started packing things into a sack. Skeld walked into the room holding a mug of beer and a plate of meats, both of which he set on the bed. "What's going on?" Skeld asked. "We are leaving," I said. "Go and tell Lee we will meet him tomorrow morning at the tree we slept at outside the city," Nikolai said. "Bring Ragnar back with you. We exit the city tonight." Skeld nodded and ran out the door. I grabbed the mug of beer and passed it over to Nikolai. He nodded and drank deeply. I ate the meat. It took barely a minute for Nikolai to be ready to go. We were already down the stairs and out the front door when Ragnar and Skeld caught up with us. And Emmeline. And Natalie. "Suddenly, this is a lot more people to sneak out with," I said. "Where you go, Natalie said. "I go. I have been charged to you, and I will not allow you to get rid of me again." Nikolai raised an eyebrow at me. I just shook my head. "Just follow me," Emmeline said, brushing past me wearing leather armor. "I will be the one to get us to Philemon, and Philemon will get us out." Whether or not she spoke the truth, her confidence made up for it. It was a quick trip from the hotel to a rather large mansion with high walls and a symbol I recognized. We didn't go to the front gate. Rather, we went around the side, the servants' entrance. There was a large man guarding the small gate there. He was almost big enough that he could have blocked the gate just with himself. Emmeline whispered something to the guard. He looked a little confused, but nodded. He went inside, and we stood around like idiots for a minute. Alarm bells were still going on in the poorer districts, and I really hoped the fire wasn't spreading too far. "Question," I said. "What's the fire department situation here?" All eyes went to Emmeline. She was the only true local here. "There are fire brigades, both volunteer and professional, and I believe there are certain Imperial magic users who are staffed for emergencies. So fires aren't really that big of a deal." "It is a city made of wood, Montana," Nikolai said. "It is always a hard occurrence should Osterstadt burn." "Right," I said. A moment later, a wagon trundled up to us and stopped. It was a bigger, rougher thing than I expected to see around these mansions. The driver, a clean-shaven fellow with a hooked nose and long hair gathered in a ponytail, leaned back in his chair, crossing one leg over the other. He produced a pipe from somewhere about his person, and, as if he hadn't a care in the world, he packed it and lit it. He drew deeply, then blew a few smoke rings. The gate creaked as it opened, and the guard stepped out. "This is for you," the guard said, pointing to the wagon. "But," Emmeline started, "is he—" "He said for you to get in and go. That a visit might be in order in the future, but at the present time it is neither appropriate or safe." I... Emmeline stammered. She swallowed hard, then climbed into the wagon and faced away from anyone. The others got aboard. As I grabbed the wooden rail to pull myself up, I felt a hand upon my back. "Montana?" the guard asked. "That's me," I said. "This is for you," he replied, handing me a folded note and a small pouch. I said. "Thanks." The wagon started moving before I'd even gotten in, and I had to do a little hop and a jump to get aboard. I looked back, and the guard was already standing at his station. I gave a little wave. The guard just looked at me. We trundled and bumped along until we got to the gates, not the main gate, but Gate 3, the one reserved for the guild. The driver gave a jaunty salute to the guards, and the guards, seeming bored, opened up the massive door and let us out with nary a second glance. The wagon drove a ways, then stopped, before going through the rather laborious process of turning around. I snuck a gold piece out and palmed it. As the others jumped out, I shook hands with our driver and gave him thanks. The driver nodded, disappearing the coin without even pausing to look at it. And then he drove his wagon back to the city. It was nice being away from everything, back out in nature. Sure, I've been looking forward to a night in a real bed. I was also looking forward to a hot meal or two, but that just didn't seem to be my luck. We walked towards the tree, Ragnar and Skeld in the front, then Natalie, then Emmeline with a cloak around her shoulders and the hood up as far as it would go, and then Nikolai and I. I related the story of the bathhouse to him. Nikolai kicked a rock. "I cannot help but wonder what Donner's true motivations were." "Getting out of prison," I said. "That much is true. But he could have just walked away from you. What did he gain in attempting to kill you?" "He's thorough." Nikolai barked a short little laugh. "You are far too innocent for the game of court we are about to play." "That's why you're here." "If only you would listen to the words I say." "They might sink in, one day." He just shook his head. I put my arm around his shoulder. realizing how much taller I was than him. Let's build a nice little town, shall we? Maybe forget about all this court nonsense. Just make a place that's relaxing and peaceful. Oh, you poor fool, Nikolai said. If you make a place like that, they'll kill us all just to live there. This concludes Dungeon Mauling by Eric Uegland. Narrated by Neil Helligers, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2018 by Eric Uegland. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Air Quotes Publishing Incorporated and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.